Chapter 1046. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xian was being controlled? Gu Hai and the unborn man were horrified. This person was so perverse that it made one's hair stand on end. No wonder he could become one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Kong Xian was at the heavenly palace great perfection. Ho Qing was at the heavenly palace great perfection. Mao Tianyun might have broken through and was at the heavenly palace great perfection. Gu Hai knew that De Hong was Empress Ji's subordinate, but he didn't expect De Hong to be at the heavenly palace great perfection as well. For great perfection? At that moment, he looked coldly at Gu Hai and the unborn man. The outside world couldn't count on them. Gu Hai only hoped that Long Wanqing wouldn't be hurt. Master, they want Long Wanyu. One is Long Wanyu's father, and the other is Long Wanyu's brother-in-law. Ho Qing explained. Oh? You are after this girl? Ho Qing looked at Long Wanyu on the golden dragon's head in surprise. Sun Yuan, the golden dragon, and Long Wanyu. De Hong looked down on Long Wanyu the most. What was the use of a little girl? That's right. We only want her. Give her to us and we will leave, the unborn man said in a low voice. The unborn man was worried that De Hong would hurt Long Wanyu. De Hong, you can have everything in this hall. We only want to take Long Wanyu away. Gu Hai said again. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai, do you care so much for your sister-in-law? Do you think I will give Long Wanyu to you now? What a joke. De Hong sneered. De Hong wanted to kill Gu Hai. It would be better if Gu Hai was afraid of Long Wanyu. How could he give her away? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man said solemnly, Leave them to me. You save Wanyu. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in surprise. You want to deal with the 4 of them? Was the unborn man really that powerful? All right. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man's figure blurred as he pounced over. Hee, unborn man, you are just a longevity master, yet you want to be my enemy? Do you think I don't know your background? Kong Xian suddenly sneered and waved his hand, sending out the 6-colored divine light. Boom! The 6-colored divine light exploded on the unborn man. The unborn man seemed to have exploded into a cloud of black fog. In the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian in a strange manner. Kong Xian's face changed. He surrounded himself with a protective aura. He was sure that he would be fine even if the unborn man struck him with a palm strike. The profoundness of a longevity master isn't something a bunch of boorish people like you can understand. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. Become old for me. The unborn man waved his hand at Kong Xian. Swish. A gray light surged towards Kong Xian and the rest. However, wherever the gray light shone on, it would rapidly age. In just a moment, some white strands appeared on Kong Xian's hair. What? Kong Xian's face darkened. His body swayed and green light surged into the sky. The peacock territory erupted. Instantly, tens of thousands of Kong Xian shadows appeared and were about to pounce on the unborn man. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. When will the years end? Flowing light time. The unborn man formed a seal with both hands. Billions of gray light appeared around the unborn man. The gray light enveloped a circle with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It was the gray territory. Kong Xian was within the circle. Tens of thousands of Kong Xian's doppelgangers threw out 6-colored divine lights at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, as soon as they entered the gray light domain, the 6-colored divine lights instantly dissipated. Even the doppelgangers strangely disappeared all of a sudden. The unborn man pounced on Kong Xian. As the gray light shrouded Kong Xian, more and more white strands of hair appeared. Impossible! Break! Kong Xian slapped the unborn man's body. Boom! The unborn man's body exploded and turned into black fog. However, in the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian again and continued to age Kong Xian. The bizarre lifespan Dao cultivation method left everyone astounded. Attack! De Hong shouted. Meow! Humph! Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing pounced on the unborn man together. The unborn man was still using the flowing light time domain. He moved in the middle of the three unparalleled experts, but they couldn't hit him. Their hair was turning white bit by bit. That's not right. Kong Xian's aging speed is slowing down? In other words, the more people enter your flowing light time domain, the weaker the effect? De Hong's expression changed. As he spoke, De Hong was about to pounce on the unborn man. At this moment, Gu Hai was charging towards the Long Wanyu. Haha, I was almost fooled by you. You want the Long Wanyu? Don't even think about it. De Hong stared and immediately stopped Gu Hai. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. De Hong took out a long sword and slashed at Gu Hai. Boom. The saber and sword clashed, but there was no clear victor. Gu Hai, His Holiness asked me to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, you were just lucky. Now you don't have the chance. Zhou Tianjiu, what a good move. However, it seems like your Zhou Tianjiu is weaker than mine. De Hong laughed coldly. Boom. 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 Even though his injuries had not healed, Gu Hai couldn't care less. He used Zhou Tianjiu's full power and clashed with De Hong again and again. Even the heavenly palace hall exploded, revealing everything inside. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Long Wanyu was pinned down by Goddess Hoodoo and couldn't do anything else. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran and the others couldn't even get close. Although Gu Hai fought with De Hong time and time again, he couldn't look into De Hong's eyes. As a result, his combat prowess was greatly reduced. Long Wanyu, the Golden Dragon, and Xin Yuan were enveloped in the chess formation that Gu Hai had set up temporarily. They were fine for now. However, Gu Hai was also suppressed because he couldn't look into De Hong's eyes. Far away, Gu Hai dragged half of the spider's corpse and flew over quickly. The small skeletons and evil spirits in the black fog and blood fog kept gnawing at the spider. Finally, half of the spider was eaten clean. After the spider was eaten clean, a small transparent ball dropped from the spider's body. Mystic Realm, Immortal Dome? Gu Hai immediately picked it up and guessed what it was. However, this wasn't the time to investigate. He quickly flew to the location of the main body in the distance. The battle there had reached a stalemate. He had to get there as soon as possible. At the location of Gu Hai's main body, the battle was in a stalemate. Long Wanyu, who was inside, suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Buzz! That golden light twisted around Long Wanyu's body and slowly entered the golden dragon's body. I have a body. This is great, I finally have a body. Many thanks, Long Wanyu, many thanks, I finally don't have to live as a parasite in your body, and you even gave me this golden dragon's body, woof. The golden dragon let out extremely moved cries. Demon ghost spirit? Hichu? Gu Hai's expression changed. Had the demon ghost spirit been separated from Long Wanyu's body? Gu Hai guessed the reason, but De Hong didn't. When he suddenly heard the golden dragon's voice, his expression changed. Oh no! The little girl wants to revive the golden dragon? De Hong reached out and shattered the chess formation. Then, he grabbed at Long Wanyu. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed. Heavenly Cycle 10. Gu Hai used all his strength again and slashed down with his saber. An illusory image of a huge Tongtian tree appeared behind him. When the saber slashed out, Gu Hai's back exploded with a large number of bloody wounds. It was already difficult to execute Heavenly Cycle 9, let alone Heavenly Cycle 10. The burden was horrifying. Gu Hai's injuries had yet to recover. When he executed it, his body exploded with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. When he executed Heavenly Cycle 10, its power was greatly reduced. However, it was more than 10 times stronger than Heavenly Cycle 9. He had no choice but to execute it. Once De Hong hurt Long Wanyu, it would be too late for him to regret it. A Heavenly Saber aura suddenly appeared. De Hong could originally suppress Gu Hai. However, when he saw the saber aura, he was horrified. No! De Hong screamed. Hong! There was a loud sound. The world seemed to have been split open. The huge impact sent everyone in the surroundings flying. De Hong tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't. Bam! From the waist down, everything exploded into dust. His flesh was mangled, and it was a tragic sight. Pfff. Half of De Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, but he didn't die. Gu Hai was in a worse state. After the saber slash, he was completely drained of energy. His body was mangled, and everyone was worried. Perhaps it was because of Sinyuan, but Long Wanyu's surroundings were still calm. The huge tremor woke Long Wanyu up completely. Long Wanyu slowly opened her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Hai, who was covered in blood. What? Brother-in-law? How did you become like this? Long Wanyu screamed and pounced over. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai was covered in blood. When he saw Long Wanyu pouncing over, his weak eyes revealed a trace of relief. Half of De Hong also spat out blood. He immediately pounced toward Sinyuan. Gu Hai, I will remember this slash. I will make you pay with your lives. De Hong roared with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Hudu still wanted to pounce over, but the unborn man and Long Wanyu blocked them with all their might. They couldn't help. Brother-in-law, don't scare me. Why are you like this? Long Wanyu hugged Gu Hai, who was so weak that he was about to fall. Her eyes were watery. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. I just need to recuperate for a while, Gu Hai said weakly. Inside his body, waves of heaven-replenishing power surged into his injured body. This time, the burden almost made him collapse. Long Wanyu was still terrified. She wanted to save Gu Hai. Whoosh! Suddenly, the skeleton Gu Hai arrived. Who are you? Long Wanyu's expression changed. She was about to attack. Don't attack. He's my clone, Gu Hai's main body said weakly. Clone? Long Wanyu was stunned. She saw a huge amount of power surging into the skeleton Gu Hai's main body. This time, his injuries were too severe. He didn't have enough heaven-replenishing power. Fortunately, the Life Ender Saber could replenish Gu Hai's energy after consuming flesh and blood, according to Gu Hai's need. After consuming Ponzi Heavenly Demon, Gu Hai's main body naturally had a huge amount of energy to nourish it. Buzz! Gu Hai's main body immediately felt much better. Ha 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 ha! Sinyuan. De Hong only had the upper half of his body left. He was severely injured. However, he was still very excited when he was about to catch Sinyuan. De Hong was about to catch Sinyuan. However, at the very last moment, a jade-white hand actually managed to grab the immortal origin before him. What? De Hong looked at the hand that appeared out of nowhere in shock. Buzz! It was a white-robed man who gently grabbed the celestial origin in his hand, snatching it first. Who dares to snatch my Sinyuan? De Hong roared with a ferocious expression. De Hong looked up at the white-robed man. The moment he saw the white-robed man, his expression changed drastically. Primordial? Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? De Hong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at De Hong with disgust. This Sinyuan doesn't belong to you. Chapter 1047. Primordial? Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? De Hong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at De Hong with disgust. Sinyuan doesn't belong to you. Yuanshi Tianzuan gently grabbed Sinyuan. With a buzz, Sinyuan seemed to be connected to the entire immortal dome. It wasn't easy to take it away. However, this was Yuanshi Tianzuan. How could he not take the ownerless Sinyuan? Rumble! The heavenly lord of primordial beginning pulled, and the void trembled. De Hong watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan grabbed Sinyuan. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Yuanshi Tianzuan, he couldn't accept it. A group of his subordinates had died, and he was injured to the point where he only had the upper half of his body left. He had fought so hard and was about to succeed. Suddenly, someone came to take the fruits of his labor? Sun Yuan was his. Yuanshi Tianzuan was strong? So what? What he had was the secret technique of the sorcerer race, mind control. Weren't the great perfection heavenly palaces instantly controlled as well? Yuanshi Tianzuan, look at my eyes, De Hong suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Buzz! De Hong's eyes turned red instantly. They were like two lanterns emitting a dazzling red light. The shout attracted Yuanshi Tianzuan's attention. He turned his head and looked at De Hong. Oh no! Gu Hai's face darkened. De Hong wanted to control Yuanshi Tianzuan? Once he was controlled, everything would be over. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at him. De Hong was so agitated that his body trembled. He saw it. He really saw it. Ah! As long as you look into my eyes, no one can escape from my mind control. However, when Yuanshi Tianzuan looked, the scene of him being controlled didn't happen. Yuanshi Tianzuan was still as cold and callous as ever. Why? Not being manipulated? That's impossible. Continue. A look of horror flashed across De Hong's eyes. The ancient sorcerer tribe can manipulate people's minds? Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly asked. De Hong's expression changed drastically. Was Yuanshi Tianzuan really not being controlled? That was impossible. His ability to manipulate people's hearts had always been successful. How could he fail? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly extended his other hand and tapped on De Hong's glabella. De Hong's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand didn't seem fast, but it gave people a sense of hopelessness. He watched as the fingers curled into the shape of an awl. It hit De Hong's glabella. No, no! De Hong roared in despair. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Even His Holiness couldn't deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan, so why did he have to deal with him? Wasn't this courting death? Tisk! There was a dull sound, but a hole was opened in De Hong's glabella by Yuanshi Tianzuan's finger. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand went into De Hong's glabella. Everyone who saw this trembled. Was De Hong so powerless in front of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? Koji! Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand retracted from De Hong's glabella again. When he did so, there was a sarcoma-like object in his palm that was emitting a red light. After the sarcoma-like object was taken out, the red light in De Hong's eyes instantly disappeared. How did you know? De Hong said weakly in shock. Manipulating people's minds. Everything must have originated from this heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan curiously activated the sarcoma-like object. Ah! No! Demon! Save me! The sarcoma-like heart source let out extremely shrill screams. Oh? These screams came from pregnant women? Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with curiosity as he activated the sarcoma-like object again. Buzz! As if history was replaying, many virtual images appeared in front of him. The situation in each image was the same, but the characters were different. In the images, De Hong cut open a pregnant woman's stomach in front of her. He took out the baby in her womb and broke the baby's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as he laughed maniacally. When the pregnant woman saw her baby's head being taken out and broken, the bloody scene made her go crazy with fear. Despair, fear, hatred, resentment, helplessness, and grief accumulated in the pregnant woman's screams. The intensity of the resentment seemed to surpass all the resentment in the world. That immense resentment strangely surged into De Hong's glabella. It fused with this wish. So the heart source is refined using the most vicious method. There are 100,000 resentment here. That means you killed 100,000 pregnant women and took out the babies in their wombs in front of them. You made them watch as their heads were broken and used their resentment to refine this wish. This resentment is so strong that even a perfected heavenly palace couldn't withstand it? Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and looked at De Hong. De Hong's head had been taken out, and he was on the verge of death. Give me back my heart source. Give me back my heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the people around him and said coldly, "It seems like there are more than 100,000 pregnant women. This resentment is a consumable. The more you use it, the less it will be used. It seems like you have used up a portion of these people. You still have 100,000 resentment left. Are you going to use it on me?" Pa. Yuanshi Tianzuan clenched his hand gently, and the sarcoma-like heart source exploded instantly. No. Pft. As if his mind was affected, De Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know. This is a great sin. Those who have committed grave sins will die a horrible death. This is the cycle of heaven. You can't escape the karma of heaven and earth. I don't care about karma, but it doesn't mean that trash like you can. You are Matriarch G's subordinate, right? Why didn't Matriarch G cultivate this mystic technique? It is because the karma is too great. Back then, that branch of the sorcerer race relied on this person's manipulation and was successful. However, do you know how they died? They died the most miserably among the sorcerer race. It wasn't that they didn't take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. You have offended me today. You deserve to die in hell, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. Who? The crushed heart source released surging resentment. With a wave of his hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan gathered all the resentment and pushed it into De Hong's body. Give me back my child. My child. Demon, you will die a horrible death. Don't kill me. De Hong was suddenly filled with endless resentment. This time, without the heart source to restrain the resentment, the most despairing resentment instantly crushed De Hong's will. The scenes of the pregnant women before they died made De Hong feel as though he was there. No, no, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't bite my flesh. De Hong seemed to have gone crazy. He kept tearing his own flesh with his hand. At the same time, he gnawed on his own flesh like a maniac. In an instant, De Hong's self-harming appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The moment Yuanshi Tianzuan crushed the heart source, buzz! Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Hutu, and Mao Tianyun instantly woke up. Ah? What happened? Unborn man, you made me old! Kong Xian exclaimed. Me? Long Wanqing, why am I fighting with you? Hutu also exclaimed. Meow, my black fur! Unborn man, you old man, give me back my lifespan! Mao Tianyun immediately exclaimed. Ho Qing also looked at the unborn man in shock. The unborn man and Long Wanqing were slightly stunned. Looking at Gu Hai in the distance, Gu Hai's main body nodded. I haven't extinguished your lifespan. Take it. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Whoosh! 3 rays of rainbow light instantly surged towards Kong Xian, Mao Tianyun, and Ho Qing. The 3 of them quickly swallowed it. In an instant, their bodies emitted rays of rainbow light. Their white hair slowly returned to its original state. Hutu and Long Wanqing quickly gathered towards Gu Hai. Husband, that De Hong is so cruel. He even killed a pregnant woman? Long Wanqing said in shock. Some people are willing to do anything in order to become stronger. However, it was really terrifying just now. Heavenly Palace Peak? Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. His Heavenly Palace Peak is fake. Because of this secret technique, he pushed his heavenly soul to the Heavenly Palace Peak. Long Wanyu said. Oh! Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. This cruel technique can only be endured by those who are extremely ruthless. As for those who are ruthless, their heavenly soul will be emotionless and can be pushed to the perfection stage because of this technique. However, it's all fake. When he reached the perfection stage, he just entered the Heavenly Palace Peak. He will never be able to become stronger. Long Wanyu said. He had 50 subordinates just now, but I ate all of them. Can all of them be controlled? Mosquito Darren said. Those 50 people are definitely not as ruthless as De Hong. Therefore, they can't push their cultivation to the perfection stage. Moreover, they need De Hong's guidance to cultivate this technique. They can only be De Hong's assistant. However, none of them are good people. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Long One Yu said. Indeed, their deaths are not to be regretted. However, I don't know if Matriarch Ji only has De Hong as her subordinate. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Since Matriarch Ji had sent De Hong to cultivate this technique, could she have sent someone else? Brother-in-law, don't worry. There are too few people who are extremely ruthless. De Hong's appearance is already a special case. Those who cultivate this technique by themselves will instantly be driven crazy by this resentment. Of course, even if they cultivate this technique, they won't live long. The karma is too great and they will die a horrible death. Long One Yu explained. Everyone gathered around. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly pulled. Rumble! With a loud sound, Xin Yuan was completely pulled down from the void by Yuanshi Tianzuan. The entire flawed celestial dome suddenly shook as if there was a huge earthquake. I can move. The golden dragon under Xin Yuan suddenly twisted its body in ecstasy. Is that a demonic ghost? Gu Hai looked at the golden dragon. Yes, he is actually the reincarnation of Hichu. However, when he was reincarnated, he was unlucky and lost some of his memories. He also entered my body. I sent him out. Long One Yu nodded. The golden dragon was excited. Boom! Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the golden dragon. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan. He was holding Xin Yuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other. Don't tell me I'm still unlucky? The golden dragon looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Xin Yuan is mine. From now on, you are mine too. What? The golden dragon was shocked. It was screaming in its heart. Why am I so unlucky? I was just about to be free, but I was caught again? Save me, Empress Ho-Tu, save me! Hichu shouted in despair. Before Gu Hai and the rest could speak, a voice suddenly came from the void in the distance. Xin Yuan of the sagely celestial dome? He doesn't belong to you. A majestic voice came from the sky. Gu Hai had heard that voice more than once. Immortal of the Six Paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. Chapter 1048. The Flawed Immortal Dome. As Yuanshi Tianzuan pulled the immortal source out of the void, the entire immortal vault shook with a loud bang. If one was in the void, one would notice that large cracks had suddenly appeared on the flawed immortal dome. Crack, crack, crack. The previous 18 huge cracks turned into 800 in the blink of an eye and continued to expand. In the flawed immortal dome, countless disciples looked at the shaking sky and earth in shock. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Sacred leader, what's going on? While the disciples of the various sects were panicking. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly entered the flawed immortal dome from the road to the underworld. As the stream of light appeared, it slowly twisted and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man in a black Taoist robe. If Gu Hai saw it, he would recognize the man at a glance. He was Rokudo Shinkuan, whom he had seen 800,000 years ago. At this moment, it was not Rokudo Shinkuan, but Immortal Six Paths Bone God sent a message to Immortal Six Paths through a curse. Immortal Six Paths' Eye of Heaven wandered around the underworld sea for a while. He hesitated. Immortal Six Paths found the road to the underworld almost instantly. However, should he go over? Immortal Six Paths remembered the death of Firmament clearly. He was the one who had tricked Firmament to go out and then killed him. Now, would someone trick him out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and wait for him to fall into a trap? Because once he left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he would not be able to use the power of heaven and earth. He was curious about the other side of the road to the underworld. It was not that Ancestor Bone was still alive. Even if he was, what could he do? It would be easy for him to kill him. What made Immortal Six Paths curious was the immortal dome. Isn't that my immortal dome? It should have been destroyed long ago. It still exists? Immortal Six Paths was looking forward to it. Go over? Actually, it did not matter. His main body was still in seclusion. If he went over, it would at most be a strand of divine will. Even if something happened to this strand of divine will, so what? His main body was still in the Six Paths immortal dome, and he was invincible. Swish. He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the road to the Yellow Springs. Soon, Immortal Six Paths divine will arrived at the immortal dome of flaws. As soon as it entered the flawed immortal dome, this strand of divine will instantly mobilized the surrounding power to reconstruct a Taoist-robed body. Standing in the void, the immortal of the Six Paths looked at the world with a serious expression. Saintly celestial dome? Does it really still exist? Immortal Six Paths said as he looked around. Buzz. Immortal Six Paths closed his eyes and sensed the world. The laws of heaven and earth here were modeled after the immortal dome of Six Paths, so Immortal Six Paths was able to sense countless places through the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was within his senses. Rumble. All of a sudden, the boundless faith power seemed to have found a target and strangely surged toward the immortal of Six Paths. The surging power of faith shocked the immortal of Six Paths. All the living beings in this world believe in me? Are they all fanatics? Immortal of Six Paths' eyes lit up. Suddenly, Immortal of Six Paths felt like he had returned to the days when he was the sect leader of the Divine Heavens sect. Yes, this is what I need. Unlike the Six Paths immortal dome, a bunch of traitors who only know how to fight and defy the heavens. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. This immortal dome of flaws is supposed to be cracked. 18 cracks? It has existed for 800,000 years? 800,000 years? Someone must have mobilized the Sinuan here to continuously use the power of Sinuan to repair this immortal dome. Unfortunately, in the end it could not be repaired. This immortal dome is constantly being consumed and will eventually be destroyed. What a pity. So what if it is destroyed? The people here believe in me so much. When the time comes, I will bring all of you back. Immortal of Six Paths said lightly. Rumble. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan plucked the immortal origin from afar. The moment he did so, he stopped channeling the power of heaven and earth to mend the 18 cracks. The moment he stopped, the power of the void was fully exposed. In an instant, the void power corroded the immortal dome, causing countless cracks to appear on its periphery. The number of cracks multiplied exponentially. The whole world was shaking. The people were crying for help. Immortal of Six Paths' face turned cold and turned his head to look into the distance. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. From afar, he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan, Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Gaochen, and the others. Then, he suddenly saw the golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Heaven's corpse? No, I have already destroyed Heaven's corpse. Was it resurrected with the power of faith? I have been wondering what else Heaven has. It turns out that she asked her lackeys to resurrect her corpse. Using my power of faith to resurrect her corpse? It's useless. No one can resurrect you. Even if you are resurrected, you are not you. Even if you are the original you, so what? Without Sinuan, you are nothing. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice could be heard. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Sinuan is mine. You, from now on, are mine too. Yours? Sinuan of the immortal dome of Sage Heaven? This is not yours. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. Boom. In an instant, Immortal of Six Paths arrived where everyone was. Immortal of Six Paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. The black-robed Immortal of the Six Paths stood in the air. Although he seemed to be illusory at the same time, everyone was frightened. Every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. He did not release his aura, but it formed a natural pressure that made Mosquito Doran's heart tremble. This is Immortal of Six Paths? Mosquito Doran opened his eyes wide, and did not dare to say anything. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer. Golden Dragon Hichu, who was in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand, also opened his eyes wide and trembled. Hutu, is this what you have done all these years? You want to resurrect heaven? Immortal of Six Paths looked at Goddess Hutu coldly. Huta's face was gloomy, but she did not say anything. Ho-Ching, who was standing at the side, trembled. He was afraid of Immortal of Six Paths. Now that Immortal of Six Paths had arrived, he felt like the end of the world. I'm not heaven. You're wrong. I'm not. Hichu shouted. Hichu was scared when he was caught by Yuanshi Tianzuan, but Hichu was terrified when he saw Immortal of Six Paths. Yuanshi Tianzuan might not destroy him, but Immortal of Six Paths definitely would. Hichu's shout made Immortal of Six Paths turn around. He said coldly, "Humph, reconstructing the body and gathering the soul is just a cowardly consciousness. You're far inferior to heaven. That's all there is to it." Yes, that's all there is to it. I'm just a fart. Let me go," Hichu said anxiously. Immortal of Six Paths frowned and looked at Hichu. "Don't worry. The Sinuan of the saintly sky is mine, and so are you. I'll crush you and make you disappear." "Ah!" Hichu's face froze. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. "Why am I so unlucky?" Immortal of Six Paths raised his head and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Wansho Taoism?" Immortal of Six Paths asked in a low voice. "Wansho Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan." Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. Immortal Six Paths ordered, "Grand Supreme, Tong Tian, you have served this immortal for 800,000 years. You have been very conscientious. Out of respect for them, this immortal will let you live. Give me the celestial source and the golden dragon." Immortal of Six Paths' tone was arrogant, as if it was a matter of course, and as if he had to listen to orders. "Give you?" Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Immortal of Six Paths. "Yes." Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. "What if I don't want to?" Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid at all. He sneered. "Don't want to?" Kong Xian, Hutu, and Ho-Ching looked at Immortal of Six Paths in surprise. This was the Immortal of the Six Paths. No one had ever dared to refuse or disobey the Immortal of the Six Paths. What did I just hear? Yuanshi Tianzuan refused Immortal of Six Paths? Immortal of Six Paths did not expect that Wansho Taoism would dare to disobey him. The saintly heaven and the immortal dome were his, so the immortal source should have been his as well. As for the golden dragon, it should not have been able to escape. It was a matter of course, but the primeval Lord of Heaven had dared to refuse. You don't want to?" Immortal of Six Paths' eyes flashed coldly. A murderous aura was emitted from his body. As soon as the murderous aura was emitted, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A storm seemed to be brewing in those dark clouds. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the rolling dark clouds, and an eye of the heavens appeared. Just like the Immortal of Six Paths in the past, when the eye of heaven appeared, a heavenly aura pressed down. Everyone had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Mosquito Doran knelt down subconsciously. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng did not escape and immediately knelt down. Swoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand. Mosquito Doran, Mu Chenfeng, Gaochen, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, Long Wanyu, and the skeleton were all put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Even half of De Hong's body, which was self-mutilating, was also put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Only Gu Hai's main body, the unborn man, Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, Hutu, Ho-Ching, and Mao Tianyun were left outside. Except for Gu Hai, who was lying there injured, the others were at the peak of the heavenly palace. They barely managed to stand and not kneel. Long Wanqing and Kong Xian supported Gu Hai. The others followed and slowly retreated. The Immortal of Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan were not people they could provoke. The two of them stared at each other fiercely. When the Eye of Heaven appeared, a fierce aura shot out in all directions and approached Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. "Do you think you're the only one who has the Eye of Heaven?" Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold, and a monstrous murderous aura suddenly appeared around him. Boom! Crack! Crack! Rolling dark clouds suddenly appeared above Yuanshi Tianzuan's head. As the dark clouds rolled, they suddenly split into two from the middle. Another Eye of Heaven appeared. No, this Eye of Heaven seemed to be on Yuanshi Tianzuan's side. Its pupils were purple. The Eye of Heaven of the Immortal of Six Paths had black pupils. The two Eyes of Heaven, separated by a distance, burst out with equally powerful auras at the same time. The two fierce auras seemed to be on par, but neither of them was backing down. The murderous auras stirred the entire void. Chapter 1049. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the Sinyuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other as he stared coldly at the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths opened his Eye of Heaven, and a huge pressure surged out. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his Eye of Heaven and stared at the Immortal of the Six Paths without backing down. Immortals were the rulers of heaven and earth, the most respected existence among all life. No one would dare to go against them. But now, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid of the Immortal of the Six Paths at all. In fact, his words were full of disdain. In the eyes of Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, and Ho Qing, all of this did not make sense. This was not like the hatred between Mao Tianyun and the dominator of Samsara, nor was it a case of breaking a jar. But everything before them was so strange. Gu Hai did not speak, and neither did the others. They just watched quietly. Gu Hai sent the others into the Immortal Dome because the commotion was too big. Those people were not strong enough and would only be in danger if they stayed. Moreover, the skeleton clone and Long Wanyu did not want to be seen by the Immortal of the Six Paths. Even in the Immortal Dome, the skeleton clone could still release energy, which Gu Hai absorbed into his body to repair himself. Within the Immortal Dome, Gu Hai set up a time zone so that the people inside could see the outside world. Is this Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? Is he going against the Immortal of the Six Paths? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. No, Yuanshi Tianzuan has cultivated a talent. Long Wanyu said in a low voice. Talent? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. Yes. Before I died in my previous life, I was worried that Rokudo Shinkuan would take all the spiritual light in the world. So, I put most of it into the divine continent. It turned into 4 talents. The remaining 1/5 must have been refined by Rokudo Shinkuan into the 5th part of the talent. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of the Heavens was one of his innate skills. He must have obtained an innate skill. Long Wanyu said solemnly. Ah, his talent was that amazing? What is this divine light of heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Spiritual light is spiritual light. Long Wanyu said impatiently. But I don't understand. What is the divine light produced? Is it nurtured by heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Long Wanyu shook her head. Lifespan and divine literature spirits are all man-made. Yuanshi Tianzuan dared to challenge the Immortal of Six Paths. His talent must have reached a very high level. Everyone was stunned. You are the reincarnation of heaven. Have you recovered your memories? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The lifespan and divine literature spirits are man-made? How is that possible? Mosquito Daoran said in astonishment. Of course I recovered my memories from my previous life. Why is it impossible? Where did Shou Xiu come from? Long Wanyu rolled her eyes. Shou Xiu was created by Fuxi. But the other 4 are impossible. How could they be man-made? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Shou Xiu was created by me in my previous life. Long Wanyu said indifferently. What? Impossible. You created Shou-Xiu? The way of the Emperor? Destiny of heaven and earth? Dragon Shenying, who had recovered, said in disbelief. Long Wanyu looked at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying, although you are my uncle in this life, even the old man Long Zhanghua is very polite to me. Do you know why? Because father respects the heavens, Dragon Shenying said with a frown. But why does the old man respect the heavens? When he was born, I had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Why does he respect me so much? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Dragon Shenying was at a loss. Indeed, even if Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of heaven, what did it have to do with Long Zhanghua? Cultivating the Emperor's destiny will form the Golden Dragon of Luck, right? Long Wanyu glanced at Dragon Shenying. That's right. Dragon Shenying nodded. What is the shape of the Golden Dragon of Luck? Long Wanyu asked again. Dragon Shenying was stunned. The Golden Dragon of Luck was indeed the Golden Dragon of Luck. Was there a need to ask? In confusion, Dragon Shenying looked at the Golden Dragon in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand. Dragon Shenying raised his eyebrows when he saw the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon of Luck was too similar to the Golden Dragon outside. However, one was illusory while the other was real. Back then, I controlled the Immortal Dome and commanded the 3,000 Great Tao. I merged with the 3,000 Great Tao and infused my mark into the 3,000 Great Tao. Therefore, the 3,000 Great Tao gave the Golden Dragon of Luck some special abilities. Because of me, there was the cultivation of luck. Do you understand? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Is this true? Dragon Shenying said in shock. Those who cultivate luck don't know where it comes from. What a joke. Back then, when Long Zhanghua established the dynasty, he also cultivated luck. He knew my identity and knew that it was thanks to me that he had the Deqian celestial dynasty. If it wasn't for me, there would be no such thing as luck. Is Long Zhanghua not grateful to me? Does he not respect my previous life? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Yes. Dragon Shenying said bitterly. The others were stunned, including Gu Hai. So the Golden Dragon of Luck's form came from heaven? My previous life was heaven, and the Emperor had the Golden Dragon of Luck, called the Son of Heaven. Because all their Golden Dragons of Luck were my marks. I am heaven, they are Son, the Son of Heaven. I am the reincarnation of heaven, and I created the cultivation of luck. Long Wanyu said proudly. Everyone nodded and sighed. The cultivation of life was created by Fuxi, and the cultivation of luck was created by heaven. What about the spiritual light you mentioned? What about spiritual cultivation? Mosquito Dauren asked curiously. Long Wanyu frowned. That person should be dead. Who? Dead? What do you mean? Who is he? Gu Hai asked in surprise. His name is 30. Long Wanyu said with a frown. 30? Everyone was confused. Only skeleton Gu Hai was startled. The pupils of Gu Hai's main body in the outside world also constricted. 30? Others didn't know about 30, but Gu Hai was very familiar with this name. The deity dome of the 6 paths corresponded to the 30 deity dome. 30. The deity on earth. The absolute ruler on earth. The 30 deity dome was under 30's control. On earth, the peerless overlords like Laozi and Shakyamuni were hiding in the deity realm like mice. Gu Hai had never seen 30, but he knew how terrifying 30 was from the attitude of Laozi and Shakyamuni. It seemed that 30 had sensed the deity dome of the 6 paths 800,000 years ago and came to invade. At that time, Fuxi and 30's immortal will perished together. 30? Shouldn't he be the ruler on earth? How did Long Wanyu know? No, she should say that she knew about 30 in the past. Had she seen 30? Was the spiritual light the cultivation method left by 30? Everything sounded like a heavenly book, making Gu Hai feel inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Hai knew that he couldn't talk too much about 30 at this time. He had to wait until the crisis was over and then ask Wanyu. Yuanshi Tianzuan can compete with the deity dome of the Six Paths because of his talent? Gu Hai changed the topic. Sure enough, everyone looked outside. Long One Yu shook her head. I don't know. In fact, the cultivation of each branch is very different. I studied the spiritual light for a long time, but I couldn't find a way. What? You were the heavens in your previous life. You couldn't find a way? Mosquito Dauren said in disbelief. So what? Said Long Wan Yu disdainfully. Every branch of cultivation has special requirements. For example, brother-in-law's Go Dao is amazing. If he wants you to cultivate Go Dao, he'll give you 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Can you beat him? I get a headache when I see the chess game. I can't even learn it in 100 million years. However, you were the heavens in your previous life. You should be omnipotent. Why can't you study the spiritual light? Mosquito Dauren said with a smile. You don't know a lot. I was the heavens in my previous life. I'm not omnipotent. Long Wan Yu said. Oh no, that Dahong is crazy. He's going to kill the people here. Dragon God Ying's expression suddenly changed. Dahong self-mutilated for a while and started killing everywhere. It's useless to keep it. Destroy it. Gu Hai said indifferently. Don't. Give it to me. I want it. That resentment is good for me. Mosquito Dauren said excitedly. Skeleton Gu Hai was stunned, but he nodded and said, Go! Okay. Don't snatch it from me. Mosquito Dauren said excitedly. A large number of mosquitoes swarmed toward the crazy Dahong and started devouring his flesh. Everyone looked outside again. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the immortal of the Six Paths were facing each other. Their eyes of heaven were looking at each other coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you better think about the consequences of going against me. From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. The immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his hand and pinched the golden dragon Hichu. Hitu's entire body seemed to have been restrained. Immortal of the Six Paths, this is not your immortal dome. If I'm not wrong, you are just a divine consciousness now, right? Even your main body is not qualified to make me lose my place in this world. What's more, you are just a strand of divine consciousness now. If you are so capable, why don't you come here personally? If your main body comes, I will reenact the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. How about that? However, this time, it will not be the heavens, but you, the Six Paths, who will be killed. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's words made Ho Qing and the others' jaws drop. Is this a joke? Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? Presumptuous. The immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Presumptuous? Here, you are just a strand of divine consciousness. I dare to be presumptuous because I have the strength. Do you believe that I can destroy your strand of divine consciousness with a flip of my hand? At the end of the day, you are not the ruler of this world. You are still far from being able to command me. The primeval divine pillar said coldly. The ruler of this sage heaven? Haha, how do you know that I am not the ruler here? In the Six Paths immortal dome, I am an immortal. Here, I am still an immortal. The immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The Sinuan here is still in my hands. What kind of immortal are you? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. All living beings believe in me, and I am an immortal. In this flawed immortal dome, all living beings believe in me. With a wave of my hand, I can mobilize the power of all living beings. Do you believe that? The immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. The immortal of the Six Paths waved his hand. A golden dragon of luck, that was 100,000 miles long, suddenly appeared in the void. Roar! The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that echoed throughout the flawed immortal dome. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the Six Paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your strength. The immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly. The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that was instantly heard by all living beings in the flawed immortal dome. Almost all living beings trembled and suddenly knelt down in excitement. It had been 800,000 years since the sacred leader's voice. Finally, the sacred leader's voice was heard again. Chapter 1050. The Flawed Celestial Dome. The moment the Sinyuan was pulled out by Yuanshi Tianzuan, there was no longer any power of heaven and earth to repair the 18 cracks. Suddenly, the void power invaded, and large cracks appeared on the flawed celestial dome. The entire celestial dome was about to be destroyed by the void power. At this moment, the flawed celestial dome was shaking and shaking. The living beings inside were naturally the most terrified. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the sky, as if the end of the world was coming. The disciples of the various sects all knelt down. "Sacred leader, what's going on? The sky is going to be destroyed. Are we all doomed? Sacred leader, you haven't appeared for 800,000 years. What should we do now?" Sacred leader. The fear of the end of the world made everyone pin their hopes on the immortal of the 6 paths. Everyone knelt down and begged. But there was no other way. Just as everyone was in despair, the voice of the immortal of the 6 paths finally appeared, accompanied by a dragon's roar. "All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the 6 paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your power." The voice of the immortal of the 6 paths made everyone's eyes widen. "I heard it. I heard it. It's the voice of the sacred leader. The sacred leader didn't abandon us." All kinds of blissful voices rang out. The sacred leader that they had worshipped all their lives had finally appeared. "Quick, raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Sacred leader, please save us." Everyone was excited and kept raising their right hand. The flawed celestial dome was full of fanatics of the immortal of the 6 paths. When the immortal of the 6 paths spoke, the power of faith transmitted to everyone. Everything was real. Almost everyone raised their right hands. No hesitation, no waiting. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power from all directions rushed toward the golden dragon of destiny above the immortal of the 6 paths' head. The power of all living beings. Almost all of them gathered. How much power was the combined power of all the living beings in the immortal dome? Even if the number of living beings in the flawed celestial dome was only 1% of the 6 paths, it was still in the trillions. This surging power was even greater than the power that the 6 paths borrowed from His Holiness in one celestial dynasty. If such a scene had happened in the divine continent, many people would have been scared witless. The waves of power surged over like a tsunami. The golden dragon of luck was about to enter the body of the immortal of 6 paths. Within the ancient immortal dome. Zealots borrowing power? Hoodoo and the others have made a wedding dress for the 6 paths, Ziwei said with a displeased expression. Samsara? Humph, I was the one who spread this luck technique, and he actually used my method. Humph. Long One, you felt uncomfortable. But no matter what, the body formed by the immortal of the 6 paths' divine will was about to become much stronger. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid. Instead, he sneered. Mobilizing the power of all living beings? It is indeed a method, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. How is it useless? Immortal of 6 paths said disdainfully. In the sky, the golden dragon of fate roared and dragged the power from all over the world towards the immortal of 6 paths. It was about to fuse with this boundless power. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand lightly. You want to kill me? It's still too early. Immortal of 6 paths sneered. I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about anyone who stands in my way. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Immortal of 6 paths did not care. After mobilizing the power of all living beings, he could immediately kill Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was useless to say anything more. At that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly stretched out his right hand and raised it to the sky. Suddenly, a gray energy ball that was 10 feet wide appeared in his right palm. There seemed to be countless sword chi condensing inside the gray energy ball. The gray energy ball gathered more and more power. 10 feet? No, it became 1,000 feet wide in the blink of an eye. Is that chaotic sword chi? Although it is powerful, it is still weaker than the immortal of 6 paths who can mobilize the power of all living beings, right? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. That's not right. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Kong Xian did not finish his question. Boom! The giant ball in the primeval Lord of Heaven's palm suddenly exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces, releasing billions of sword chi that shot in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Huh? His chaotic energy ball broke? Mao Tianyun stared in confusion. No, he wants to kill, Gu Hai said as his eyelids twitched. Bastard! Yuanshi Tianzuan, how dare you? Immortal of 6 paths stared at him. However, it was too late. Each of the chaotic sword chi seemed to have transcended time and space. They were extremely fast and instantly spread out in all directions. Boom! 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 The chaotic sword chi exploded everywhere in the world, creating huge craters. However, the most terrifying thing was that each of the sword chi pierced through a body. Each of the sword chi killed a living being in an instant. Ah! Don't! Help! Because of the golden dragon of luck, it could hear the screams of living beings everywhere. However, the screams only lasted for a short while. Buzz! Where the golden dragon of luck was, there was no sound. Rumble! All of the power of all living beings that had gathered suddenly collapsed. The golden dragon of luck also let out a wail and suddenly fell apart. The power that was about to enter immortal 6 paths body, or even had already entered it, suddenly vanished. Hiss! Not far from where Gu Hai was, a group of people gasped. What is going on? In the immortal dome of ancients, Gaochen and Chang Xing stared. Yuanshi Tianzuan just killed all the living beings in the world. Long Wanyu said in shock. What? He killed all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws? Everyone is dead? All the demons are dead? Gaochen exclaimed. Not only Gaochen, but everyone was shocked by Yuanshi Tianzuan's means. Destroying the world with a flip of his hand? Killing all the living beings because of a disagreement? Except for Gu Hai's group, all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws were dead. Even the dead spirits in the underworld were all destroyed. In an instant they were all dead. What a ruthless killing intent! Long Wanyu said in shock. This was the first time Long Wanqing had seen someone so ruthless and merciless. Trillions of living beings were killed in one move? It was not that he was strong, but that ruthlessness really made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. How much karma does he have? Is he not afraid? Ziwei said in shock. His talent should have been cultivated to the late stage. Only when he cultivated to the late stage can he not be affected by karma. Long Wanyu said in shock. Not be affected by karma? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, not be affected by karma. I just didn't expect him to be so ruthless. So many living beings were killed in one move? Just because he was blocked? Just because he was blocked? Long Wanyu said in shock. He also killed once when he was in the southern sea of the divine continent. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ah! He's heartless by nature. Gu Hai sighed slightly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his hand and killed all the living beings, making the power that was rushing towards the immortal of 6 paths disappear. The immortal of 6 paths also looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. He was angry, but he was also angry. Because this was the first time the immortal of 6 paths met someone as ruthless as him. Only by being ruthless could one be invincible. The immortal of 6 paths looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had grown to such a level. Killing intent rose in him. Such a person could not be left alive. He had to kill him as soon as possible. He was the only one who was heartless and heartless. I've said it before. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes at Yuanshi Tianzuan and sneered. Wansho Taoism? I didn't expect you to be such a character. You killed my disciple. Today you won't have a good ending. As he spoke, the Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand. 1. The Immortal of Six Paths' eye of heaven suddenly emitted a ray of black light. A huge ray of God-slaying light shot out from the eye of heaven. That's all you got? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. 1. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven also emitted a huge purple ray of God-slaying light. Boom! The two rays of God-slaying light collided, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole was expanding rapidly. Let's go! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! The group of people immediately shot off into the distance, escaping from this huge battlefield. Under the impact of the God-slaying light, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths finally attacked each other. Both of their palms collided, and a huge force rushed to the sky. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Gu Hai and the others saw the whole world being split into two by the collision of the two's power. The world was split vertically? The flawed immortal dome was already full of cracks. The strength of the two was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, a huge chain reaction occurred. The world was torn apart, and for a moment, the surging power of the void rushed in. The whole world exploded in countless places. Let's go. We'll go back to the road to the underworld. Gu Hai said. Yes. Kong Xian immediately answered. They were about to return. Brother-in-law, it's better not to go back through the road to the underworld. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Why? Gu Hai asked. The Immortal of Six Paths is only a strand of divine thought. There must be a strand of divine thought guarding the underworld sea. Yuanshi Tianzuan is here, so he doesn't pay attention to us. However, once we leave the underworld sea, the Immortal of Six Paths will definitely not let us go. Long Wanyu said. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths started fighting. The terrifying battle strength, coupled with the invasion of the void power, caused the flawed immortal dome to be torn apart. It was as if the whole world was about to shatter. Brother-in-law, I have a formation that requires 5 perfect deities of Heavenly Palace to work together to form a formation. We can stay in the void for a short time. When the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths ends and they leave, we can go back. I have a way to find the way back. Long Wanyu said. Rumble. The whole world was falling apart. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched and he finally nodded. Let's go to the void and leave this battlefield. Listen to Wanyu. Chapter 1051. Gu Hai and the others flew straight into the starry sky. As they soared into the sky, the power of the void invaded them. Dark ribbons visible to the naked eye surged into the immortal dome of imperfection. Everyone dodged as they flew up. My formation is called the Primordial 5 Elements Formation. I was going to let the 5 divine messengers use it, but now they're. However, it's not impossible to let the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces use it. This is the formation diagram. The 5 great perfection heavenly palaces will form a 5 elements formation. Each of them will stand in a position. The 5 forces will fuse and form a primordial element. The consumption of power will be slowed down. Can last for at least 10 years. Long Wanyu said. As he spoke, he waved his hand and used a spell to form a formation diagram. Kong Xian, Wanqing, Hutu, Hoqing, Mao Tianyun, the 5 of you are all great perfection heavenly palaces. How about you set up the formation? Gu Hai asked. I'm fine with it. Long Wanqing immediately shouted. The others also nodded. Long Wanyu's formation diagram was displayed by Gu Hai. The 5 of them immediately occupied 5 positions and waved their hand. Boom! Suddenly, the 5 types of energy collided in the void according to a specific frequency. Then, a small spherical barrier was formed, surrounding everyone in the center. Looking at the billowing dark power of the void, everyone's expression turned solemn. Enter! The spherical enchantment enveloped everyone, and they instantly entered the pitch-black void. Hum! The barrier shook for a while, like a drop of water falling on a soldering iron. It made a sizzling sound, as if the energy was evaporating. After evaporating, it disappeared. The void was depleting the power of the boundary, and it was also depleting the power of the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces. Once the power of the 5 was depleted, the boundary would break because there was no energy supply in the void. It's done. This is more than 100 times less than when I entered the void alone. Hoodoo's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. Long One, you said proudly. Look at the flawed immortal dome. Kong Xian said with a glare. Only by standing in the void and looking at the immortal flawed dome could one see clearly. At this moment, one could faintly see 2 forces colliding with each other inside. They were the 6 paths immortal and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Boom! Every time they collided, the resulting force was like a saber cleaving the entire immortal dome in half. After a few times, the flawed immortal dome shattered into pieces. The Sage of 6 Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan are so powerful. Kong Xian was shocked. Kong Xian was now at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but he still didn't expect that the power of the 2 could shatter the whole world. You're overthinking things. The goddess Earth Mother shook her head. If it wasn't for Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths, they wouldn't have been able to do that. The reason why the heavens and earth shattered was because they already had countless internal injuries. The flawed immortal dome was already on the verge of shattering. At this moment, with the influx of void energy, the immortal dome shattered even faster. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the 6 Paths Immortal are just a catalyst to accelerate the process of the flawed immortal dome shattering. They're just the straw that broke the camel's back. The goddess Earth Mother said solemnly. Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Boom! Crack! Crack! The flawed immortal dome shattered into hundreds of large pieces. Tens of thousands of small pieces. It was as if a planet had exploded. The magnificent scene shocked Gu Hai and the others. The power of the void was quickly melting these fragments. The large fragments still needed time to melt, but the small fragments melted away in an instant. Vaguely, they could see that in the remaining hundreds of large pieces, there were countless energy shadows in the shape of trees pulling at them, as if they wanted to fuse with these pieces. However, they couldn't resist the void energy and were still disappearing. Boom! 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 The battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of the 6 Paths wasn't over. The entire flawed immortal dome shattered, but the 2 of them instantly pounced into the void. Accompanying the 2 of them was the subdued golden dragon. The golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu let out a cry of despair and disappeared into the void with the 2 of them. They're gone. Let's go back and take a look. Gu Hai said. Whoosh! The barrier enveloped everyone as they rushed into the shattered flawed immortal dome. But now they couldn't tell what was right and what was wrong. The road to the underworld had also disappeared. The road to the underworld is gone. What should we do now? Ho Qing asked anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the countless tree shadows and the remaining fragments of the flawed immortal dome. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. I'm going to put these into the immortal dome. Gu Hai said. What? Everyone was slightly stunned. Just leave me an opening in the barrier. Gu Hai said. No, you're hastening our destruction. Ho Qing exclaimed. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Buzz. Kong Xian opened a small opening. No, do you want us to die with you? Ho Qing said angrily. Shut up. Kong Xian glared at him. Long Wanqing also glared at Ho Qing. Hodu and Mao Tianyun didn't say anything. They saw Gu Hai waving his hand at the small opening in the barrier. The immortal dome seemed to open a huge mouth and swallowed a fragment that was millions of miles large. Whoosh! The enormous fragment entered the immortal dome of the ancients. At the same time, the immortal dome continued to swallow those tree-like energy shadows. Gu Hai knew that those were great Daos that were struggling in the void. The 6 paths immortal dome, the 3,000 great Daos were a whole. They formed a cycle and formed a perfect world. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the void invasion. Now, in the flawed immortal dome, these great Daos couldn't hold on alone. The immortal dome was shattered. This was the final struggle. It was like a drowning person suddenly finding a life-saving straw. They naturally rushed over. The immortal dome was the way to survive. All the struggling great Daos dragged the huge flawed immortal dome fragments into the immortal dome. Rumble! The great Daos entered the immortal dome. They were immediately recorded by the Book of Life and Death. Then, they formed great Tao patterns and merged into the immortal dome. And those flawed immortal dome fragments were like the energy of the great Tao. They were quickly filling up the great Tao. In the past, Gu Hai used countless spiritual stones to shape the great Tao of chess. Now, he was directly using the world Tao to fill up the world Tao. This was more perfect than spiritual stones to nourish the great Tao. Where to find it? Rumble, rumble! The ancient immortal dome expanded rapidly as the great Tao merged with it. At the same time, the entire world seemed to have the shadow of a giant tree. That was the great Tao taking root in the immortal dome. This is the old man's immortal dome, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. In the void. The void force and the immortal dome of the ancients were competing to devour the fragments of the immortal dome 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 of the ancients. Fortunately, the great Daos of the immortal dome of the immortal dome of the ancients favored the immortal dome of the ancient. It expanded the immortal dome. This time, there was no need for energy or the power of space. Everything in these fragments was self-contained. The living beings in the ancient immortal dome watched as the entire world underwent earth-shaking changes. 1 great Tao, 10 great Daos, 100 great Daos. The immortal dome continued to expand, and the spirit chi continued to rise. While everyone inside was shocked, outside, Ho Qing's expression changed drastically. Gu Hai, enough is enough. Ho Qing said angrily. Ho Qing could see that Gu Hai had benefited greatly. He already had a problem with Gu Hai, and now he was even more jealous. At the same time, because Kong Xian had opened a small hole in the barrier, everyone had used up a lot of energy. The barrier said it could last 10 years, but who knew how long it could last? 1 year? It was a land of death outside. How dare you? Kong Xian glared at Ho Qing. Ho Qing, now is not the time to argue. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. What do you mean it's not the time to argue? Kong Xian is Gu Hai's subordinate. Long Wanqing, you are Gu Hai's woman. Of course you'll side with him. He's messing around here, but he wants us to die with him. We don't even know where the immortal dome of the 6 paths is. We can't lose anything now. We'll play with him until we die. Sister, don't you think so? Mao Tianyun, do you want to die? Ho Qing said coldly. Mao Tianyun and Huda frowned, but didn't say anything. They were hesitant. Humph, who said so? I know how to get to our immortal dome. I'll be there soon. I've been calculating how much energy my brother-in-law needs. If he can't handle it, we'll go back to our immortal dome immediately. Long Wanyu said angrily. The immortal dome of the ancients didn't block out Long Wanyu and the others' voices. You were heaven in your past life, and I respected you. But now, you're Gu Hai's sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know. You're siding with Gu Hai. You're asking us to die with him. Ho Qing glared. How dare you? Ho Qing, how can you say that? Huda glared. Sister, the old heaven is dead. This is no longer heaven. It's just heaven's memories. Their personalities are completely different. Ho Ching said angrily. Don't spout nonsense. Hotu glared. I don't care. If you can find our immortal dome, go ahead and find it. Tell me. Ho Ching said angrily. Long Wanyu was also annoyed. Fine, you don't believe me? Fine, I'll make a void-piercing eye. See for yourself. With that said, Long Wanyu waved her hand and used magic to condense an eye-like magic treasure. She activated it gently. 1. The eye-like magic treasure immediately spread out in all directions, forming pieces of light. Most of the light screens were empty. Suddenly, the immortal dome of the 6 paths appeared. There. Everyone's eyes lit up. Follow the direction of the void-piercing eye and we'll be able to go back. What are you worried about? Long Wanyu said. Then let's go back. Ho Ching said happily. No, my brother-in-law's matter isn't over yet. We'll leave after it's over. Long Wanyu shouted. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, don't you want to go back immediately? Ho Ching said. Ho Ching, shut up. Listen to Long Wanyu. Hodu said. No, I have to go back. I don't believe them. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Ho Ching shouted. You'll go? If you go, what about our array? Long Wanyu glared. So be it. I have to go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, are you sure you don't want to go? Ho Ching looked at the two of them. If the two of them left with him, the primordial 5 elements array would be completely destroyed. Gu Hai would not be able to stay in the void any longer. He would not be able to get any benefits from it. Miao Ho Ching, I've been tricked by you once. Do you think I'll listen to you again? Mao Tianyun said coldly. Obviously, Mao Tianyun was on Long Wanyu's side. Ho Ching, you disappoint me too much. Goddess Hudu also had a look of disappointment on her face. It's fine if you don't want to go. But let me remind you. Even though that unborn man fought against me, Kong Xian and Mao Tianyun, he's not a heavenly palace greater perfection being. He only used Master Shou's methods. Once I leave, your primordial 5 elements array will be destroyed. You won't be able to stay for long. Ho Ching looked at Gu Hai coldly. With that, Ho Ching was about to deactivate his array. Ho Ching, you! Everyone was enraged. There had to be 5 heavenly palace greater perfection beings. One less wouldn't do. But now that Ho Ching had left, I'll fill in the gaps. Suddenly, Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome. Chapter 1052. Seeing Gu Hai's main body use the immortal dome of the ancients to swallow the immortal dome, Ho Ching didn't know what was going on, but he knew that Gu Hai was getting great benefits, so he didn't want to let Gu Hai get what he wanted. That was why he wanted to leave, so that everyone would compromise and stop Gu Hai from getting benefits. But now, a black-robed man suddenly appeared? Ho Ching hadn't seen him fight, but Gu Hai wanted to replace him, so Ho Ching was shocked. Do you have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation? You need to make up for it. Ho Ching sneered. Just a little bit, that's enough. Gu Hai said calmly. Wrapped in a black robe, skeleton Gu Hai did not let Ho Ching see his appearance. A little bit? Haha, do you know how much this void costs us? You don't have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation, you're asking for death. Ho Ching glared. Gu Hai's main body said, Ho Ching, do you want to leave or stay? Of course I want to leave. Ho Ching glared. If you want to leave, then don't be so noisy. Leave now. Gu Hai's main body said. Ayu. Ho Ching glared. Gu Hai's expression of disdain made Ho Ching depressed. Ho Ching, if you dare to leave, then you're not my brother. Huda scolded Ho Ching anxiously. Humph, sister, I already said that the heavens are dead. Why are you still loyal to Long Wanyu? Ho Ching was depressed. Shut up. Hutu said angrily. Humph, I don't care. This black-robed man hasn't reached Heavenly Palace peak. You're just waiting for death here. See how this formation works without me. You'll all go to the 6 paths immortal dome like me, humph. Ho Ching snorted. Boom. Ho-Ching left the formation and shot into the distance. As soon as Ho-Ching left, the barrier immediately began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Gu Hai's body flashed and stopped at a spot where the formation was lacking. Immediately, skeleton energy surged into the formation. The formation stabilized again. However, it also used up a lot of Gu Hai's energy. However, Gu Hai extended his hand out of the formation. A skeletal hand stretched out, and everyone who saw it was slightly stunned. A skeleton? This black-robed man was a skeleton? Was it a bone god? However, the crowd was soon stunned by another scene. The skeletal hand reached out, but it didn't use a barrier to protect itself. Instead, the skeletal hand touched the void, but the strange thing was that the skeletal hand didn't melt. Meow. What the hell? That palm is unaffected by the void? Mao Tianyun was shocked. In its shock, it stretched out one of its paws. Sizzle. Sizzle zul 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 zul. After a series of sizzling sounds, the fur on the cat's hand disappeared like water vapor. Meow, you're lying. How can you be fine? Mao Tianyun quickly retracted his hand and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was indeed fine. In fact, there were traces of mysterious void energy entering his body. Not only did it not dissolve Gu Hai, it even strengthened Gu Hai. Brother-in-law, this is? Long Wanyu's eyes lit up as if she had guessed something. Gu Hai nodded. That's right, it's him. Gu Hai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients. Long Wanyu was very excited. I thought it was destroyed. How did it come into being? Your ribs? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, it's actually my spine from my previous life. After most of it was melted by the void energy, it looked like a rib and all the joints were fused into one. Long Wanyu said in shock. It's a pity that his consciousness now. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Brother-in-law, don't worry. It's useless to me. I'm very happy to be able to become brother-in-law's clone. Moreover, this spine was broken before. After I asked someone to fix it for me, I often felt uncomfortable. 800,000 years ago, it mutated in the void. I don't know what kind of mutation it was. Anyway, brother-in-law, you can figure it out yourself. Long Wanyu shook her head. Gu Hai's body nodded. In the outside world, as skeleton Gu Hai absorbed more and more void energy, the supply to the formation increased. For a moment, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Long Wanqing, and Kong Xian all looked at skeleton Gu Hai in shock. Meow, you really haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace. Why is the formation filled with your energy? I don't even need to consume it? Yeah, it seems that we only need to stabilize the formation. We don't need to provide energy? Kong Xian was also surprised. Isn't it better that we don't need to provide energy? Thank you for your trouble. Solemnly, skeleton Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Your voice, Gu Hai? Mao Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, when skeleton Gu Hai and Gu Hai's body were together, no one thought about it. Now that Gu Hai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients, they immediately realized that skeleton Gu Hai's voice and skeleton Gu Hai's body were the same person. Skeleton Gu Hai nodded. Everyone was surprised, but they immediately understood. A doppelganger? This skeleton is Gu Hai's doppelganger? Rolling void energy kept flowing into skeleton Gu Hai's body, strengthening skeleton Gu Hai. It seemed to be helping him to reach the peak of the Heaven Palace. On the other side, the celestial dome of ancients was constantly devouring great Daos. After being shattered by immortal Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan, some of the flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients had already drifted away. Skeleton Gu Hai led everyone to search around for some time. At this moment, they didn't need to consume any of their energy. Naturally, no one complained. Within the celestial dome of ancients, more and more flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients and great Daos merged into the celestial dome of ancients. The entire celestial dome of ancients expanded by more than 100 times. Rumble. Great Daos were erected one after another. The entire world was undergoing a tremendous change. 220 Great Daos. Brother-in-law, this celestial dome of ancients is also becoming more powerful, Long Wanyu said in surprise. The 220 Great Daos were also surging power into Gu Hai's body, healing the injuries of Gu Hai's body. Not long after, Gu Hai's injuries were 80% healed. Other than the 5 people who were setting up the array outside, everyone else was brought into the celestial dome of ancients by Gu Hai. How many Great Daos are there in the flawed celestial dome of ancients? Gu Hai's body looked at Long Wanyu. A total of 300 Great Daos. They are the treasures of 6 paths and I over the years. Long Wanyu exclaimed. Treasures? Gu Hai was puzzled. Of course, Great Daos are not so easy to form. You need to have the most thorough understanding of a Great Dao and have endless energy to fill in the gaps. I have collected them for countless years. In every era, various geniuses helped me comprehend and perfect the rules of each branch of the Great Dao. How many generations did it take to complete the accumulation of one Great Dao? I have collected 200 Great Daos. I don't know where 6 paths found 100 Great Daos. With these 300 Great Daos as the foundation, he collected countless rules to create the embryonic form of the Great Dao. I helped 6 paths wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. Long Wanyu said angrily. We have only found 220 Great Daos. It seems that the other 80 Great Daos have disappeared? Gu Hai sighed slightly. No, the strength of each Great Dao is more powerful than the complete heavenly palace. They will not disappear within a year. Long Wanyu said immediately. If that's the case, let's continue to search. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The group continued to search in the void. Sure enough, one Great Dao after another was found and collected by Gu Hai. Half a year later. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from skeleton Gu Hai's body. It seemed to have formed a wave of air that rushed toward the group. Meow. You made a breakthrough? Complete heavenly palace? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Hudu also looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. Luck. Skeleton Gu Hai nodded. The group looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. This doesn't make sense. In this place, there is only consumption, not accumulation. How did you make a breakthrough? What did you use to make a breakthrough? However, that was the truth. Skeleton Gu Hai really made a breakthrough. The group was speechless and continued to search for Great Dao. 2 months later, they finally found the last Great Dao. Boom! The immortal dome of the ancients swallowed and then closed its mouth. The entire immortal dome of the ancients was now 1% the size of the immortal dome of the 6 paths, and there were 2 realms of yin and yang. A smaller immortal dome of the 6 paths was born. After all, a lot of it was consumed by the void. It is half of the flawed immortal dome. Long Wanyu frowned. I am satisfied. Gu Hai smiled. Brother-in-law, you have the Great Dao of chess? Oh, there is also the Hell Dao, Human Dao, Azura Dao, and Beast Dao? However, there is no extra energy for them to condense. These are the records of the 4 paths of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation. They are the foundation of the 3,000 paths of Dao. If you want to use energy to make them appear, you will need to consume 100 times more energy. Long Wanyu said in surprise. It doesn't matter. We will think of a way to deal with the 4 paths of reincarnation in the future. Gu Hai said with a smile. But, brother-in-law, how did you get their pictures? Isn't it only possible to draw a Great Dao after completely comprehending it? How did you? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Gu Hai did not hide it. He reached out and took the Book of Life and Death. The 305 Great Dao patterns in the Book of Life and Death made Long Wanyu's eyes light up. The Book of Life and Death? It is really the Book of Life and Death. I thought it was taken away by 30. Long Wanyu said in surprise. Gu Hai dismissed everyone. Only Gu Hai and Long Wanyu stood at the entrance of a large hall. Wanyu, you mentioned 30 just now? What is going on? Also, 30 knows about the Book of Life and Death? Gu Hai said in surprise. Of course. However, most people would not know that 30 is already here. He is too old. Long Wanyu recalled. Gu Hai said in surprise. Brother-in-law, do you know how I became heaven in my previous life? Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai. You are the first living being born in heaven and earth? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. No, I am the second living being born in heaven and earth. I am called 30. Long Wanyu recalled. 30? 30 is from the 6th Tao Immortal Dome? Gu Hai said in shock. 6th Tao Immortal Dome? Fine, I will also call it the 6th Tao Immortal Dome. However, speaking of which, 30 is indeed the second creature of the 6th Tao Immortal Dome. Back then, he was the true ruler of the Immortal Dome, the ruler of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome's development was extremely slow, and there were too few creatures. One day, 30 came to find me, saying that he wanted to search the void to see if there were any other immortal dominions. 30? He wants to search for other immortal domes in the void? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes. He said that our world was too boring. There were too few living beings. He had no desire to rule, so he wanted to leave. Hence, he took out the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death had 3,000 records of law, which could mobilize 3,000 great Tao. He forcefully removed the 3,000 records of law from the Book of Life and Death and refined them into Sinyuan. He gave me the Sinyuan and I became the heavens. Then, I ruled heaven and earth. As for him, he left heaven and earth and went to the void. He might have died long ago. Long Wanyu said regretfully. Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? 30 from Earth was the ruler of the 6th Tao Immortal Dome and then invaded Earth? 30 was from the 6th Tao Immortal Dome? Gu Hai would not have believed it if it were someone else. However, Long Wanyu was the reincarnation of the heavens. Her words were naturally the truth. Even so, Gu Hai took a long time to recover from the shock of the news. Chapter 1053. 30 is the second living being, and was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Did you just say that 30 has a strong desire to rule? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Yes, he cares more about his own strength. In order to perfect his cultivation system, he slaughtered almost all the living beings in the world and collected their souls to practice his technique. After that, new living beings were born. He ruled over billions of living beings, but he felt that it was too little and too weak. It was like a human ruling over ant. There was no sense of accomplishment, so he went to the void to find another immortal firmament. But how could there be another immortal firmament in the void? Infinity begets Taiji. Infinity begets nothing, and Taiji begets something. The void is the opposite of our immortal firmament. Long Wanyu frowned. What will happen if the 30th returns? Gu Hai asked with a frown. 30? Comes back? Isn't he dead? Long Wanyu was stunned. What if he's not dead? Gu Hai asked again. Solemnly. Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai in surprise, then frowned. He will immediately seize control of heaven and earth. Moreover, he treats the common people even more coldly than Yuanshi Tianzuan and the dominator of samsara. Moreover, with 30 strength, the dominator of samsara might not be able to stop him. 30 gave me Sinyuan before he left, but he must have a backup plan. It won't be difficult for him to take control of the immortal firmament. Long Wanyu recalled. I understand. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. But brother-in-law, 30 is most likely dead. The one we should worry about the most is still Jiang Chen. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen? Gu Hai was confused. Yes. Although I was killed by Rokudo Shinkuan, perhaps Jiang Chen's shadow was also involved. Long Wanyu guessed. Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. He's the source of chaos. Long One Yu said with a frown. What do you mean? What's the background of this Jiang Qin? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not too sure either. He appeared out of nowhere 30,000 years after 30 years' time. At that time, the world was peaceful and I was a peace-loving person. However, Jiang Qin was always causing wars and riots. Long One Yu recalled. Why would he want to cause a riot? Gu Hai was puzzled. He said that the people of this world are too weak, and they can't stand up to the wind and rain. He needs to make the people of this world stronger. Peace can't be exchanged for strength. Only battles, continuous battles, can nurture peerless experts one after another. Long One Yu recalled. Nurture peerless experts? Why? Gu Hai asked in shock. This Jiang Qin didn't want to seize the world, but was nurturing the experts of the divine continent? He seems to know of 30's existence, so he hopes to nurture peerless experts to deal with 30. Long One Yu recalled. Jiang Qin has a grudge with 30? Gu Hai asked in shock. Perhaps, but it's also very strange. 30 and Jiang Qin have never met before. I don't understand either. Oh, right, back then, the witch tribe was created by Jiang Qin. He led a group of humans and taught them strange cultivation technique. No, he only led them through the door, but let the witch tribe explore on their own. They explored one strange cultivation technique after another, and then fought against the demons. He didn't want the results, he only wanted the process, he only wanted the strong. He didn't want the witch tribe, but he controlled the war between the witch tribe and the demons. He wanted to use the war to make the strongest in the world stronger. Long One Yu recalled. No wonder Jiang Qin stopped the war when the witch tribe was about to win. Gu Hai said with a frown. No one knows what Jiang Qin is thinking. Back then, the war between the witch tribe and the demons caused countless casualties. Of course, I couldn't bear to see it, so I went to find Jiang Qin to reason. But Jiang Qin kept avoiding me, and I didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted war, and I wanted peace. Perhaps Rokuto Shinkuin's appearance was to help Jiang Qin kick away this stumbling block, eh? Long One Yu laughed bitterly. You're right. In times of peace, humans are humans. In times of war, humans are worse than dogs. Your policy of peace allowed all living things to retain their dignity, Gu Hai consoled. Long One Yu nodded. Right, that day you merged Hichu into the Golden Dragon. Why? Gu Hai asked curiously. I think it's good to have Long One Yu's body in this life. Although Hudu and the others used the power of faith to help me rebuild my physical body, the Golden Dragon's physical body was very different from my previous life. I didn't want it. I didn't want them to work for nothing, so I absorbed some of the power I needed to improve my cultivation. Then I gave it to Hichu. Long One Yu said with a smile. How much did your cultivation improve? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm now at the second level of Heavenly Palace. Long One Yu said proudly. All right. You decide for yourself your own path. Gu Hai nodded. It's a pity that Hichu seems to be very unlucky. Long One Yu said regretfully. Yes, I don't know what the result is now. However, the flawed immortal dome has been collected. We should go back. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long One Yu nodded. 6 Paths Immortal Dome Divine Continent. Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair was a little messy. He grabbed the Golden Dragon and returned to the premier hall. Boom! The Golden Dragon fell on the square of the main hall and smashed a large number of stone slabs. At this moment, his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't move. The Golden Dragon Hichu was in despair. Why am I so unlucky? Greetings, sect leader. A group of Wansho Taoism disciples came forward to pay their respects in surprise. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored them and looked up at the sky. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky and rolled down. A crack appeared in the middle. Suddenly, the black eye of heaven stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Walala! In an instant, All the Wansho Taoism disciples knelt down under the heavenly might. Yuanshi Tianzuan? The immortal of 6 paths shouted coldly from the sky. Oh, immortal of 6 paths? You know what I'm capable of in the previous battle. Why? Do you want to fight again? Your main body is still in seclusion, right? Come out and let me fight you again. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan did not give in at all. He looked at the eye of heaven with a cold expression. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, all the Wansho Taoism disciples shuddered. As for the others who were paying attention to this place, they were also shocked. Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? How dare he speak to the immortal of 6 paths like this? However, the immortal of 6 paths didn't say anything. He just stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. For a moment, the Wansho Taoism entrance fell into a strange atmosphere. Far away, at the entrance of the Divine Temple in the Western Spirit Mountain, Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the entrance of the Wansho Taoism entrance with a smile. Yuanshi Tianzuan? You've cultivated the spiritual light left by 30 to this level? Even the immortal of 6 paths hesitated? Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. It seemed to have sensed Jiang Chun's gaze. The eye of heaven in the distance suddenly turned around. From a distance, it looked coldly at Jiang Chun, who was at the entrance of the Divine Temple. Humph, Jiang Chun? Yuanshi Tianzuan? Wait a little longer and enjoy yourself. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The immortal of 6 paths snorted coldly in the sky. Let's wait and see. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Jiang Chun in the distance also smiled slightly. Rumble! The eye of heaven slowly closed, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. The immortal of 6 paths finally left. At this moment, the disciples of the Wansho Taoism were stunned because they seemed to understand something from the immortal of 6 paths' words. Even the immortal of 6 paths couldn't do anything to the sect leader now. Just how strong was the sect leader? Everyone was shocked. The immortal of 6 paths couldn't do anything even though he knew there was a heaven-defying person. Only the Long Zhangua could be so domineering. Is the sect leader as strong as the Long Zhangua? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared coldly at Jiang Chun, who just arrived at the entrance of the temple. Jiang Chun looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He smiled at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Jiang Chun and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a little confused, but he also knew that Jiang Chun was powerful. He relied on his true strength to make the immortal of 6 paths compromise while his real body was in seclusion. Is Jiang Chun the same? Humph! He snorted coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored Jiang Chun. He turned his head and looked at the golden dragon on the ground. Transform into your human form and come in with me. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at the golden dragon. The golden dragon was instantly freed from the restraints as if it was free. Yuanshi Tianzuan put his hands behind his back and entered the primeval hall. The golden dragon slowly transformed into a thin man. His appearance was exactly the same as the He-Tu from 800,000 years ago. He-Chu watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the primeval hall. This was the best time to escape, but He-Chu didn't dare. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who didn't even take the immortal of 6 paths seriously. He was like a chicken in his hands. Escape? Wasn't that courting death? Why am I so unlucky? He-Chu cried sadly as he followed Yuanshi Tianzuan into the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan has traces of the Great Path in his hands. Could it be the pattern of the laws? Looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength is going to rise to another level. Allah, there's a message from the Guqin figurine of Wansho Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan is challenging the immortal of 6 paths. Long Aotian hurried over. Long Aotian, the son of Dragon Goding, was now following Jiang Chun. I already know, Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, Allah is invincible, Long Aotian said respectfully. It looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan fought with the immortal of 6 paths in the void. And Yuanshi Tianzuan got the golden dragon? And could that be the Sinuan of the immortal of sage heaven? Jiang Chen frowned and analyzed. What did you say, Allah? Long Aotian was puzzled. Long Aotian, Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes. Long Aotian's face suddenly became serious. Go to the underworld's Yellow Spring Sea and help me find out the situation there. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, but what do you need? Long Aotian was puzzled. The Yellow Spring Sea? I haven't been there for 100,000 years. There are a few yellow spring paths there that lead to the immortal of sage heaven. Huda was doing something there and I didn't disturb her. But it looks like all her plans were in vain. Yuanshi Tianzuan got a lot of benefit. The immortal of sage heaven must have been destroyed without the protection of Sinuan. Go and take a look. If there's anything unusual, report to me. If there's nothing unusual, just leave it. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes. I have to go somewhere, so I don't have time to find out. When you come back, if I'm not there, just wait for me. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Chen said. Yes. Long Aotian replied. Whoosh. Jiang Chen's body swayed and disappeared. Chapter 1054. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Mosquito Doran's black mosquito had swallowed the crazy Dahong. The boundless resentment had also replenished Mosquito Doran's heart of darkness, which was the heart of the mosquito. Mosquito Doran's body suddenly expanded, and a powerful aura was emitted. Mosquito Doran, have you reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm? Dragon Shenying asked. Mosquito Doran shook his head. Not yet. It's not enough. I need this resentment. Gu Hai was puzzled. I'm still a little short. Your Majesty, I'm useless. Mosquito Doran smiled bitterly. It's fine if you haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm. Just increase your cultivation. Gu Hai consoled. Yes. Mosquito Doran nodded. Since Matriarch Ji sent someone to cultivate the heart control, it shouldn't be just Dahong. There should be others. We will wait for an opportunity in the future. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. In the great Yellow Dynasty of the Divine Continent, in an extremely remote mountain valley. Matriarch Ji stood outside the mountain valley, listening to the miserable screams of a woman coming from within. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Give me back my son. A woman's miserable screams rang out. A torrential resentment seemed to have dyed the sky black. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It was as though something had exploded. Soon, a white-robed man was dragged out by a group of great Yellow Dynasty guards. The white-robed man's head exploded, and he died miserably. His holiness failed again. A guard said respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. What's the situation inside? Your Majesty, we have imitated Dahong's original method to assist in the cultivation of this sorcerer tribe's secret technique. However, until now, only Dahong has been able to withstand the resentment of a pregnant woman who lost her child while cultivating this technique. The others have all been overwhelmed by resentment and their brains exploded. A guard said bitterly. Only Dahong was able to cultivate it? Matriarch Ji asked with an ugly expression. Yes. For now, no one was able to endure it, except for those that Lord Dahong extradited. However, those people were Dahong's subordinate. Dahong had to pass some sorcerer chi to them every now and then. Otherwise, their 3 souls would explode and die. Only Lord Dahong was able to cultivate it. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch. Matriarch Ji's expression. Matriarch Ji followed. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Gus body. Said Matriarch Arch. Dahong extradited a total of 100 people. This time, he only brought 50 people to chase after Gu Hai. The other 50 people remained in Xianyuan City. However, they all died in one night. With De Hong's death, the heart essence in their glabella was no longer restrained. They were all overwhelmed by resentment. Matriarch Ji coldly said, "I wonder if Gu Hai is dead." Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression, "When using the mind control technique, we have to exhaust the resentment. I have not used it for many years because I was waiting for an opportunity to control all the emperors and matriarchs. Unfortunately, before I could do it, he was..." Matriarch Ji's expression turned gloomy. "What should we do now?" Matriarch Ji asked anxiously. "Continue. Continue to find people to test. Find those heinous people from the prison and test them one by one. Eventually, we will find someone similar to De Hong. I don't believe that no one can cultivate this technique after losing De Hong." Matriarch Ji said coldly. "Yes. In the void. It's in that direction. Quick, we are back." Mao Tianyun said happily. After choosing to return, Gu Hai and his group wandered in the void for almost a month. Under Long Wanyu's guidance, they found the way back to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. They saw a huge object in front of them. The outer area was naturally filled with stars that were distorted by time. Seeing these stars, everyone felt a sense of familiarity. "This is the Six Paths Immortal Dome. We are back?" Just as everyone was about to rush into the stars, Goddess Ho Tu's expression suddenly changed. "That is? Ho Qing?" Goddess Ho Tu exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Goddess Ho Tu's exclamation. They saw a huge yellow net at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The net was flowing in a liquid state, as though yellow energy was continuously flowing out from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. In the center of the net, Ho Qing was tied up in the shape of the Chinese character. His body was emitting waves of black gas as though his strength was melting away. "Ho Qing is tied up? He didn't return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome?" Kong Xian said in surprise. "Serves him right. Meow, he should have run." Mao Tianyun said with a glare. "Is this the power of the Yellow Spring Sea? The Yellow Spring water is continuously supplying the formation to prevent Ho Qing from returning. It has been more than half a year. Ho Qing can't hold on any longer, right?" Long Wanqing said in shock. "He has been in the void for more than half a year. Ho Qing can't hold on any longer. Mr. Good." Goddess Ho Tu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of pleading in her eyes. No matter how angry she was, Ho Qing was still her younger brother. She naturally wanted to save Ho Qing. However, she knew that Long Wanyu listened to Gu Hai. Everything still needed Gu Hai's approval. "Let's go." Gu Hai nodded. "Thank you," Goddess Ho Tu said gratefully. When Ho Qing left the group earlier, it could be said that he had betrayed everyone. Gu Hai had gone to save Ho Qing because of him. The group quickly walked towards the Yellow Spring Great Array and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. "Let me go." Ho Qing was extremely weak at this moment. He couldn't even speak. The void power surged into his body and kept breaking down Ho Qing's strength. Ho Qing no longer had the strength to struggle. His body would be broken down soon. A green ball of light was between Ho Qing's eyebrows. Half of it was in Ho Qing's body, while the other half was exposed. "Keek, Ho Qing, you're so stubborn. You're still alive. Don't blame us. Blame your zombie progenitor seed for being too precious. Or blame yourself for being too stupid. We just finished setting up the array and you came back." Keek. A sinister laugh came from the great array. Ho Qing trembled. "I can give you the zombie progenitor seed. Let me go." "Let you go? Keek, do you think we're stupid? When Chun Shinsho asked me to come here, I was only going to kill Gu Hai and get my revenge. But I didn't expect to get such a reward. Once the zombie progenitor seed is removed from your body, I can create a new wind zombie progenitor. Ho Qing, you haven't matured for so many years. It's a waste for the zombie progenitor seed to fall into your hands." The sinister voice laughed again. Let me go. Dongfang Shou, let me go if you dare. Fight me one-on-one. Ho Qing roared. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? One-on-one? Even against Gu Hai, I'm not going to show up. Instead, I'm going to activate the array on the Yellow Spring Sea. The array here was set up by Jiang Lianshan. It uses the Yellow Spring water as the foundation and can extend beyond the void. Humph, Jiang Lianshan wanted to learn from Rokudo Shinkuan and kill beyond the Immortal Dome. That's why he set up this Yellow Spring water array. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this array is a joke. It can't stop Immortal of Six Paths. Even a peak heavenly palace wouldn't fall for it if they were careful. But, Ho Qing, you're so stupid. Ha ha, Jiang Lianshan didn't even set it up and you fell for it? Dongfang Shou's mocking voice came again. Roar. Ho Qing roared gloomily. Just you wait. Soon, your body will be decomposed. The moment you're completely dismembered will be the moment I take the zombie progenitor seed. Dongfang Shou's voice came from the array. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ho Qing was filled with grief and indignation. But now, he couldn't break free at all. The array was being drained, but the Yellow Spring water kept pouring out to replenish it. He couldn't do anything. At this moment, Ho Qing finally regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come back alone. It was all Gu Hai's fault. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, he wouldn't have lost his composure. In a daze, Ho Qing weakly closed his eyes. Whoosh! Just as Ho Qing was in despair, a ball of light suddenly appeared. It was Gu Hai and the others. Is this a longevity array? The unborn man was shocked. A longevity array? Gu Hai was shocked. Yes, Your Majesty. You just need to hit the 8 Yellow Spring ropeways to break the array. The unborn man pointed out. Ho Qing, how did you become like this? Hodu shouted. Hodu anxiously followed the unborn man's instructions and sent out 8 beams of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The Yellow Spring weak water array exploded with a loud boom. Ho Qing was immediately relieved. Sister, is that you? Sister. Ho Qing immediately woke up. He was overjoyed when he saw Hotu. Who dares to break my array? A furious voice suddenly came from the other side of the array. Gu Hai sneered. Dongfang Shou? You've been searching high and low, and now you've run into me? Whoosh! The group instantly rushed into the 6 Paths Immortal Dome among the billions of stars. They returned to the sky above the Yellow Spring Sea. As soon as they entered the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Although there wasn't much danger before, they were on tenterhooks every day in that void. They had enough. The moment they stepped into the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, everyone suddenly felt relieved. As for Master Shou, Dongfang Shou? Kong Xian, find Dongfang Shou and capture him. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Kong Xian's figure flashed and rushed towards the direction of the voice. Huda kept channeling energy into Ho Qing's body to help him heal his injuries. Although Ho Qing was awake now, he seemed to have lost a lot of his cultivation. He couldn't move his body and there were large cracks on his body. Sister, I'm sorry. Ho Qing said regretfully. Meow, haha, Ho Qing, weren't you reluctant to admit your mistake earlier? Mao Tianyun mocked. Gu Hai's main body stepped out of the immortal dome of ancient. Long Wanqing immediately stepped forward and held Gu Hai's hand. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. Wanqing, we're back. Gu Hai's main body held Long Wanqing's hand and said. Long Wanqing said gently. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Goding, and Long Wanyu all stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients with Gu Hai's main body. Long Wanyu looked at her sister enviously. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Goding, and the unborn man rushed towards Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Chapter 1055. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai had left the infinite sky for almost a year. Most of the officials thought that Gu Hai was in seclusion. Only a minority knew that Gu Hai had gone out on business. In these days, some major events had happened in the Divine Continent, casting a shadow over the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. outside the Great Strength Hall. Chen Xian was waiting with Gu Qin and the other officials. Some of the officials were pacing back and forth anxiously. Quang! The door to the Great Strength Hall opened suddenly. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Mahavairakana, who had walked out. Mahavairakana, how are Shangguan Hen, Ao Xing, and Gu Han? Chen Xian asked anxiously. Ba, they have already passed the most dangerous period. They will recover in a while. Mahavairakana said solemnly. Phew! Everyone outside the hall breathed a sigh of relief. However, Montez, Gao Xianji, Gu Qin, and Chen Tianshan were still shrouded in a shadow. Shangguan Hen and Gu Han were great circle heavenly palaces. Yet they had suffered such injuries. They had been in great danger previously. Empress Chen, I will treat Shangguan Hen and the others. But those outside? Mahavairakana frowned. Those who dared to trespass in the infinite sky capital have all been poisoned to death by me. Don't worry, unless Matriarch Ji and her army come, no one can enter. Chen Xian said angrily. Empress Chen is mighty. However, there are also some spies in the infinite sky capital. Mahavairakana frowned. Mahavairakana Buddha, don't worry. The embroidered uniform guards have already placed the entire city under martial law. They will definitely find all the spies. Montez said immediately. Mahavairakana nodded. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Too many things have happened this year. I only hope that Mr. Good will return soon. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Everyone nodded. Only Empress Chen felt tormented. This was because when Immortal Six Dao and Yuanshi Tianzuan fought and shattered the Immortal Dome, the Yellow Springs Road was cut off. Thus, Chen Xian couldn't sense Gu Hai anymore. At first, Chen Xian was terrified, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. He had been bearing it all by himself. She firmly believed that her husband would be fine, but after half a year, Chen Xian was also afraid. What if? What should he do? There was a thick layer of fog surrounding the limitless celestial capital. On a mountain peak outside the fog stood a group of black-robed men. Sir, the boundless heavenly capital is too hard to chew on. We've already lost so many people. What should we do now? The group of black-robed men looked at their leader. No one knows what's going on inside. Has no one ever come out? The black-robed leader asked in a deep voice. How can they come out? The fog is poisonous. Even perfection heavenly palace cultivators can't stand it. Who dares to go in? A subordinate shook his head. Don't worry. His Holiness will soon be free to destroy the limitless celestial capital. Also, I heard that Old Fourth of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land is coming soon. The black-robed leader said. What about Old Fourth? That great demon? The group of black-robed men shuddered instinctively. Yes, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty suffered a great loss this time. Gu Hai didn't appear. I think he must have met with misfortune. His fate is gone, his emperor is dead, and the Dahan is a thing of the past. The black-robed leader sneered. Yes, his fate is gone. Gu Hai must have died long ago. The group of black-robed men nodded, just as everyone looked at the limitless celestial capital mockingly. Gu Hai and his group returned to the immortal dome of the Sixth Tao and entered the Yellow Springs Sea. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound echoed in the sky above the limitless celestial capital. In the cloudless sky, golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Waves of fate came from all directions and rushed toward the limitless celestial capital. Fate, endless and boundless fate. A rolling sea of fate suddenly appeared and condensed into a 40,000-mile-long golden dragon of fate. Roar! The golden dragon of fate roared. Its voice spread to all parts of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Heaven and earth shook. Silence. The group of black-robed men outside the limitless celestial capital suddenly froze. They just said that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's fate was gone and the emperor was dead. In the blink of an eye, the fate was back? How was this possible? And my lord, the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate is back. Gu Hai is back? A subordinate said blankly. Go, leave the limitless celestial capital immediately. The black-robed leader shivered and turned to shoot into the distance. The limitless celestial capital without Gu Hai was already scary enough. Now that Gu Hai was back, he would definitely take revenge. Revenge? Then the first thing he would do would be to get rid of these troublemakers outside. The black-robed men all fled. The spies from all over the world also left quickly to avoid harming the innocent. After almost a year, Gu Hai appeared again? Above the limitless celestial capital. Everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. The rolling fate and the huge golden dragon made everyone's eyes turn red. Father is coming back. Guqin shouted excitedly. The fate is back. Everything is going to be good. Mo Yike secretly sighed. Good things come after bad. Mahavairakana said with a smile. Chen Xian's eyes suddenly turned red. Little Qin, you'll be in charge here. Chen Xian said before disappearing in a flash. Chen Xian returned to her bedroom. Because she didn't want others to see her tears, she was worried for so long. Chen Xian was so happy that she cried. Husband, you're still alive. That's great. Xian is so scared that we will be separated from each other again. Chen Xian cried very loudly and laughed very loudly. Yin Realm, Extreme North, Yellow Springs Sea. Gu Hai's group returned. Dongfang Shou used the Yellow Springs weak water formation to trap Ho Qing, causing him to be extremely weak. The moment Gu Hai's group entered the Six Immortal Dome, he ordered Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Kong Xian naturally obeyed the order and left. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Shenying followed closely behind. However, the strange thing was that the unborn man also took the initiative to chase after them. The Yellow Springs Sea was a huge sea with waves that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, the yellow water soared into the sky. Below, on what seemed to be an island, a group of figures stood. Most of them were Yin Realm's Ghost Kings. At this moment, they were looking at the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars that soared into the sky and into the void. The Yellow Springs weak water formation in the void was broken, and the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars descended again. In front of the group of Ghost Kings stood two figures. One was a skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a short young man in white robe. Dongfang Shou, something happened. Is that Kong Xian? The skinny old man in black robes asked worriedly. Chun Shinsho, what are you afraid of? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if that's Kong Xian? You are now under the heavenly demon Holy Land. When you came to ask me for help, you were not so cowardly. The white-robed Dongfang Shou sneered. How can that be the same? I thought that the formation set up by Jiang Lianshan was powerful, but wasn't it broken in an instant? Kong Xian is in the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Our cultivation is far from his. Chun Shinsho said anxiously. What are you worried about? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if he is in the consummation of Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou said coldly. As he spoke, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. Boom! A towering fog surged out of the Yellow Springs Sea. In an instant, Tongtian Shou was enveloped in it. Screech! Kong Xian shouted and entered the yellow fog. For a moment, he seemed to be lost in it. What a powerful formation! Dongfang Shou, you can control the formation here? Chun Shinsho said in surprise. Didn't you look for me because you want to use the formation here? That's right. Back then, I followed Jiang Lianshan here to set up the formation, so I have some understanding of it. However, you know that old bastard Jiang Lianshan. He won't tell you all his trump cards. I know at most 1/10 of the formation here. There are still 90% that I don't know. However, even this 1/10 is enough to deal with Kong Xian and the others. Dongfang Shou sneered. Why? Chun Shinsho asked in confusion. Do you know how Jiang Lianshan obtained so many secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe? Also, the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon? Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Oh! That's because of a survivor of the sorcerer tribe. Legend has it that in the last battle between the sorcerer tribe and the sorcerer tribe, Jiang Chen suddenly turned against the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's intention. All the branches of the sorcerer tribe gathered their secret techniques, and a great elder escaped with them. That great elder even escaped from Jiang Chen's surveillance. After several reincarnations, he finally met Jiang Lianshan and was subdued by Jiang Lianshan. He gave all the secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe to Jiang Lianshan and wanted to restore the sorcerer tribe's glory. This is the last place that great elder stayed. Here, he set up a strange formation for Jiang Lianshan to help Jiang Lianshan kill the immortal of six paths in the future. The underworld weak water formation just now was one of the formations. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. What about the great elder? Chun Shinshou asked curiously. He was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Why? Chun Shinshou asked in surprise. I don't know why the great elder went crazy, but he drowned Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. Dongfang Shou recalled. That Jing Wei? Jing Wei was drowned by that great elder? Chun Shinshou asked in surprise. That's right. That's why Jing Wei is just a spirit body. Isn't he attached to Lin Wan Er's body now? That Lin Wan Er seems to be Gu Hai's woman. Sooner or later they will fight. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. He drowned the girl, and the girl's spirit turned into Jing Wei. What about the girl's body? Wouldn't it be fine to find the body and possess it again? Chun Shinshou asked doubtfully. I don't know. The girl's body fell into the sea and disappeared. It should have been eaten by the fish and prawns. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Then why did the great elder want to drown Jing Wei? Who knows? In any case, Jiang Lianshan was incomparably angry and buried the great elder with him. Dongfang Shou said coldly. All of you, follow my instructions and enter the formation. It's best to find Gu Hai and kill him quickly. Kill him as soon as possible. Dongfang Shou said to the ghost kings behind him. Us! Don't worry. This great underworld formation has the poison of the weak water. They won't be able to survive very soon. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. They can't escape in this fog? Chun Shinshou laughed. That's right. The great underworld fog? They can't break it. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. Just as Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black gust of wind swept in all directions. All of a sudden, the earth-shattering yellow fog was sucked into a huge mouth. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the yellow fog disappeared and entered Kong Xian's mouth. Kong Xian floated in midair and looked coldly at Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinshou and the others on the island. What? Impossible, how did he? Dongfang Shou said in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinshou, surrender. Kong Xian glared and shouted coldly. Chapter 1056. What? Impossible. How did he? Dongfang Shou exclaimed in shock. Dongfang Shou, Chun Shinshou, surrender yourselves. Kong Xian glared and shouted coldly. Kong Xian was standing in the air. Even though he was far away, he still posed a great threat to Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinshou. Fly? He can fly on the Yellow Spring Sea? Isn't he at the 9th level of Heavenly Palace? Chun Shinshou's expression changed. Complete Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou's expression changed as well. Although he spoke arrogantly, Kong Xian's breakthrough in cultivation had completely disrupted Dongfang Shou's train of thought. It's fine if you don't surrender yourselves. Your formation is useless against me. I'll catch you myself. Kong Xian's figure flashed as he charged towards Dongfang Shou. Not good. Activate. Chun Shinshou, quick. Activate the formation with me. Dongfang Shou's expression darkened. Boom! The two of them quickly activated a huge rock on the island. 1. Suddenly, the yellow spring sea around them seemed to have exploded. A large amount of seawater shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it drowned the island and Kong Xian. Huge waves surged in the yellow spring sea. Just as Kong Xian's palm was about to grab everyone, a palm strangely surged out of the yellow spring sea and clashed with Kong Xian's palm. Hong! The collision of the two palms caused the yellow spring sea, which was already in chaos, to surge again. Under the palm, Kong Xian paused and looked at the person in front of him in shock. It was a human figure formed by the yellow spring sea water. It was none other than Kong Xian. What? Kong Xian's expression darkened. Kong Xian looked at him, and he looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian did not move, and neither did Kong Xian in the yellow spring sea. Humph. You want to stop me with a broken puppet? Kong Xian's expression turned cold. The six-colored divine light was flung out. What was strange was that yellow spring Kong Xian also threw out a six-colored divine light. Boom! With a loud bang, the two six-colored divine lights seemed to be evenly matched. Impossible! Kong Xian immediately rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom! Kong Xian and Huangquan Kong Xian immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Ha ha ha, Dongfeng longevity array, this array is not bad. It's not a longevity array, right? What is this? Chun Shinsho asked in shock. That was the consummate level of the heavenly palace. How could he block it? I told you, this is a formation set up by the great elder of the sorcerer tribe. I can only activate 1/10 of it at most. However, it's already activated 1/10 of it. It's enough. As long as we're on this island, we won't lose. Dongfeng Shou said proudly. In the distance, Kong Xian and Huangquan Kong Xian were engaged in a fierce battle. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ing had also arrived. However, above the Yellow Spring Sea, the rules were chaotic. There was even a strange force that suppressed their flight. Both of them fell into the Yellow Spring Sea at almost the same time. This is the sorcerer tribe's formation? The unborn man's expression changed. He also fell. However, the unborn man took out a huge mountain and threw it into the Yellow Spring Sea, forming a huge island. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon Deity Ing immediately climbed onto the island. One. On the Yellow Spring Sea, 3 figures of yellow spring water slowly condensed. They were Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Deity Ing, and the unborn man, exactly the same as us? This formation is really strange. Dragon Deity Ing said in surprise. I don't believe that they have my special ability. I'll go first. Mosquito Daoran glared and was about to attack. Wait, don't move. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Mosquito Daoran paused and looked up into the sky. Gu Hai and his group had landed on the island. Hum. On the surface of the sea, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, and the others condensed from the yellow springs appeared. Don't move. This is one of the strongest formations of the sorcerer tribe in the past, the Yellow Springs self-formation. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Witchcraft array? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes. Actually, these Yellow Springs doppelgangers are all fake. No, they can be considered real. They are formed because of your heart. If your heart is not moved, they are trash and will not do anything. If you have any thoughts of attacking them, they will immediately attack you. Moreover, they have the same strength as you. Their strength comes from your heart, so as long as you attack, you will be attacking yourself. Long Wanyu explained. Huh! Mosquito Daoran was surprised. If you don't move, they won't move. Ask Kong Xian to stop. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Kong Xian, back off! Gu Hai shouted. Kong Xian, who was fighting furiously in the distance, was startled. However, he still obeyed the order and quickly retreated. Buzz! When Kong Xian retreated, the Yellow Springs Kong Xian also retreated. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent Yellow Springs Sea calmed down. the Yellow Springs Sea would condense a corresponding Yellow Springs doppelganger. If they continue to fight, they will be exhausted to death. It is indeed a strange formation, Gu Hai said in surprise. The sea gradually calmed down. Gradually, they saw Chun Shinsho, Dongfang Shou, and the others on the opposite island. They even had their own Yellow Springs doppelgangers on the periphery of the island. Dongfang Shou. Gu Hai suddenly sneered. Chun Shinsho was anxious. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? Why don't they fight? Dongfang Shou, hurry up and activate it. What should we do next? If we don't move, why don't you let them do it? Gu Hai laughed. Dongfang Shou's face turned ugly. How do you know about this formation? Just the few of you? Gu Hai sneered. What's wrong with us? If you have the ability, why don't you come and catch us? Dongfang Shou said with hatred. Gu Hai would not be fooled. If he rushed up now, the Yellow Springs doppelganger would attack him. Gu Hai smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble. The entrance to the immortal dome of ancients opened. A powerful suction force instantly sucked in the Yellow Springs water. The Yellow Springs water surged into the immortal dome of ancients. Don't worry, this emperor will come. When this emperor drains the Yellow Springs water, let's see how you escape, Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned at this moment. Not long ago, in the void, he forcefully absorbed the fragments of the immortal dome of ancients. However, in the Yellow Springs Sea, it was extremely difficult to extract them. It was as if there was a force dragging the Yellow Springs water. However, Gu Hai still pretended to be casual. This scene made Dongfang Shou's face change drastically. This formation was indeed powerful. However, without the Yellow Springs water, this formation was nothing. If Gu Hai drained all of the Yellow Springs water, wouldn't he be dead? Let's go. Chun Shinsho led the Ghost Kings to leave. Boom. Chun Shinsho's Yellow Springs doppelganger appeared on the surface of the sea, blocking their way. Dongfang Shou, we can't leave too? What kind of formation is this? Chun Shinsho complained immediately. How would I know? Dongfang Shou said anxiously. However, this longevity array is indeed powerful. If it can block Kongxian, then there must be even more powerful ones. Can you activate it to block them? At least let us leave, right? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. I can't do anything. Once this 10th is activated, it can't be stopped. If I activate the remaining 90%, it will be out of my control. Jiang Lianshan, that old fool, didn't tell me. Dongfang Shou said anxiously. Then why don't you try activating it? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. But what if? What if? Is there anything worse than this? Once Gu Hai drains the Yellow Springs water, we won't be able to escape, Chun Shinsho urged. Okay, I'll try, but… No buts. Quick, I'll help you. How? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Activate this. We'll completely activate this formation. Dongfang Shou pointed at the formation diagram on a large rock. Okay. The two moved at almost the same time. Buzz. Suddenly, the formation diagram lit up. At the same time, the entire Yellow Springs Sea suddenly became as flat as a mirror. A huge formation diagram strangely appeared. The formation diagram emitted a dazzling yellow light and suddenly froze. Boom. A huge force pressed down on the Yellow Springs Sea. It seemed to have created a powerful defensive force that prevented the ancient immortal dome from absorbing the Yellow Springs water. Gu Hai's face darkened. It's working. He can't absorb the Yellow Springs water. Chun Shinsho suddenly said excitedly. But, it seems like we can't escape, Dongfang Shou said with an ugly expression. That was because the Yellow Springs avatars around them did not disappear. They were still in the same place, staring at their main bodies. A Ghost King rushed out. Immediately, the corresponding Yellow Springs avatars blocked it. They won't let us go. What should we do? Chun Shinsho said anxiously. Your Majesty! Dragon God Ing suddenly shouted from afar. Everyone looked over. They saw that Dragon God Ying's Yellow Springs avatars had disappeared. Meow. Dragon God Ying, why is your Yellow Springs avatars gone? Mao Tianyun said in surprise. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. I don't know either. Long Wanyu shook its head. Although Long Wanyu had heard of this formation, it did not know the specific details. Kong Xian tested it again. As long as Kong Xian attacked, the Yellow Springs avatars would fight him again. Furthermore, they would stop everyone from leaving. Wait, I feel like my blood is disappearing, Dragon God Ying said in surprise. Dragon God Ying's pores were emitting faint blood qi. The blood qi was being absorbed by the Yellow Springs Seas formation. And Ho Qing? Ho Qing too? Hutu said in surprise. Ho Qing was also extremely weak at the moment. However, the zombie ancestor seed between his eyebrows was emitting waves of green light. It seemed like it was going to fly out and enter the Yellow Springs Seas formation. Dragon God Ying and Ho Qing's Yellow Springs avatars are gone. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation does not target zombies? The two of them can leave the Yellow Springs Sea, but it is absorbing their blood qi. Does this mean that this witchcraft formation has something to do with zombies? Gu Hai said in a low voice. That's right. Everyone's eyes lit up. Dragon God Ying, you are now unimpeded in the Yellow Springs Sea. Take us out of the Yellow Springs Sea and take down Dongfang Shou and the others. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Dragon God Ying answered. Although they did not know what was going on, Dragon God Ying was no longer restricted. Dongfang Shou and the others were terrified. Dongfang Shou, what's going on? I asked you to activate the formation. How are you going to activate it against us? Chun Shinshou said anxiously. I don't know either. I can't control this formation. Dongfang Shou said gloomily. Your Majesty, I will lift this island from the bottom of the sea and bring it to the shore. We will leave this formation together. Don't fight. Dragon God Ying said. Okay. Gu Hai and the others answered. Dongfang Shou and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Dragon God Ying was about to enter the Yellow Springs Sea. However, at this moment, a voice interrupted Dragon God Ying. Father, Gu Hai is Grandpa Xing's murderer. How can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. They saw Long Outyin on the shore. Chapter 1057. Imperial Father, Gu Hai is Grandpa Xing's murderer. How can you submit to him? Suddenly, a disappointed voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. They saw Long Outyin on the shore. Outyin. Long Shenying's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. However, Long Outyin furrowed his brows and looked coldly at Gu Hai. Imperial Father, don't you want to kill Gu Hai to avenge Grandpa Xing? Outyin, many things are not what you think. It's great that you're back. Father was thinking about how to find you, but since you're back, come home with me. Long Shenying said with a smile. Home? Humph, Imperial Father, we no longer have a home. The moment Gu Hai killed Grandpa Xing, we no longer have a home. Even if you don't take revenge, your son will. Also, I've already told Allah, as long as Father is willing to enter the seizing shrine, Allah will give you a seat. Long Outyin said. Long Shenying narrowed his eyes. Outyin, what nonsense are you saying? What do you mean no home? Father is telling you, it's not what you think, there's more to your Grandpa Xing's death. Why don't you believe me? Moreover, that Jiang Chun doesn't have good intentions, being his subordinate is like asking a tiger for its skin. Imperial Father, I think you're confused. Allah gave me power, and Allah gave you power. How dare you say he doesn't have good intentions? Humph, anyway, I don't believe this Gu Hai. Long Outyin said angrily. Presumptuous. Long Shenying said angrily. Long Outyin suddenly looked at Ho Qing and his eyes lit up. Ho Qing? He's Ho Qing? Long Outyin said in surprise. That's right. Long Shenying said with a frown. That's the zombie ancestor's seed between his eyebrows? Long Outyen's eyes turned red. What? Do you know him? Dragon Sheniying asked in a low voice. It's impossible for them to complete Heavenly Palace. However, the zombie ancestor's seed is different. As long as you have the zombie ancestor's seed, you'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace. That's what happened to Hui, and it's the same for Ho Qing. As long as the zombies refine the zombie ancestor's seed, they'll be able to complete Heavenly Palace very quickly. They're the 3 most precious treasures of the shaman race. Long Outian said excitedly. Oh? Where did you hear that from? Dragon Sheniying asked doubtfully. Although Zhen Zhu didn't say it, I got the news from his subordinates and the prisoners that he imprisoned. Back then, the sorcerer tribe was developing on its own, and Jiang Chen was guiding them from the side. However, there were too many geniuses in the sorcerer tribe, and they created countless branches of cultivation. There was one branch that was extremely bold. Because Zhen Zhu was powerful, they wanted to use Zhen Zhu as a blueprint to create experts like Zhen Zhu. Long Outian recalled. Oh? I heard that Jiang Chen wanted more experts to be born? Dragon Sheniying asked doubtfully. That's right. As long as there are experts, Zhen Zhu naturally wouldn't object. He even took a small cup of blood essence for those geniuses to study. Initially, Zhen Zhu didn't have much hope, but those geniuses really did study it. They found the secret to Zhen Zhu's body and refined 4 zombie ancestors' seed. At that time, the appearance of the 4 zombie ancestors' seeds changed the color of heaven and earth. I heard that many Daos trembled. Those geniuses used one of the seeds to merge with a great shaman. That seed was the earth element zombie ancestor. Soon, that zombie ancestor became extremely powerful, and his strength was close to Zhen Zhu's. Zhen Zhu was happy to see that. However, that zombie ancestor was courting death. He wanted to take Zhen Zhu's position as the leader. In the end, Zhen Zhu spent a lot of effort to kill him and destroy the zombie ancestor's seed. Now, there were only 3 zombie ancestors' seeds left. Moreover, they were taken away by a traitor of the sorcerer tribe and disappeared. Who would have thought that Jiang Lianshan would get them in the end? Long Outian recalled. A traitor of the sorcerer tribe? Not far away, Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Was it the Grand Elder that was subdued by Jiang Lianshan? Zhen Zhu doesn't mind people becoming stronger, but he doesn't mind the sorcerer tribe disobeying him. As long as I don't betray Zhen Zhu and get the zombie ancestor's seed, I can break through to the great perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace. Long Outian said excitedly. In his excitement, Long Outian rushed over. On the Yellow Spring Sea, those below the great perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace couldn't fly. However, Long Outian was extremely fast, so fast that he could run on the Yellow Spring Sea. In the blink of an eye, he was about to reach Zhen Zhu. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outian and blocked his path. Father, if you don't want the zombie ancestor's seed, then don't stop me. I just heard that because of the formation they can't fight. They can't even fight. Well, I'll take the zombie ancestor's seed, said Long Outian. You dare? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outian. Humph. Long Outian snorted coldly, ignoring Dragon Sheniying. In the blink of an eye, Long Outian was in front of Dragon Sheniying, and Dragon Sheniying punched. Long Outian's eyes narrowed, and he also punched. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the two were pushed back a step. Unfilial son, how dare you? Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outian. Royal father, you obtained Zhen Zhu's blood essence, and your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the Heavenly Palace. I also obtained a drop of Zhen Zhu's blood essence. Moreover, my drop is more than yours. You even shared a drop with third uncle. My strength is not weaker than yours. Royal father, if you still recognize me as your son, then don't stop me. Long Outian said solemnly. Unfilial son, it seems like I have spoiled you too much in the past. You dare to attack your father? Dragon Sheniying said coldly. Humph, I only recognize Zhen Zhu now. Long Outian said coldly. Huff. The two rushed over again. Boom! 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 The father and son immediately fought with all their strength. He ran quickly on the Yellow Spring Sea as if he was running on flat ground. This Yellow Spring Sea is strange. Why didn't there be any waves? Mosquito Doran said in surprise. Moreover, their fight did not cause any ripples in the void. They are both elites in the 9th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Mao Tianyun said in surprise. It should be because of the formation of the Yellow Spring Sea. Long Outyen really doesn't recognize his own family. Long Wanqing's face fell, and he was about to attack. Gu Hai gently pulled Long Wanqing and shook his head. This is a matter between the father and son. Don't interfere. But, Long Wanqing said worriedly, it's not appropriate for others to interfere when a father is teaching his son a lesson. Long Outyen used to be headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he has gained some power, he is even more arrogant. He doesn't even respect his father. Let's leave this matter to Dragon Shenying. Gu Hai advised. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. TSS 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 TSS. More and more blood mist came out of Ho Ching's body and entered the Yellow Spring Sea. The zombie progenitor's seed in his forehead was about to fly out. Sister, help me stop the zombie progenitor's seed. I feel like it's going to fly away. Ho Ching said weakly. Slap. Goddess Earth Mother pressed down on the zombie ancestor seed as she turned toward the Yellow Spring Sea with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the distance, the battle continued for a while. Boom. There was a loud boom as Aotion was sent flying by the punch. He crashed into a mountain on the shore and destroyed it. In the battle between father and son, the dragon god won in the end. Unfilial son, you still haven't woken up. Dragon Shenying furiously shouted. Long Outyen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily, You're my father? You know that the zombie progenitor's seed is useful to us, but why are you stopping me from taking it? It's because of that Gu Hai, isn't it? He killed Grandpa Xing. You're willing to be loyal to him? He killed your father, so you are willing to be his lackey to avenge your father. What did you say? You unfilial son. Dragon Shenying shouted angrily. Fine. I can't beat you. One day, Allah will avenge me. Goodbye. Long Outyen shouted gloomily. With that, he turned around and left. Stop right there. Dragon Shenying shouted. I won't be on the same side as a traitor. Long Outyen shouted angrily and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching his son leave, Dragon Shenying felt gloomy. But there was nothing he could do. He turned around and returned to Gu Hai with a bitter smile. Your Majesty, please forgive my unfilial son for being immature. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. It's not entirely his fault. Gu Hai said with a smile. Dragon Shenying smiled bitterly. Yes, I didn't teach him well in the past. Now, he's so arrogant and ignorant. He's always thinking of relying on the strong. Asking Jiang Chen for help? He doesn't know that relying on a mountain will make it fall. Only by becoming stronger is the most important. Forget it. It's fine as long as he's fine now. We'll slowly educate him in the future. Gu Hai said. Dragon Shenying nodded and was about to lead Gu Hai and the others away from the Yellow Springs Sea's array. Something's not right. Why is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Everyone turned around and saw that the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be fading. The rolling yellow seawater seemed to be fading slowly. Gurgle. Bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea as if it was boiling. Whoosh. Suddenly, all of the Yellow Springs clones collapsed and disappeared. On the opposite side, Chun Shinsho was overjoyed. Those Yellow Springs clones are gone? We can go now. Let's go. The laws of the Yellow Springs Sea are chaotic. We can't open a passage to the world of the living. We'll be saved once we reach the shore. Chun Shinsho led a group of evil spirits to escape. Dongfang Shou, however, was aghast. Wrong, wrong, all wrong. What's wrong? Chun Shinsho was confused. Jiang Lianshan, that liar. He lied to me and said that this was only an array to deal with the immortal of the 6 paths. No, this is not an array. This is a seal. I didn't activate the array but opened the seal? There's a monster under the Yellow Spring Sea? Jiang Lianshan is hiding a monster under the Yellow Spring Sea? He and the Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe colluded to deceive me? Dongfang Shou's expression changed. Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho turned around and fled to the shore. That was because as the Yellow Spring Sea suddenly bubbled, as if it was boiling, the water in the Yellow Spring Sea became thinner. The countless evil spirits that had struggled on the surface of the sea and at the bottom of the sea seemed to be sucked into the depths of the Yellow Springs Sea by a suction force. It was as if there was a monster somewhere at the bottom of the sea that opened its bloody mouth and devoured these evil spirits. Roar! A loud roar came from the bottom of the sea. Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho fled even faster. You want to escape? Isn't it too late? Kong Xian's eyes turned cold as he rushed out. The unborn man followed closely behind and chased after the 2 longevity masters. Gu Hai and the rest watched the changes in the Yellow Springs Sea coldly. They were also shocked and looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know either. Long Wanyu was at a loss. Go to the shore first, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone followed Gu Hai and flew to the shore. When Gu Hai and the rest reached the shore, Kong Xian had already caught Chun Shinsho and Dongfang Shou. He opened his mouth and sucked. Rumble! All the evil spirits that followed Chun Shinsho were swallowed into Kong Xian's stomach. Chapter 1058. Let go of me! Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinsho screamed in fear. Although the unborn man wanted to capture the 2, Kong Xian was stronger in the end. He managed to capture the 2 at the first moment. With them in his hands, the 2 struggled and panicked. Lord Kong, can you let me deal with these 2? The unborn man asked expectantly. Kong Xian ignored him and brought the 2 to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, I don't know where these 2 people got the news and ambushed us here. Those little ghosts have been eaten by this subject. These 2 culprits will be handed over to your Majesty to deal with, Kong Xian said respectfully. Seeing Gu Hai's gaze, the 2 were terrified. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The restrictions of Heavenly Palace at great perfection were not that easy to break. Ambush us? I don't even need to think to know. If it is not the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, it is the Great Yellow Dynasty. Gu Hai said coldly. Ancient Emperor, we were wrong. Please spare us. We were tricked by the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Chun Shinsho said in fear. That's right. Ancient Emperor, please be magnanimous. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the Ancient Emperor. Please take us in. Dongfang Shou said in fear. Gu Hai looked at the 2 coldly. I do admire your abilities. However, I detest your conduct. Chun Shinsho, you played a part in the deaths of 200 million people in 3 Mountain City. As for Dongfang Shou? Haha, you are a despicable person. This is not the first time we have met. Betraying your master for glory. I cannot afford to use you. No, we won't dare. The 2 said in fear. Your Majesty, shall we kill them? Kong Xian asked. Gu Hai nodded. Wait. The unborn man suddenly said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. Your Majesty, can you hand these 2 over to this subject to deal with? Masters of longevity are extremely special. They all have a longevity soul. Once the longevity soul leaves the body, even if you kill these 2, a new Dongfang Shou, a new Chun Shinsho, will appear from somewhere else before long. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. Take Baiming Shou for example. Long Zhangguo was killed by the immortal of the 6 paths during his heaven-defying battle. But now there's another Baiming Shou. Therefore, even if they die, new Dongfang Shou and Chun Shinshu will be born, and they will avenge them. the unborn man said. Regardless of whether there is a new Chunshin show or Dongfang show, these two have committed a heinous crime. They must die, Gu Hai said solemnly. Obviously, he rejected the unborn man's plea. Your Majesty, the unborn man said anxiously again. Your Majesty, didn't you ask me that day how to open the passage between the two realms and maintain it at all times? The unborn man said solemnly. Gu Hai was confused. Long Wanyu frowned and said, Don't lie to my brother-in-law. How come I don't know about maintaining the passage between the two realms? The unborn man was slightly bitter. His daughter was helping an outsider. Can't it be done? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Anyway, I don't know. Long Wanyu shook her head. You can. The unborn man said immediately. Everyone looked at the unborn man that day when I said no, it's not true. It's just that the method is special. The unborn man said. What kind of special method? Gu Hai was confused. Refining the formation of the entrance between the two realms. The formation base of this formation is special and hard to find in the world, and the unborn man sighed. What formation base? Gu Hai was confused. Master Show, the unborn man said solemnly. Master Show? Everyone was surprised. Yes, using people to refine the formation, using Master Show as the formation base. Instead of killing Master Show, it's like suppressing Master Show. Master Show will be suppressed in the formation, making him beg for death. It will continuously convert the vitality between heaven and earth into the energy of the entrance between the two realms, opening the gate between the two realms that will never close. The unborn man explained. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. Dongfang Shou and Chunshin Shou were shocked and angry. Gu Hai looked at the two of them. Your Majesty, give them to me, and I will be responsible for refining the gate between the two realms. From now on, the Emperor and his subjects of the Dahan Empire can freely travel between the two realms without any hindrance. The unborn man said respectfully. Gu Hai stared at the unborn man and said, Why didn't you say that day? I am also a Master Shou. The unborn man smiled bitterly. The unborn man meant that he was also a Master Shou. Should he say that he would refine himself to set up the formation? Of course, Gu Hai didn't believe the unborn man's excuse. Instead, he looked at Long Wanyu. I don't know. When Master Shou appeared, my previous life had already fallen. Long Wanyu shook her head. Your Majesty, please allow it. The unborn man begged again. Gu Hai looked at the Dongfang Shou and Chunshin Shou, then looked at the unborn man and asked, How long will it take to set up the formation? Your Majesty, if you send someone to help, the formation can be completed within half a year. The unborn man said confidently. Okay, I will send someone to help you. Gu Hai nodded. Chunshin Shou and Dongfang Shou had committed countless sins. Gu Hai didn't care about their miserable state. They had only themselves to blame, so who could they blame? If the two of them hadn't committed so many sins, Gu Hai would even be willing to take them as his subordinates. Unfortunately, Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry, the unborn man replied. Immediately, the unborn man stepped forward and placed restrictions on the two masters of Shou. Then, he took them from Kongxian. Roar. In the Acheron Sea, the roar became louder and louder. At the same time, the light of a complicated formation appeared on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, it formed a strong suction force. Under the suction force, everyone was about to be sucked into the huge formation. However, everyone's cultivation base was very high. They all stopped in their tracks. That's not right. Is this suction force only targeting us? Why aren't the surrounding plants and rocks being sucked in? The mosquito Dauren said in surprise. Help! Put me down! Suddenly, screams came from afar. They saw ghosts from the netherworld being sucked in from all directions and surged into the underworld sea. Once they entered the underworld sea, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. This suction force is only targeting souls? What's down there? Kong Xian's face darkened. Boom. With a loud sound, the formation cracked from the center. The underworld sea also cracked from the center and strangely split into two halves. Slowly, the things at the bottom of the sea were exposed. Countless ghosts were sucked in from all directions and all entered the body of a red-robed person. The red-robed person was holding a walking stick. His appearance under the robe could not be seen clearly. However, there were bestial roars coming from under the blood-red hat. The brim of the hat was like a bottomless pit, sucking in the rolling ghosts. The red-robed person was sitting on a coffin. The color of the underworld sea faded. All the weak water entered the coffin. It was like the coffin was endlessly absorbing the underworld sea. On the shore, Gu Hai's face darkened. Even the ancient celestial dome found it difficult to absorb the underworld sea. What was in the coffin that could absorb the essence of the underworld sea? Who is that red-robed person on the coffin? Why do I feel like my heart is trembling? The mosquito Dauren said in surprise. Everyone looked at the person and the coffin in confusion. The witch tribe's grand elder? The eyes of the restrained Dongfang Shou suddenly lit up. What witch tribe's grand elder? Chun Shinsho asked in fear. Not dead? He wasn't killed by Jiang Lianshan? Why is he here? This aura, yes, it is the witch tribe's grand elder. He gave Jiang Lianshan countless witch tribe's secret technique. Grand elder, save me. I am Dongfang Shou, grand elder. Dongfang Shou said excitedly with ecstasy. In the distance, the red-robed person slowly stood up. When he stood up, he slowly revealed his four limbs. However, when they looked at the red-robed person's four limbs, everyone was shocked. Those four limbs had no skin, only bloody muscles? Where is Jiang Lianshan? It is not time yet. Why did you open the array? The red-robed person revealed a cold expression. Which tribe? Kong Xian narrowed his eyes. Sniff. The red-robed person sniffed. Great perfection of the demon tribe? Are you from the heavenly demon Holy Land? The red-robed person said coldly. No. Kong Xian said coldly. That's good. Ha 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 ha. The red-robed person laughed. That's good. Kong Xian frowned. Since you are not White Tiger, I can eat as much as I want. It is not time yet and I have not recovered to my peak. You can be my blood food. The red-robed person said calmly. Blood food? Ha 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 ha, you are so confident. Kong Xian laughed coldly. The red-robed person did not rush forward. Instead, he slowly stepped down from the coffin. He bowed respectfully to the coffin. Next, we will depend on you to revive the witch tribe, the red-robed person said respectfully to the coffin. Then, he gently activated the coffin. Boom. Crack. The coffin lid opened. The moment the coffin was opened, an overwhelming amount of white cold air gushed out from the coffin. Whoosh. The white cold air rushed out and filled the entire Acheron Sea. In just 5 breaths of time, the Acheron Sea, which was thousands of miles wide, froze into ice. In fact, surging cold chi even surged towards Gu Hai. Long Wanqing's face darkened. She waved her hand. Boom. The Styx River appeared and absorbed the cold air with water. It stopped the cold air from invading. The cold air froze the Acheron Sea. Then, the frozen Acheron Sea suddenly vaporized and was sucked into the coffin. The Acheron Sea is full of weak water. What is in the coffin? Why did it absorb all the weak water? Mosquito Dauren was shocked. The Acheron Sea was swallowed by the monster in the coffin? Long Shenying's face darkened. It must be a water-type monster in there. Meow. Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. The white cold air was also sucked into the coffin. The red-robed person was also covered in a layer of frost. However, the scene in the coffin was exposed. There was a little girl lying quietly in the coffin. The girl had her eyes closed as if she was sleeping. She smiled sweetly. Elite guards. Gu Hai's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. This girl's appearance, wasn't she an elite guard? Jiang Lianshan's daughter, Jing Wei. His sister. However, Jing Wei was a soul. She possessed Lin Wan Er's body. But this is? Jing Wei's corpse? She didn't get eaten by the fishes and shrimps, but fell into the Acheron Sea? Dongfang Shou was shocked. Jing Wei's corpse? The corpses of the elite guards lie in this coffin. What does Jiang Lianshan want to do? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Your Majesty, the zombie aura is very strong. Long Shenying looked at the sleeping girl in the coffin and said, "One." The little girl in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. Walla lala. The temperature within a radius of 10 million li suddenly dropped. In the short time it took to open her eyes, a large amount of snow fell. The extreme een and extreme cold descended on the earth. Snow falling for 1,000,000 li? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He thought of Xiu the Great of Daewon Imperial Dynasty. He cultivated the Ingo body and caused snow to fall for 1,000,000 li. Now, snow covered the entire world. Water-type zombie ancestor seed, Ingo? In the past, I felt this aura. That's right, it's Ingo. The weak Hoqing was shocked. Ingo? Jiang Lianshan refined his daughter's corpse into a zombie ancestor. Ingo? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1059. As soon as he opened his eyes, cold air burst out and snow started to fall from the sky. Ingo's appearance made everyone's heart sink. The face of Ingo in the coffin suddenly contorted, as if he was in great pain. The pain caused the surrounding temperature to drop once again. A bone-piercing gale suddenly swept up in all directions. The ground instantly froze, and a large number of mountains and rivers even froze and cracked. It's so cold. Ingo? Meow. Both of you have the body of the ancestor zombie, but Ingo seems to be more powerful than you, Hoqing. Mao Tianyun looked at the weak Hoqing. Hoqing was also feeling cold. What's wrong with him? Gu Hai frowned. He saw the first elder of the sorcerer tribe mumbling something as if he was reciting some kind of spell. Strange runes slowly entered Ingo's mind from within the coffin. The Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe wants to control Ingo? Dragon God Ying's eyes widened. The scene in front of him was very similar. Ingo had just woken up and the Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe was using a secret technique to control Ingo? Stop him. Gu Hai said. Yes. Kong Xian replied. Screech. With a loud shout, Kong Xian dashed towards the Grand Elder of the Sorcerer tribe. The Grand Elder suddenly stopped talking and turned his head. Peacock Demon? Do you think you can stop me? Blood sea condenses the heart. The Grand Elder snorted. As he snorted, he tapped the ground with his walking stick. Whoosh! With the first Elder as the center, a torrential wave of blood suddenly surged out. A vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. As the sea of blood churned, a figure that looked exactly like Kong Xian appeared, except that his entire body was blood-red. The blood-red Kong Xian went towards Kong Xian and hit him with their palms. Hong! The void trembled and they were evenly matched. Isn't this the self-underworld formation? What's going on? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. In the distance, Scarlet Kong Xian was fighting against Kong Xian. Surprisingly, he was using the same technique as his opponent. I understand now. The ego of the Netherworld Array was created by this great shaman. He was the great shaman blood shaman great elder of the shaman tribe. However, didn't the great shaman great elder die? I remember that he was indeed killed by Jiang Chen. Long Wanyu exclaimed. The great elder of the blood witches? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Yes, in the corpse tomb realm, there is a blood sorcerer resentful spirit. It is the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder. It wanders in the corpse tomb realm every day. Long Wanyu recalled. Did you keep saying I died an unjust death? Mosquito Daoran asked. Yes, it was the great elder of the shaman tribe. He was a formation genius of the shaman tribe. With the blood sea as the formation base, he created thousands of sorcerer formations. He was one of the elders of the shaman tribe and the commander of the blood elementalists. Long One, you recalled. Mosquito Dauren looked at Gu Hai in shock. Your Majesty, wasn't the resentful spirit of the blood sorcerer refined by Chong Ming? This is not the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder, Gu Hai said in a low voice. In the distance, the blood-robed great elder seemed to have heard Gu Hai's voice. Heh, that's right. I am him. Then aren't you dead? Mosquito Dauren asked in shock. Do you think it is so easy to escape from under Jiang Chen's nose? Back then, I practiced the 3 souls tearing technique and split my soul into 2. I left one in the battle of the shamans and demons, hiding it from Jiang Chen and everyone else. That was how I managed to escape with the Divine Path Sorcerer Code. You know me, so you naturally know my methods. Instead of saying that the shaman tribe perished together with the demon tribe, it would be more accurate to say that they were destroyed by Jiang Chen. Commander? Commander? Ha 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 ha. The shaman tribe stopped fighting when they were about to achieve a great victory. How dare they betray us? Jiang Chen, what exactly do you want? Humph, I will avenge the shaman tribe. I will make sure that Jiang Chen dies a horrible death. All of you will die with him, the great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said coldly. Split your soul into 2? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. What kind of strange secret technique was this? On the other side, in the Blood Sea, Kong Xian and the bloody clone kept fighting. After many heavy attacks, they could not do anything to each other. Kong Xian was also very angry. Should I go and help Kong Xian? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Help? Ha ha, in this world, there is nothing that my array cannot gather. Since you are here, it will gather another one of you. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said with a laugh. However, Gu Hai's main body pulled Long Wanqing. Kong Xian, come back. Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. Yes. Although Kong Xian was very angry, he still retreated after Gu Hai gave the order. Whoosh! The blood-colored peacock also disappeared. Gu Hai looked at the coffin behind the Blood Sea. Ingo's face was still twisted. The runes on the coffin kept surging into Ingo's mind. Retreating in the face of difficulties? It's useless. You will all become my food. Consummation of the heavenly palace? It was truly a rare sight. After I succeed, I will kill Jiang Chen and restore the glory of the ancient sorcerer race. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said with a cold smile. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder slammed his walking stick on the ground again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Blood Sea from earlier instantly expanded by countless times. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Gu Hai and his surroundings. The Blood Sea flooded the surroundings, blocking everyone's path. Kong Xian showed a furious expression and wanted to continue attacking. However, at this moment, the skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward. Who are you? You want to die first? That's fine. Come. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder gently stirred the Blood Sea. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure formed in the Blood Sea. It was the skeleton Gu Hai's bloody clone. Walala. However, right after it was formed, the blood-colored clone collapsed. It collapsed in an instant. What's going on? Why can't my array formation condense your blood clone? Don't you have any fighting spirit? The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder said in surprise. Who said I don't? You want to kill me. How can I not have any fighting spirit? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. The skeleton Gu Hai stepped forward, and the Blood Sea on the ground instantly turned into dry bones. It was as if he was using the skeleton's power to change the essence of the Blood Sea. With every step the skeleton Gu Hai took, a large portion of the Blood Sea turned into dry bones. More and more dry bones gradually drowned the Blood Sea. Impossible! How can you affect my Blood Sea array? Form. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. However, the Blood Sea was getting smaller and smaller. It could no longer form the array. Brother-in-law, be careful. All of the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder's tricks are in the Blood Sea. He can use the Blood Sea to set up a sorcerer array. However, he can't use it in front of brother-in-law. Ha! Long One Yu said excitedly. You want to kill Jiang Qin? What a joke. If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have curled up like a turtle for 1,000,000 years. The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. No. My Blood Sea can simulate all of the 3,000 Great Paths. Why can't it work when it comes to you? You're not in the 3,000 Great Paths? Impossible! The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder exclaimed. The skeleton Gu Hai didn't waste time talking to him. He waved his hand. Rolling black fog emerged. Crack, 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 crack. Countless little skeletons appeared in the black fog. The little skeletons rushed forward, and the remaining Blood Sea was devoured in the blink of an eye. The rolling black fog surged toward the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder. Does the heavens want to destroy the Sorcerer Tribe? No, the Sorcerer Tribe's rule is that if the demons destroy me, I will destroy the demons. If the earth destroys me, I will destroy the earth. If the heavens want to destroy me, I will kill the heavens. Ha, the Sorcerer Tribe is immortal. No one can destroy us. No one. Ancient Sorcerer Chi, with me as the guide, help the new commander of the Sorcerer Tribe, Ingo, achieve the Supreme Sorcerer Body. At #yen% and *. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly shouted. Whoosh! Rolling black fog suddenly surged from all directions of the netherworld and rushed toward the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder's body. Then, the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder quickly poured the Sorcerer Chi from his body into the coffin. In an instant, Ingo's expression eased. The runes in the coffin entered his body and no longer caused him pain. However, at this moment, the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder suddenly began to corrode. His robes quickly corroded, and his flesh and blood quickly melted. He guided the rolling Sorcerer Chi into Ingo's body. In an instant, the cold aura emitted by Ingo became stronger and stronger. No, the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder isn't controlling Ingo. Instead, he's using some kind of sacrificial curse to help Ingo. What is he doing? Long One Yu said in surprise. Sacrifice? Ingo? Let Ingo become the new commander of the Sorcerer Tribe? Long One Yu said with a frown. Ah! The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder roared at the top of his lungs. Immediately, his entire physical body dissipated. As the rolling Sorcerer Chi turned into a special energy, it all entered Ingo's body in the coffin. Splash! Splash! All the Blood Sea also dissipated. Buzz! The space immediately fell silent. The instant the Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder dissipated, the Sorcerer Chi also stopped entering the coffin. Everything calmed down. The coffin also calmed down. However, the rolling black Sorcerer Chi inside drowned Ingo. Buzz! A horrifying aura spread out from the coffin, blowing away the surrounding bones. I remember now. The runes in the coffin are the most primitive words of the Sorcerer Tribe. Is it all the inheritance of the Sorcerer Tribe? Ingo is the corpse of an elite guard, but he does not have a soul or memories. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder passed down everything of the Sorcerer Tribe, including hatred, to Ingo? Commander of the Sorcerer Tribe? He is. Long One Yu said in shock. The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder? Although he is too cruel, his beliefs are extremely firm. The Sorcerer Tribe? He only has the Sorcerer Tribe in his heart. For the Sorcerer Tribe, he is even willing to sacrifice his life and everything he has? Long One Yu said in shock. It's too early to say that. Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. As he said that, the life-slaying saber slashed into the space in the distance. Boom! As the saber slashed down, a large amount of blood suddenly appeared in the space. Ah! The Great Elder of the Blood Sorcerer Grand Elder's scream came from the blood. I will remember all of you, I will come back to take revenge on you. The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder's voice was filled with resentment, but he instantly disappeared into the distance. Where are you going? Kong Xian immediately chased after him. However, he could only chase after empty air. What happened just now? The great elder of the blood sorcerer Grand Elder didn't die? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He sacrificed his life, but the sorcerer tribe's secret technique is strange. He still left a strand of his soul consciousness. This consciousness escaped, but it has been injured by me. It won't be that easy for him to recover. What a haunting fellow! Mosquito Daoran watched the blood sorcerer vengeful spirit leave and was worried. Just as everyone was solemn, a voice suddenly came from the coffin. Ha, a haunting soul? Everyone, you forced the elder of the sorcerer tribe to death, and even spoke rudely. Aren't you being too rude? A little girl's voice sounded. Everyone was startled as they turned their heads to look. They saw that the sorcerer Qi in the coffin had been sucked into Ingo's stomach. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked at everyone coldly. Chapter 1060. Ingo slowly stood up from the coffin and looked coldly at the people around him. Although she only had the appearance of a little girl, this little girl's appearance gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Miao, Hoqing, he is a zombie ancestor. You are also a zombie ancestor. Why are you so much weaker than him? Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end as he scolded Hoqing. Hoqing was already weak. Under the suppression of the zombie ancestor's aura, his face turned pale. He was speechless. When Yua died, Hoqing felt Ingo's aura in Jiang Lianshan's palace. At that time, Jiang Lianshan covered it. However, Ingo did not have such a terrifying aura then. They were both zombie ancestors, but he was the weakest? Hoqing was also depressed. Long Wanqing's face darkened. The new commander of the sorcerer tribe? Jiang Lianshan and the great elder of the blood witches created a monster to deal with Jiang Qin? Long Wanyu frowned. Kong Xian stood beside Gu Hai. It seemed that he would attack as soon as Gu Hai gave the order. Ingo? Although he did not move, his aura reminded Gu Hai of Chio's aura. Was Ingo's aura not weaker than his? Jiang Lianshan, you have so many plans. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai looked coldly at Ingo. Why? Do you want to take revenge for the great elder of the blood witches? Sizzle. Gu Hai pulled out his life slayer sword and was ready to attack. Kong Xian was also ready to fight. Revenge? Ha ha, there is no need. He is not dead. Why should I? Ingo sneered. Gu Hai frowned. In the shaman tribe, as long as you are not dead, you will take your own revenge. You will not let others interfere. He has not been completely destroyed yet. A strand of his soul escaped. That is enough. Just wait. He will come and find you. Ingo said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I won't attack you. It's meaningless. Perhaps one day you will also become a member of my shaman tribe. At that time, you will respect me as if I am the heavens. Ingo said indifferently. With that, Ingo waved his hand. The coffin under his feet was instantly sucked into Ingo's sleeve. Respect you as the heavens? You think too much. Skeleton Gu Hai sneered. Taking a deep breath, Ingo looked up at the sky. The birth of the shaman tribe is great. It is a new era. Although Jiang Chen brought a group of people to create the shaman tribe, Jiang Chen himself could not stop its development. The appearance of the shaman tribe will last forever. Jiang Chen was afraid of the shaman tribe's power, so before the arrival of the great shaman tribe, he killed the shaman tribe in its cradle. However, he could not stop it. I am here. This world will belong to the shaman tribe. Ha 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 ha. Ingo suddenly burst out laughing. As he laughed, he stepped forward and shot toward the south. Your Majesty! Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai as if he wanted to stop him. Gu Hai shook his head. Let her go. I also want to see what is so special about the shaman tribe. But, I feel that she is a lunatic who is immersed in the past achievements of the shaman tribe. Kong Xian frowned. Lunatic? Maybe. Gu Hai shook his head. He did not stop Ingo. Gu Hai had his own plans. Let's go. It's time to return to the court, Gu Hai said. Okay. Everyone followed Gu Hai and immediately flew toward the south. Not long after, they arrived at the area of the myriad bone mountain. At this moment, there were hundreds of millions of skeletons walking in the myriad bone mountain. It was a world of skeletons. Gu Hai's body stopped for a moment. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The sky-covering skeleton soldiers were suddenly taken out from the immortal dome of antiquity. It was the skeleton army that the bone god had brought to the immortal dome of antiquity not long ago. At this moment, when the army came out, they were at a loss. We are back? We are really back. We have been trapped in that place for so long. We are finally out. They didn't kill us? Countless skeleton soldiers rejoiced. I remember that the bone god is dead. Suddenly, a skeleton said. Yes, the bone god is dead. The mark of the bone god in my body is gone. The bone god is dead? Then what about my myriad bone mountain? What do you mean what to do? The bone god is dead. Let's each occupy a mountain and be king. While the skeleton soldiers were in an uproar, Gu Hai stood on the top of a mountain. Suddenly, a strange aura was emitted from his body. This aura seemed to have a great suppression on the skeleton tribe. The endless skeleton army suddenly trembled instinctively, and then most of them instinctively knelt down. What's going on? What's wrong with me? This aura is so familiar, so familiar. This is the bone ancestor? The bone ancestor is back. The endless skeletons suddenly showed a look of horror. The bone ancestor? This was the existence that had commanded the myriad bone mountain for 800,000 years. In the depths of the skeleton tribe's soul, the majesty of the bone ancestor was there. It was just that the bone god had successfully rebelled against the bone ancestor decades ago. However, the bone ancestor's mark was something that the skeleton tribe would never dare to forget. Countless skeletons looked at the top of a mountain according to this aura. Gu Hai stood quietly on the top of the mountain, looking coldly at the skeleton tribe around him. Is it really the bone ancestor? The bone ancestor is back. He killed the bone god. He is back. Greetings to the bone ancestor. We will die 10,000 deaths. Countless skeletons were trembling in fear. There was no need to say anything at all. Gu Hai was now the bone ancestor, the god that commanded the skeleton tribe in the world. All the skeletons knelt down. The skeletons that had betrayed in the past were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Gu Hai, the skeleton, took control of the skeleton tribe almost instantly. Okay, let's go, Gu Hai said. The skeleton clone and the main body had the same consciousness. The skeleton clone naturally had to stay. The myriad bone mountain was naturally the best base to command the skeleton tribe. Gu Hai didn't leave. He stayed to sort out the forces here. The others looked at him blankly and nodded. They followed Gu Hai's main body and continued to fly south. After everyone had left, Gu Hai said coldly, "Gather all the skeleton tribe and report to the Bone Ancestors' Hall." Yes. All the skeletons answered. Gu Hai's main body led everyone out of the myriad bone mountain and arrived at the place where they used to travel between the two worlds. Because this was the only place where they could return to the infinite celestial capital. Moreover, the unborn man had set up a lifespan formation here. Only the unborn man could bring people to travel between the two worlds. From now on, open a passage between the two worlds here. Gu Hai pointed in a direction. Yes, the unborn man answered. Ancient Emperor, please spare us. Dongfang Shou and Chunxinshu still wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Hai didn't even look at them. At this moment, a large number of bats were flying in the distance. They seemed to be extremely anxious. "What's wrong?" Gu Hai shouted coldly. "Ah, Your Majesty!" Suddenly, a member of the blood race saw Gu Hai and flew over in surprise. "Blood Robe Guard Baihu greets Your Majesty," a member of the blood race said respectfully. "Where's Chong Ming?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. "Your Majesty, just a moment ago, the commander was still in seclusion. I don't know where a blood-colored evil wind came from, but it carried the smell of blood and rushed into the commander's hall. Then, the commander's cry for help came from the hall," the Baihu said anxiously. "Oh!" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. "Blood-colored evil wind? Could it be the Blood Witch Grand Elder?" Mosquito Doran's expression changed. "It's possible. You said that Chong Ming obtained the God of the Blood Witch Grand Elder's spirit. All these years, the Blood Witch Grand Elder has not shown himself to search for the other half of his vengeful spirit. He must be hiding it from Jiang Chen. Now that the vengeful spirit is no longer in the corpse tomb world, he must know that he can get it back. So he came to find Chong Ming?" Long Wanyu analyzed. "How's Chong Ming?" Gu Hai looked at the Baihu. "Your Majesty," the commander suddenly rushed out crazily, hugging his head as if he was in great pain. He spoke strangely for a while. "If it's as everyone said, then the soul of the Blood Witch Grand Elder must have entered his body." The commander argued with himself for a while. He only said a few words before leaving. The Baihu recalled. "What did he say?" Gu Hai asked. The commander said, "I won't be your puppet." "Then let's see who can refine who. During this time, I won't let you destroy the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I'll take you away, and you can forget about destroying the Dahan's arrangements. All blood-robed guards, listen up. From now on, all blood-robed guards are not to listen to my orders. If you find me anywhere, you are not to recognize me. You are to report to His Majesty immediately. Without His Majesty's orders, you are not to contact me," the Baihu said. Gu Hai's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, Lord Chong Ming is concerned about the Dahan?" Kong Xian said with a frown. Gu Hai said in a low voice, "The Blood Witch Grand Elder? I should have killed him before this." "Your Majesty, we don't know where the commander is. What should we do now?" the Baihu asked anxiously. "Your Majesty, you must save the commander," another group of blood race members said anxiously. Gu Hai nodded. "Go to the Myriad Bone Mountain immediately and find the Bone Ancestor. He will take care of everything. Seeing him is like seeing me in person." The group of blood race members looked at Gu Hai in shock. Finally, they said respectfully, "Yes." Gu Hai's main body did not want to stay in the netherworld any longer since he had his skeleton clone. "Unborn man, open the passage to the netherworld," Gu Hai ordered. "Yes." The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. A crack appeared in the void. Long Wanqing held Gu Hai's right hand nervously. "Wanqing, don't worry. Xian is easy to get along with. I've been waiting for you," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will dare to bully you. Even that Chun." Long Wanyu patted her chest. "Wanyu." Long Wanqing shouted. When you see elder sister Chun later, don't be impudent." Long Wanqing shouted. Long Wanyu was speechless. "I'm helping you, okay? Why is it my fault?" Gu Hai smiled and held Long Wanqing's hand. He was the first to enter the netherworld. The netherworld corresponded to the upper study room. As soon as they entered the upper study room, several palace maids in white mourning clothes were standing in the room as if they had been waiting for Gu Hai's return. Seeing Gu Hai enter the room, the palace maids' eyes lit up. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty is back?" "Greetings, Your Majesty." "That's great. The Empress has been asking us to wait here and report as soon as there is news. Your Majesty is finally back." The group of palace maids bowed in surprise. Gu Hai's face darkened. The palace maids were wearing white mourning clothes? In Dahan, although Gu Hai was very tolerant of the harem, It was not to the extent that the palace maids were wearing mourning clothes. The palace maids must be wearing mourning clothes because a very important person had died. And the person who died was a very important person to him. What happened? Why are you wearing mourning clothes? Gu Hai's face darkened. The faces of the nervous Long Wanqing and the others behind him also sank. It's the ninely great Emperor Qiyu. He was killed by Matriarch Ji and dismembered. The Empress said that Qiyu was your Majesty's elder brother. The younger brother's family must wear mourning clothes to pay respect to brother Emperor and remember this grudge. A palace maid said respectfully. Qiyu? Big brother was dismembered by Matriarch Ji? Gu Hai's face turned cold. How could this be? Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man were also shocked. After all, Qiyu was a consummate God Legion expert. He was killed and dismembered? This news was too shocking. Chapter 1061. Qiyu? Big brother was dismembered by Empress Ji? Gu Hai's face turned cold. Gu Hai couldn't believe it. This was impossible. He had left for less than a year. Before he left, Qiyu killed his way to Xianyuan City. How could he be killed in the Ninely Imperial Dynasty? It's true, Your Majesty. Shangguan Jizun, Ao Xingjizun, and the second prince are all heavily injured. Furthermore, our limitless celestial capital is surrounded by Empress Ji's people. The palace maid said anxiously. Quang. Gu Hai pushed open the door of the upper study room and looked outside. In the outside world, a layer of green fog shrouded the limitless celestial capital. The citizens of the limitless celestial capital were terrified as they looked at the rolling green fog. Outside the fog, there seemed to be black insects flying around, completely surrounding the limitless celestial capital. However, these insects didn't dare to barge in, because of the rolling poisonous fog. Where's Gu Hai? Why doesn't he dare to come out? Is he not in the limitless celestial capital? Little Gu Hai, Dahan is finished. Surrender. No one can save you. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Your stubborn resistance is useless. Outside the green fog, battle cries could be heard. Impudent! How dare you speak in the limitless celestial capital? Kong Xian glared and was about to rush out. Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped Kong Xian. There's a layer of poisonous fog outside. It was set up by Xian Air. These people can't enter and can only shout. Gu Hai shook his head. What a powerful poisonous fog. This is the poison of the great Tao of poison, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Is this poison very powerful? Long Wanqing asked. That's right. This poisonous fog barrier will kill anyone who doesn't have the great Tao. No one can enter. Once. Long Wanyu didn't finish her sentence. Boom. Suddenly, a huge whip emerged from the poisonous fog and rushed towards the plaza of the soaring heavenly hall. How is that possible? Long Wanyu exclaimed. Gu Hai's expression also darkened as he turned to look at the soaring sky hall's plaza. When he looked over, his expression immediately changed. It was actually Chen Xianer and Guqin leading all the civil and military officials to confront the enemy outside. The long whip was heading straight for Chen Xianer. Xian Air, be careful! Gu Hai immediately shouted. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing went to block the whip almost at the same time. However, the long whip was too fast. It arrived in front of Chen Xian in an instant. At the tip of the whip was a black hook. The tip of the hook cut through the void. Chen Xianer did not move. Mahavairakana immediately stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Boom! The Tathagata divine palm and the black hook collided. The hook returned, but Mahavairakana's palm suddenly turned black. He's poisoned? Guqin and the others were shocked. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed as well. Whoosh! The huge hook swung as if to hook another person. Life entrapment saber, turn. Gu Hai extended his hand and waved. The chess formation of the infinite celestial capital immediately changed. Fog rose everywhere and the space changed. In an instant, the hook could not find anyone else. 9 cycles of time. The life-extinguishing saber suddenly struck. Boom! There was a loud sound. The long whip and the hook at the tip of the whip instantly retreated out of the infinite celestial capital. 9 cycles of time? Gu-hai! Outside the poison mist barrier, a cold, shocked, and angry voice suddenly rang out. Husband! Chen Xianer in the distance was overjoyed. Mahavairakana's palm had turned black, and his entire body was tinged with purple. He sat cross-legged and began to expel the poison. Gu Hai stepped forward and instantly arrived at the square of the soaring palace hall. Following the appearance of Kong Xian and the others, the Dahan's ministers were overjoyed. "Welcome back, Your Majesty!" the ministers exclaimed in surprise. The ministers and even the citizens were at a loss after being harassed every day. If not for Empress Chen and the Crown Prince, the infinite celestial capital would have been in chaos. "His Majesty has come out of seclusion?" the citizens in the city exclaimed. "That's great! His Majesty has come out of seclusion. These rascals are done for. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years. The citizens in the city cheered wildly. Gu Hai went to Mahavairakana's place. Chen Xianer extended her hand and waved. Traces of black liquid seeped out of the wound on Mahavairakana's palm. The black liquid dripped onto the ground. Sizzle! 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 The floor corroded and emitted poisonous smoke. Fortunately, Chen Xianer was skilled in the art of poison and neutralized it in the blink of an eye. Phew! Mahavairakana exhaled deeply. "Thank you, Empress Chen. Thank you, Mr. Good," Mahavairakana exclaimed. "What was that? Even you couldn't stop Mahavairakana?" Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Mahavairakana's strength was obvious to all. But just now, a long whip and a poisonous hook almost crippled Mahavairakana? "Poisonous hitching post," Mahavairakana said in a low voice. "Poisonous hitching post? What's that?" Mosquito Dauren exclaimed in surprise. "Scorpion's tail," Chen Xianer said. As she spoke, Chen Xianer glanced at Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. Chen Xianer suddenly smiled and said, "Your sister Wanqing. You're really pretty. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I finally get to see you." "Greetings, elder sister Chen." Long Wanqing smiled and bowed slightly. Hypocrite." Long Wanyu looked coldly at Chen Xianer. After all, Gu Hai was her brother-in-law, so he should be her husband. Now, another woman had appeared to compete with her sister for her husband. Long Wanyu was naturally very uncomfortable. "Your sister Wanyu, right?" Chen Xianer asked with a smile. "I'm not your sister. I only have one elder sister." Long Wanyu didn't have a pleasant expression. "Wanyu, did you forget what I said?" Long Wanqing immediately frowned. Long Wanyu didn't say anything, but she still turned her head away, refusing to look at Chen Xianer. Clearly, she was very repulsed by Chen Xianer. "Wanyu, you promised me earlier," Long Wanqing said somewhat anxiously. However, Chen Xianer shook her head and stopped Long Wanqing, saying, "It's fine. Wanyu has a childish heart. I like it very much when you put your thoughts on your face. Don't worry. I'll say something to Wanyu." Sigh. "Wanyu has been spoiled since young. Please forgive me, elder sister Chen." Long Wanqing sighed. Clearly, Long Wanyu couldn't change Long Wanqing's attitude. However, Chen Xianer walked in front of Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu frowned and said, "What are you doing? I have something to say to you, but this sentence can't be heard by anyone. Sister Wanyu, if you still don't like me after hearing what I have to say, then I don't need you to call me elder sister," Chen Xianer said with a smile. "Humph, you said it. My elder sister wants me to call you elder sister, but I just don't like it. Just say one sentence. Don't regret it later," Long Wanyu immediately said with a sullen face. Chen Xianer nodded. She leaned over to Long Wanyu's ear and softly whispered a few words. She lowered her voice so that no one could hear what she said. This sentence was very short. In the instant that Gu Hai was worried, Chen Xian'er had already finished speaking. Long Wanqing was also worried that Long Wanyu would speak rudely and was about to stop Long Wanyu from speaking wildly. However, she saw Long Wanyu's eyes widen as she looked at Chen Xian'er in surprise. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten to speak. Chen Xian'er looked at Long Wanyu and smiled slightly. Long Wanyu glanced at Gu Hai at the side and blushed slightly. She was in disbelief, and then looked at Chen Xian'er. What you said, is it true? Long Wanyu's face was a little red as she asked in surprise. Chen Xian'er smiled slightly and nodded. In an instant, Long Wanyu's eyes softened. She immediately bowed to Chen Xian'er incomparably intimately and then said somewhat bashfully, "Elder Sister Chen, please don't blame me. Just now we're family. You don't have to be so reserved." Chen Xian'er said with a smile. "Elder Sister Chen, you are indeed my good elder sister. Why didn't I meet you before?" Long Wanyu immediately leaned forward and pulled Chen Xian'er intimately. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanyu, Goddess Hutu, all the officials in the imperial court. What exactly did Chen Xian'er say to Long Wanyu? Just one sentence? Long Wanyu changed so much? So much? Wasn't she looking like she wanted to eat a firewheel just now? They almost fought. In the blink of an eye, why did she become so good? Even Long Wanyu was puzzled. Gu Hai was extremely worried just now, but in the blink of an eye, he didn't know what to say. "Forget it, I won't say it. I'll just pretend that I didn't see it." Gu Hai turned his head away and didn't look at the three women. Many officials looked at each other in confusion. At the same time, they couldn't help but think to themselves, "This Empress Chen is indeed powerful." "Mahavairakana, did you just say the poisonous hitching post? It's so powerful. You can't even stand it?" Gu Hai frowned and asked. Mahavairakana nodded. "It's indeed powerful. This is the second time I've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. There's also a poison expert outside. Just now, his scorpion tail passed through my poisonous fog. He also used the power of the Great Tao to wrap around the scorpion tail. Although he didn't master as many poisons as I did, he used the scorpion poison to perfection. Other than me, it would be very difficult for others to deal with this scorpion poison," Chen Xian'er said with a frown. "That's the fourth of the heavenly devil Holy Land, Scorpio. I heard that his cultivation is close to perfection of the god." Mosquito Dauren suddenly recalled. "Scorpio? Fourth?" Gu Hai's face darkened. "A scorpion spirit at perfection of the heavenly palace. He's indeed powerful," Mahavairakana said in a deep voice. "By the way, Mahavairakana Buddha, you said that this is the second time you've been hit by the poisonous hitching post. How did you get rid of the poison the first time?" Chen Xian'er asked curiously. This was because in Chen Xian'er's opinion, no one could get rid of this poison except for herself. "Last time, it wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. A female scorpion spirit. Actually, Mr. Good knows about this too," Mahavairakana said with a bitter smile. Mahavairakana's words had a hidden meaning. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he instantly understood. In the past on Earth, Gu Hai had read a book, Journey to the West, which recorded that Tripitaka and his disciples had encountered a scorpion spirit on the way. Sun Wukong had been defeated by the poisonous hitching post several times. After several inquiries, he found out that the scorpion spirit was listening to Mahavairakana at Spirited Mountain. Even Mahavairakana was stung by the scorpion spirit's poisonous hitching post. At that time, Mahavairakana was in unbearable pain and sent Vajra to capture it. In the end, the scorpion spirit escaped. This showed how powerful the scorpion's poison was. That wasn't perfection of the heavenly palace. Now, this perfection of the heavenly palace was much more powerful than before. No wonder Mahavairakana was only seventh in the past, and this Scorpio is fourth. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Chapter 1062. Outside the infinite celestial capital, the super-huge scorpion tail returned in an instant and entered the sleeves of a black-robed man with golden rims. Zhou Tianjiu? Gu Hai. That black-robed man with golden rims suddenly said in a deep voice. A group of black-robed men surrounded them at this moment. All of them looked at the black-robed man with golden rims with extreme respect. Scorpio, what did you say? Gu Hai is back? One of the black-robed men said in surprise. That's right. It's definitely Gu Hai. He actually came back at this time. Scorpio said in a deep voice. Isn't that perfect? Scorpio can show off his skills and kill Gu Hai? That black-robed man immediately said with a smile. Scorpio looked at that black-robed man coldly. Fengbo, do you want me to continue? Of course. Your Excellency's poisonous hitching post just now already explained everything. The poison fog formation outside the infinite celestial capital can't stop you at all. With your strength, isn't it easy to kill Gu Hai? Fengbo said with a smile. Hey, you overestimate me. Scorpio said indifferently. How can that be? Scorpio, His Holiness has already given instructions. This time, you assisted His Holiness to kill Chiyu. His Holiness has already allowed you to enter the world of the living. This Dahan imperial dynasty is your place to stay. I will assist you in controlling everything later, Fengbo said with a smile. Scorpio stared at Fengbo and finally smiled coldly. I remember that Amethyst also fell for your tricks back then. Huh! Borrowing a knife to kill someone. Borrowing my hand to help you deal with Gu Hai? Ha 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 ha. Scorpio showed a trace of disdain. Scorpio, didn't you say that old 6, old 8, and old 9 of the heavenly demon Holy Land died at Gu Hai's hands? Are you not going to avenge such a huge grudge? Fengbo asked. It's precisely because old 6th and the others are dead that I have to be even more careful. Gu Hai hasn't returned, and there's a poison expert in the boundless celestial capital. Someone even blocked my poison hitching post. Heh, do you think I'll continue to show off at this time? Scorpio sneered. Fengbo frowned slightly. The enmity between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the Great Yellow dynasty is already irreconcilable. You want me to perish together with the Dahan imperial dynasty? In my opinion, why don't I wait until you and the Dahan imperial dynasty perish together before coming back? Scorpio sneered. You don't care about old 6, old 8, and old 9? Fengbo asked in a low voice. You can't blame anyone for being inferior. Besides, won't your Great Yellow dynasty avenge them? Scorpio sneered. You also had a part in Chiyou's death. You can't avoid it, Fengbo said in a low voice. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. I don't care about this anymore, Scorpio said with a smile. Divine Scorpion Heavenly Devil, are you really afraid? Are you afraid of that Gu Hai? Fengbo said in a low voice. Provoke me? It's useless. I'm not idiots like old 6 and the others. Farewell, Scorpio said coldly. With a cold snort, he rolled up his sleeves and flew away with the group of black-robed men. When Fengbo saw the divine scorpion Skyfiend leave, his expression turned ugly. My lord, isn't this Scorpio too cowardly? A black-robed subordinate said. He's not cowardly, he's vicious. The nature of a scorpion is to hide in the dark and sting people without being seen. Humph. He wants to watch us fight with the Dahan imperial dynasty and reap the benefits? It's still early. Let's go, Fengbo said in a low voice. Fengbo waved his sleeves and left quickly with everyone. In the blink of an eye, the people surrounding the infinite celestial capital all left. The countless scorpions that were crawling around the infinite celestial capital also disappeared. Soaring Palace Square. Chen Xian frowned. Husband, that group of people seems to have left. Left? Gu Hai said in surprise. Whoosh. Chen Xian waved her sleeves. The poisonous fog around the infinite celestial capital instantly dispersed. Everyone looked outside, and sure enough, it had already disappeared. Scorpio? He left so quickly. I just thought of how to deal with him, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mahavairakana smiled bitterly. Mr. Good, you're not thinking of summoning the Pleiades Sun official, are you? On Earth, back then, Sun Wukong had invited the Pleiades Sun official, who specialized in restraining the scorpion spirit, to exterminate it. Gu Hai wanted to invite him too? What's wrong? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. This scorpion demon shouldn't be something that the Pleiades Sun official can subdue. This scorpion demon is too powerful. It has already reached the peak of the celestial palace, and is no longer afraid of the rooster's crow. Mahavairakana exclaimed. Gu Hai frowned and nodded. Everyone, you still need to continue to be careful of this scorpion demon. Scorpions are sinister. They spit smoke and fire, and their poisonous hooks are invincible. What's even rarer is that the scorpion demon is exceptionally vicious. It hides very deeply and is very patient. It will only deliver a fatal blow when its opponent lets down their guard. Mahavairakana said. Thank you, Mahavairakana Buddha. Everyone nodded and became exceptionally vigilant. His Majesty is mighty. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! The people in the city suddenly shouted. In the past few days, they had been under heavy pressure due to the invasion of foreign enemies. Now that Gu Hai suddenly appeared, those foreign enemies fled in fright. Naturally, they rejoiced and worshipped Gu Hai even more. The people shouted, "Long live His Majesty," to express their gratitude and excitement. Gu Hai didn't explain anything. He only used the life entrapment blade to strengthen the infinite celestial capital's formation. Instantly, the fog in the void surrounded them. It was hard to fathom. Where are Shangguan Hen and the rest? Gu Hai looked at Chen Xian. In the Hall of Great Strength. Their injuries have stabilized. Mr. Good can come and take a look, Mahavairakana said. Gu Hai nodded. He followed Mahavairakana slowly to the Hall of Great Strength. All of you wait outside, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Everyone answered. The officials waited outside. Chen Xian was talking to Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu. Only Gu Hai and Mahavairakana stepped into the Hall of Great Strength. In the Hall of Great Strength, there was a huge alchemy cauldron. This is? Gu Hai looked at the alchemy cauldron in surprise. This alchemy cauldron was given to me by Mr. Good. Did Mr. Good forget? Mahavairakana said with a smile. The world incinerating fire cauldron? That was Amethyst's alchemy cauldron. At that time, the South Sea Dragon King used it to refine Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen. Ao Shun died because of it, and Shanghai Hen became a golden egg because of it? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's the world incinerating fire cauldron. This is a type of 8 trigrams cauldron. It can be used to refine pills and save people. The 3 of them came back in time. Fortunately, we saved them in time, Mahavairakana said solemnly. Quang. The alchemy cauldron opened, and Gu Hai immediately saw 3 people. Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shing. At this moment, the 3 of them were seriously injured. Their bodies were almost shattered, and there were a lot of cracks on their skin. Fortunately, the alchemy cauldron kept pouring in power, and the cracks were slowly mending, but the speed was very slow. Gu Hai waved his hand. Boom! A surge of sky-mending power rushed into the alchemy cauldron. It instantly flowed into the cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The cracks on the surface of the 3 people's bodies were slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were quickly recovering. Mr. Good, your secret method of saving people is really amazing. The 3 of them are recovering at double the speed. It shouldn't be long before they recover, right? Mahavairakana said in surprise. Mahavairakana was even more amazed by the power of sky mending. Gu Hai nodded, but he was still a little worried when he looked at the 3 people. Mr. Good, don't worry. With their recovery speed, They should be able to wake up soon, right? Mahavairakana said. It's good that they can wake up. Their serious injuries were caused by Matriarch Ji? Guhai asked with a frown. Mahavairakana shook his head. Guhai showed a trace of doubt. I don't know the details. That day, something happened in Chiyu City, and the three of them went there immediately. At that time, there was a thick fog outside Chiyu City, and no one knew what was happening inside. Ho-E and Xing Tian also went to help. I thought that Chiyu was more than enough to defend, but I didn't expect. I couldn't see through that battle. Shangguan Hen and the other two people seemed to have been thrown into the infinite celestial capital by a great force. It was the same for Ho-E and Xing Tian. They were all seriously injured. When Shangguan Hen and the other two returned, they were unconscious and on their last breath. I could only keep them alive over the past few days. However, no one knew anything about the battle that day, Mahavairakana added. Guhai was silent for a moment. His eyes changed. Chiyo's death was full of doubts. It seemed that he could only know what happened when Shangguan Hen and the others woke up. Mr. Good, you asked everyone to wait outside the Hall of Great Strength and came in alone with me. Do you have something to say? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Guhai nodded and waved his hand. Whoosh! Guhai and Mahavairakana entered the immortal dome of ancients. Mahavairakana saw that Guhai was so serious, and his expression turned serious. Try not to mention the things on earth in the divine continent, just in case, Guhai said. Oh? Mr. Good wants to ask about the things on earth? Mahavairakana asked curiously. That's right. On earth, the 30 immortal domes control the entire immortal dome? Guhai looked at Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana nodded. This is not a secret. Mr. Good should have known about it long ago. But I recently received news that 30 was once a creature of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. No, he controlled the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the past. After that, he was tired of the weakness of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and entered the void to find the other immortal domes. 30 is on Earth. Is he an outsider? Guhai looked at Mahavairakana. What? Mahavairakana was shocked. But it's the truth? Guhai asked. No wonder. No wonder 30 is so heartless and cruel to the people on our side. He kills all who have attained the Tao. He is emotionless like a dog or a pig. He is not from our immortal dome? Mahavairakana was shocked. 30 immortal dome. You didn't know he was an outsider? Guhai frowned. We didn't know. The group of powerful beings who came before him all died at his hands. We should have thought of it. We should have thought of it. We were still thinking of how to move him. Ha ha, what a joke. Mahavairakana said bitterly. 30 immortal dome. 30 is also killing the heavens to seize the position? Guhai asked curiously. Yes. Mahavairakana sighed. Killing the heavens? 30 immortal dome. Who was the previous heavens? Did they not reincarnate? The previous heavens must have countless secret technique. Were they really all killed? Did they not leave behind any backup plans? Guhai asked curiously. I'm not sure if there were any backup plans. However, you should have heard of the 30 immortal dome. The previous heavens. Mahavairakana sighed. His name is Pangu. Mahavairakana said in awe. Pangu? Guhai's expression turned solemn. Back on Earth, who didn't know that Pangu was the first living being in the world when he created the world? Later on, he supported the world and prevented it from closing. It's Pangu. However, the legend is not that simple. The immortal dome was formed and naturally it would not close. He was 30 Sai. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Chapter 1063. It's Pangu. However, legends aren't that simple. The celestial dome was formed, so it naturally wouldn't close. He was 30. Sai. Mahavairakana sighed softly. Guhai frowned. If that's the case, 30 is really the 30 of the Six Paths Celestial Dome. The Six Paths Celestial Dome and 30 of the Celestial Dome, One positive and one negative? If that's the case, 30 has a way to travel between the two celestial domes. Mahavairocana's expression turned serious. Mr. Good, are you saying that 30 can come back whenever he wants to? If 30 could come and go as he pleased, then wouldn't the Six Paths Celestial Dome be? Gu Hai shook his head. I'm guessing that's not the case. I'm guessing that 30's way to travel between the two celestial domes is gone. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean? Mahavairocana was confused. 800,000 years ago, Fushi fought 30's will and blocked him outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. What does that mean? It means that 30 didn't come back the way he came, but came back in another form, and it's just a will. Gu Hai said solemnly. But think about it, Amitabha. Even when he discovered the Six Paths Celestial Dome, he couldn't enter. He wasn't simply in the void outside the Six Paths Celestial Dome. He was in another dimension, and he could only pass on Buddhism to the Six Paths Celestial Dome. His body couldn't come until he died in the void. Then, he was recited by generations of Buddhist cultivators, and his will was reincarnated. The two celestial domes are in different dimensions, and it's almost impossible to reach the other side. 800,000 years ago, when his will came back, it was the same as Amitabha. Gu Hai said solemnly. But didn't I come back? Can't you travel back? Is Ichio really more powerful than 30, Amitabha? Mahavairocana frowned. Gu Hai shook his head. Ichio is my senior, and I shouldn't be saying that. However, this concerns the lives of the two celestial domes, so I can only make a guess. Oh! Ichio didn't open up two passageways to the immortal firmament. Instead, he found the passageway that 30 had broken through back then. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Mahavairocana was surprised. I'm guessing that this passageway between the two immortal firmament realms was actually left behind by 30. However, 30 was careless and lost it. The two entrances were found by Senior Ichio and the Taishang sect master of the Six Paths Immortal Firmament. Thus, the two of them set a password on the passageway and hid it in a place where 30 could not find it. I obtained it later. Gu Hai guessed. You're saying that this passageway of yours belongs to 30? Without this passageway, 30 won't be able to come back at will? We can only find other paths in the void? Mahavairocana asked with a frown. That's what I'm guessing. Gu Hai nodded. Perhaps you're right. I remember now. When Ichio died, 30 seemed to have gone berserk. He slaughtered many living beings in many galaxies. In the universe on Earth's side, many living beings were destroyed, and many immortals were killed. For a long time, many immortals did not dare to show their faces. It was during that time. Mahavairocana's expression changed. 30 lost something and was enraged. That's why he is angry. Gu Hai said seriously. Mahavairocana nodded. In that case, 30 won't be able to come back. This place is relatively safe? Gu Hai shook his head. No, I feel that it's getting more and more dangerous. 30 invaded once 800,000 years ago. This means that he has never given up on finding a second path. It's been 800,000 years. I'm guessing that his second invasion won't be too far away. Mahavairocana's expression darkened. Forget it. 30's matter is still a little far away. Let's get through this. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty are about to fight to the death. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land is also involved. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mahavairocana exhaled and nodded. I've said so much so that you know what to do. In the boundless celestial capital, no matter when, if the Long Wanyu is in danger, please help. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mahavairocana was puzzled. The Long Wanyu is the key to resolving the calamity. Gu Hai said solemnly. She is, could it be? Mahavairocana's pupils constricted. Gu Hai nodded. It's enough that you know. There's no need to say it. Mahavairocana nodded. The two stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. they entered the Hall of Great Strength. Inside the Hall of Great Strength, in the furnace, Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched as if he was going to wake up first. Quang! Gu Hai waved his sleeve, and the door of the Hall of Great Strength opened with a bang. Outside the hall, Chen Xian, and the others saw the door open and immediately filed in. "Husband, how is Han?" Chen Xian asked anxiously. "He's about to wake up." Gu Hai looked into the furnace. Buzz. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Han and Ao Xing's eyelids twitched for a while. Finally, the three of them opened their eyes one after another. "They're awake. That's great," Gu Qin said in surprise. "The injuries on their bodies are all shattered." "How strange." Long Wanyu frowned slightly as if she had thought of something. The three of them woke up and immediately saw Gu Hai and the others. "Your Majesty, you're finally back." Shangguan Hen's eyes immediately turned red. "Imperial Father, this child is useless. I could only watch Uncle Chiyu die," Gu Han said with reddened eyes. "Your Majesty, this subject is useless." Cough, cough, cough. Ao Xing also said bitterly. Gu Hai channeled another surge of energy into the three of them. Following that, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Long Shenying slowly helped the three of them out of the furnace. "Sit," Gu Hai ordered. "This child does not dare." Gu Han immediately refused. Shangguan Hen and Ao Xing also did not dare to sit. "Sit, your bodies are weak. Sit down and talk," Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The three of them slowly sat down. "What happened that day? How did Chiyu die? How did Empress Ji kill him?" Gu Hai looked at the three of them and asked. That day, an alarm suddenly sounded in Chiyu City. Rolling fog instantly enveloped Chiyu City. We heard Chiyo's shout resounding throughout the boundless celestial capital. Prince Gu Han, Supreme Ao Xing, and I rushed over without hesitation. Ao Xing has not reached the peak of Heavenly Palace, so I brought him along. Shangguan Hen said. "What did you see when you went?" Gu Hai said solemnly. "The moment we entered the fog, we were ambushed." "Ambushed?" Gu Hai said with a frown. "Yes, it seemed that Empress Ji had long set up an ambush. I encountered a scorpion tail. It was very powerful. That scorpion tail poked my head and I immediately felt dizzy." Shangguan Hen said in shock as he recalled. "Scorpion tail? That was the poisoned hitching horse steak?" Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Han nodded. "That's right. Fourth brother from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land launched a sneak attack on Paragon Shangguan. Paragon Shangguan's fleshly body is incredible. You should know that the power of that poison hook is so strong that it can threaten even the great circle of the God Legion. Only Prime Shangguan, with his invincible Vajra body, could barely block it. If it were me, I would have lost my life." "And then?" Gu Hai asked. "I encountered the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Xing. I was incompetent and was suppressed by him." Ao Xing said with a bitter smile. "That Ao Xing is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. It's not simple for you to be able to withstand his attacks." Gu Hai nodded. "I met Mr. Wu Xing," Gu Han said with a complicated expression. "Mr. Wu Xing?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "Wasn't Mr. Wu Xing Gu Ming? His fourth son?" Gu Han definitely knew him. "Yes. That Mr. Wu Xing set up a formation long ago and blocked me." "What a strange formation," Gu Han said with a frown. "In other words, you were blocked by someone? What about Ho Yi and Xing Tian?" Gu Hai asked. "They were also stopped by others. At that time, the battlefield was extremely chaotic, and this child also couldn't see clearly. However, if they weren't from the Grand Yellow Celestial Dynasty, then they were from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. In any case, those who went to help were all stopped. And at the center of a turbid storm, Matriarch Ji fought against Chiyu. In the end, she defeated Chiyu." Gu Han said bitterly. "Defeated Chiyu? What kind of ability is Chiyu? He is a peak god. Moreover, he cultivates one of the 5 branches of the sorcerer race. He can swallow the world and eat everything. He is invulnerable. His physical body is even stronger than Shangguan Hen's. Gu Hai said with a frown. That's right. However, Uncle Chi Yu still lost. At the last moment of the battle, we remember that an eye appeared in the sky. It was a golden eye that looked like the eye of heaven. That eye emitted several beams of golden light that struck our bodies. Our bodies were instantly injured, and countless cracks appeared on them. Gu Han recalled. Eye of heaven? Gu Hai's pupils constricted. Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, and the others were also shocked. Eye of heaven? This is one of the 5 sets of talent. Could it be that Empress Ji also has a set of talents? However, after that eye of heaven released the golden light, it seemed to be tired. It closed and disappeared. Gu Han recalled. Tired? Gu Hai and the others were even more shocked. It looked like this eye of heaven was not as good as Immortal Six Paths or Yuan Shi Tianzuan's. The Uncle Chi Yu that father mentioned might not have that invulnerable physical body and the ability to swallow everything. Gu Han recalled. What do you mean? At that time, we were severely injured by that eye of heaven. We were already on the verge of death. However, Chi Yu suddenly appeared. He looked at us bitterly and said, My ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth is gone. My physical body has become mortal. I lost again. However, I'm sorry. I hope you can escape. Take care. Gu Han recalled. Chi Yu said goodbye? Gu Hai's face sank. Yes. Then, Chi Yu threw me, Crown Prince Gu Han, Ao Xing, Ho Yi and Xing Tian out. We flew back to the infinite celestial capital. When we flew back, we saw Matriarch Ji Xianyuan's sword coming out of the fog and stabbing into the back of Chi Yu's neck, coming out of his throat, Shangguan Hen said bitterly. Big brother Chi Yu really lost? How could it be gone? He is invulnerable to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. How could the Xianyuan sword cut through his body? Gu Hai said with a frown. The 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe. Long Wanyu's face sank. What? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Chi Yu's powerful physical body and the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth might really be gone. Long Wanyu said with an ugly expression. You said the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe? What do you mean? The 4 great zombies, the ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, the divine blood duplication, and the mind control. What's the other one? Empress Ji has the Divine Tao Sorcerer Book. She definitely has the 5th main bloodline. What is it? Is it related to Chi Yu's death? Gu Hai said with a deep voice. Yes. If Empress Ji controlled the last main bloodline, Chi Yu might have been careless. Everything was taken away by Empress Ji. Long Wanyu said with a frown. What's the 5th main bloodline? It's so mysterious. Why didn't we find anything about it? Chen Xian asked curiously. The 5th main bloodline is called Divine Tao Deprivation. Long Wanyu said with a frown. Divine Tao Deprivation? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes. It is to deprive the opponent of their Divine Tao's secret technique and refine it. Matriarch Ji took the Devour the Heavens and Earth divine technique from Chi Yu's body and placed it in her own body. Devouring all things? Invulnerable? Impervious to fire and water? All these abilities were stripped away by Empress Ji. Chi Yu lost all these abilities except for his cultivation. So, Long Wanyu said with a frown. Divine Tao deprivation? In the main hall, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying main bloodline of the sorcerer tribe. Chapter 1064. Divine Tao deprivation? If that's the case, wouldn't Matriarch Ji be invincible? Wasn't the sorcerer tribe invincible in the past as well? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No, they weren't invincible. Actually, there are drawbacks as well. After depriving the opponent of their Divine Tao's secret art, they would need to refine it themselves. Furthermore, if they didn't refine it well, they would be devoured by the Divine Tao's secret art instead. Right now, Matriarch Ji is still in seclusion, right? Long One Yu asked. The embroidered uniform guards sent news that Matriarch Ji had been in seclusion ever since she killed Chiyu. After coming out a few times, she went back into seclusion. Montez immediately said. Hence, Matriarch Ji is still refining the Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art. The Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art is one of the 5 main veins along with the Divine Tao deprivation. Its divinity is extremely strong and it isn't that easy to refine. Long One Yu explained. No wonder she only sent the heavenly demon Holy Grounds to find trouble with us. Chen Xian said with a frown. Divine Tao sorcerer books, how many of them does Matriarch Ji possess? It's so terrifying. Kong Xian said with a frown. Divine Tao sorcerer books, the others are all minor Taos. The most powerful ones are the 5 main veins, the 4 great zombies, divine blood duplication, devour the heavens and earth, mind control, and divine Tao deprivation. The 4 great zombies required the zombie progenitor's seed. This was definitely not something that could be obtained easily. Back then, the shaman race only had 4 seeds, and they also required Jiangchen's blood. Clearly, Matriarch Ji could not do anything about the 4 great zombies. Divine blood duplication. This was even more difficult to complete. It required poison and the collection of all poisonous insects in the world. Many of the poisonous insects in the ancient era had already gone extinct. Hence, Matriarch Ji couldn't do it. Although she had taken away Qi Yu's Devour the Heavens and Earth secret art, others couldn't cultivate it. Qi Yu had spent a lot of effort and Jiang Lianshan's plan to succeed. Others couldn't do it in a short time. Matriarch Ji could only use her divine Tao deprivation and heart manipulation. Seizing the divine Tao was simply too tyrannical and heaven-defying. Matriarch Ji would definitely hold it in her hands. As for the mind manipulation, there should be flaws. After all, De Hong couldn't control Yuanshi Tianzuan back then. Gu Hai said in a low voice. But even so, this Empress Ji is still extremely dangerous. Mo Yike frowned. Gu Hai nodded and then shook his head. Divine Tao deprivation. No matter how powerful it is, it can't escape the circle of divine cultivators. Longevity and divine literature spirit, the world is the 5 cultivators. Yes. Everyone nodded. Matriarch Ji is a cautious person. Since she wants to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire, she naturally wouldn't place all her bets on Scorpio. She definitely has other methods. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty is wise. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Your Majesty, I have already sorted out the battle plans of the Great Yellow Dynasty and the marching plans against the Dahan Imperial Empire. I am waiting for your Majesty to take a look. Mo Yike suddenly stepped forward and handed over a memorial. Many officials were stunned. These days, everyone was busy dealing with the invaders. After all, if they weren't careful, the boundless celestial capital would be wiped out. Yet, Mo Yike still had the time to prepare a memorial? Gu Hai took the memorial but didn't open it. Instead, he looked at the officials. My dear officials, you have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Wait for my summons. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. We will take our leave. The officials replied. Most of the officials slowly left. Only Gu Hai's family, the army commanders, Montez, Virokana, the unborn man, and Hutu were left in the hall. Montez, take Goddess Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Gaochen, Chongsheng, Ziwei, Hoqing, and Mu Chenfeng to rest first. Gu Hai looked at Montez. Whoosh! Immediately, Gaochen, Ziwei, Chongsheng, and Mu Chenfeng were sent out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Although Gaochen and the others were in the Immortal Dome of Ancients, Gu Hai didn't hide anything outside. Gaochen and the others saw everything clearly. Master, there is no need for Montez to take care of you. I will do it. This is my home. Since they are here, I will take care of them. Gaochen immediately volunteered. As long as there is food. Chongsheng and Ziwei smiled. Many thanks, ancient emperor. Goddess Hudu nodded. Ho Qing was heavily injured and naturally didn't have the right to speak. Mao Tianyan scratched his itch and didn't mind. Yes, Hall Master. Mu Chenfeng said respectfully. Montez accepted the order and sent the group away. Unborn man, organize the materials and requirements for the passage between the two worlds. Write it down and give it to me. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The unborn man looked at everyone and finally nodded. Chen Xian also guessed that Gu Hai might want to discuss matters of state. She immediately grabbed Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu and said, Sisters, your husband is handling some matters. We are returning to the palace. I have also prepared some gifts for you. Would you like to come with me to take a look? Okay. Long Wanqing also saw that Gu Hai was busy and nodded. Okay. What gift? Long Wanyu said as if they were close friends. Han, Shangguan Hen, Ao Xing, heal your injuries first. Here are 3 bottles of medicine to heal your injuries. Treat them according to the symptoms and heal your injuries. Gu Hai took out 3 bottles of heaven replenishing power. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. Virokana, the 3 of them, I'll leave them to you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, don't worry. I will help them heal. Virokana nodded. Gu Hai also nodded and looked at the others. Let's go to the upper study. Yes. Gu Qin and the other army commanders replied. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. The crown prince and the other army commanders stood in 2 rows. Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Sima Chongkong, and Dragon Goding. Your Majesty, there are also my memorials on your desk. They are letters of support from the 3 imperial empires and the 3 middle sects. Sima Chongkong also said. Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong in surprise. Apart from Mo Yike, Sima Chongkong also didn't let the dangers of the outside world get to his head? Gu Hai nodded. There was a pile of information on the desk. Gu Hai quickly flipped through it. As for the 8 of them, they waited patiently. After a full 2 hours, Gu Hai finally finished reading all the information, including the information on Sima Chongkong and Mo Yike. At this moment, Gu Hai had a better understanding of the major events that had happened in the past year. At the same time, he also knew about the dangers that the Dahan Imperial Empire was facing. Empress Ji killed Qiyu and occupied Qiyu City. She spread the word that all the major forces in the world are at odds with the Dahan Imperial Empire. Anyone who dares to help the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as an enemy of the Great Yellow Dynasty. She won't rest until one of them is dead? Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Yes, Your Majesty. The 9 Li Imperial Empire occupies the center of the Divine Continent. The Great Yellow Dynasty even sent a message to all the forces in the center of the Divine Continent, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. They are to cooperate with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Otherwise, the flames of fury will burn them. And Nly Mo Yike said. Oh? All the forces from the center to the north of the Divine Continent? How are they coming to terms? Gu Hai asked. From the center to the north of the Divine Continent, there are a total of 15 imperial empires, 16 mid-tier sects, countless imperial empires, and lower-tier sections. Of these 15 imperial empires, 4 of them are willing to give up 5 cities each. 3 mid-tier sects are also willing to give up 4 cities each. These cities that are given to the Great Yellow Dynasty are in a straight line, forming a long and narrow territory for the Great Yellow Dynasty. From the Great Yellow Dynasty all the way to the north, all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire. Mo Yike said solemnly. A long and narrow territory from Xianyuan City all the way to the Dahan Imperial Empire? Mr. Mo, what do you think Empress Ji intends to do? Gu Hai asked. Draw on the power of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Mo Yike said. Oh! Empress Ji seems to have seen that the potential of the Dahan Imperial Empire is too great. Therefore, between the Great Yen Heavenly Empire and the Dahan Imperial Empire, he chose to deal with the Dahan Imperial Empire first. Although it is only a small territory, as long as the territory extends to the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire, he can move his capital there. He can then mobilize the fate energy at the borders of the Dahan Imperial Empire and then send troops to the Dahan Imperial Empire. This will be more effective with half the effort. Empress Ji is very cautious. Mo Yike said solemnly. What cautious? Empress Ji is just picking on the weak. Gu Hai sneered. Mo Yike didn't say a word. Does he think that the Dahan Imperial Empire is still the same as before? If he dares to take a bite, he should be prepared to have his teeth broken. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. The Dahan Imperial Empire is now fully fledged. It is about time for it to enter the Celestial Empire. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Celestial Empire? Everyone's eyes lit up. The Great Yellow Dynasty is threatening those powers. I naturally can't be behind them. Mo Yike, draft an edict and tell the world that the Great Yellow Dynasty's Empress Ji used despicable means to kill my brother, Chi Yu. This hatred is irreconcilable. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Empire will not rest until one of them is dead. All the powers in the world who help the Dahan Imperial Empire will be treated as the enemy of the Dahan Imperial Empire. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. All the generals smiled knowingly. Empress Ji threatened those powers, and His Majesty also threatened those powers. They wondered what those powers were thinking. Was the Dahan Imperial Empire really going head-to-head with Great Yellow? No one was afraid. Instead, they felt excited. After all, they had been here for so many years. What had they not seen before? The Great Yellow Dynasty was strong, but it was not strong enough to suppress the Divine Continent. If the Dahan Imperial Empire won this battle, the Dahan Imperial Empire would definitely advance to the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire? Thinking about it, everyone's hearts trembled. Battle flames flashed in their eyes. Once this edict is out, the various powers will definitely panic and be caught in a dilemma. Chen Tianshan said with a smile. Not necessarily, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. Mo Yike nodded. In the end, the Great Yellow Dynasty is still the Celestial Empire. Although my Dahan Imperial Empire has been very strong in recent years, it is still an Imperial Empire. Most of those powers might still side with the Great Yellow Dynasty. Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, if those powers remain stubborn and continue to help the Great Yellow Dynasty, how should my Dahan Imperial Empire deal with them? Destroy them at lightning speed, Gu Hai said. Yes. All the generals answered. Chapter 1065. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai sat behind his desk, discussing the Great Yellow Dynasty's aggression with his officials. Mr. Sima, is your information reliable? Gu Hai looked at Sima Chongkong. Mo Yike returned to his seat, and Sima Chongkong stepped forward. Your Majesty is also aware of these 6 factions. Their crown princes and sect masters' sons are all hostages in the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. Not long ago, a sect master delivered a request for surrender. Your Majesty has instructed us that while Your Majesty is not around, we should prioritize the important matters of the nation based on their severity. We can handle them on Your Majesty's behalf. When we received the request for surrender, we also sought the approval of the Crown Prince and Empress Chen to take charge of this matter. We even met with the sect master. When I found out that the 6 forces had different opinions, I asked Lord Meng's embroidered uniform guards to cooperate and do some small tricks within the 6 forces to make them completely surrender to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The specifics of how it was done were all in the memorial. Your Majesty has already read it, and I think it should be reliable. Sima Chongkong said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled. I've read your memorial, and it's indeed a psychological attack. Not only the 3 sect masters, but even the 3 emperors also agreed. You're not simple. You've done the most to subdue the 6 forces, Mr. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Actually, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. The one who made the 3 emperors surrender to the Dahan imperial dynasty was not me, but your majesty. Sima Chongkong shook his head. Back then, when the leaders of the 6 forces were preparing to ambush your majesty in 3 Mountain City, your majesty could have killed them, but your majesty suppressed them and destroyed their arrogance. Then, your majesty was magnanimous and released the tiger back to the mountain, showing them your majesty's benevolence. After that, they witnessed the destruction of the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain and Chio's attack on Xianyuan City, which also showed them the strength of the Dahan imperial dynasty. All of their reliance was destroyed. That's why I took advantage of the situation. What I did is not worth mentioning. Mr. Sima Chongkong, you're too humble. Do you think I'll compete with you for credit? Taking advantage of the situation? I still hope that your actions can affect the whole world, Gu Hai said with a smile. I dare not. Sima Chongkong smiled respectfully. Gu Hai gave all the credit to Sima Chongkong, which warmed Sima Chongkong's heart. Since the 6 major forces are willing to join Dahan, then Mr. Sima needs to be careful. This is the most dangerous moment. The Great Yellow Dynasty is eyeing us covetously. We need to be careful, Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty sends out an imperial edict, the 6 great powers will definitely join the Dahan imperial dynasty. Sima Chongkong promised. That's fine. A long delay may lead to many problems. It's not good to delay. Sima Chongkong, draft the edict. After I've read it, I'll immediately issue the edict, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Sima Chongkong answered. However, Your Majesty, what should we do with the leaders of the 6 forces? Sima Chongkong asked with a frown. However, even though the 6 great powers are large, they are not something our Dahan imperial dynasty can compare to. Using the name of their former country, they are bestowed with the title of Marquis. Even though their trusted subordinates cannot forget their former country and have the possibility of causing trouble, the Dahan imperial dynasty is also in urgent need of talents. They can continue to hold power, but they will be separated from each other and go to other places to govern. The 6 great forces will have their subordinates scattered to prevent them from forming cliques for personal gain. The masters of the 6 great forces will have to go to the infinite celestial capital and serve as their subjects, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Sima Chongkong answered. Mo Yike, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, Mo Yike said respectfully. In your memorial, you placed great importance on the overall situation. You have unified all the forces from the north to the center of the divine continent. Just now, I've made it clear that most of these forces will choose to support the Great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, we must dispatch troops with thunderous force to show our might. From now on, prepare the country's stabilizing army. With Mo Yike as the commander-in-chief, we will mobilize the entire nation's military forces to face the various battlefields, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, Mo Yike answered. Chen Tianshan, Gu Hai said. Your Majesty, Chen Tianshan answered. Appoint Chen Tianshan as the deputy commander-in-chief of the country's stabilizing army. He will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike. After we open up the territory, we must make arrangements for the handover of officials and the transfer of troops. We must ensure that every city is conquered and new blood is exchanged in the shortest time possible, Gu Hai instructed. Your Majesty, Chen Tianshan answered. Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing, Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, Gao Xianji as the deputy commander-in-chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 1st Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Kong Xian as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 5th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Mosquito Daoran as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the Legio 6 to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Dragon God Ing as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 8th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The 4 commanders answered. Sima Chongkong. Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sima Chongkong as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 7th Legion to lobby the various major powers to move south. Instigate the various powers to form an alliance and disintegrate the unity within the various powers to aid the battlefield. Gu Hai instructed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sima Chongkong answered. It's enough for all of you to know about the country's stabilizing army. We won't announce it publicly for the time being so as to facilitate Sima Chongkong's plans on the battlefield. When necessary, you can leak some information. When the time is right, we will announce it to the world in the imperial court. When we announce it to the world, it will be time for Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing to lead the troops to battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered. Why can't I see any information about Chio's corpse in these memorials? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Guqin stepped forward and said, Father, I didn't allow anyone to write down Uncle Chio's location. I didn't want you to see it. Gu Hai frowned. I wanted to report to you personally that Empress Ji had dismembered Chiyu into 4 parts and placed them in 4 different places. Furthermore, I want to announce to the world that he is a demon. I'm worried, Guqin said with a frown. You're worried that I will disregard everything and try to snatch the corpse? Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm worried too much. Guqin smiled bitterly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will definitely take care of Chio's corpse. But, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Empress Ji used Chio's corpse to set a trap for Your Majesty, Chen Tianshan said anxiously. I know, but I have to go. Chio's corpse shouldn't be wasted by Empress Ji. He doesn't deserve it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Father, actually, the Great Yellow Dynasty also sent news. When you were in the Netherworld, your whereabouts were found out by the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Guqin said with a frown. What? All the generals looked at Guqin in surprise. I didn't tell anyone about this. I was worried that the people would be distracted, so I only reported it to my mother, Guqin said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Guqin and didn't blame him. After all, when the infinite celestial capital's fate collapsed, everyone was in a panic. This kind of news should be kept a secret. Crown Prince, where did you get this news? Mo Yike asked curiously. Mo Yike, Montez, and the others had put in a lot of effort into the Great Yellow Dynasty. Many spies had entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, this kind of decisive news couldn't be obtained easily. It had to be obtained from Empress Ji's most trusted people. Empress Ji was so suspicious that even Mo Yike couldn't do anything about it. However, the Crown Prince got the news? Could it be that the Crown Prince had a spy who became Empress Ji's trusted aide? Father, do you know who sent the news? Guqin looked at Gu Hai and said. Guqin was talking about Mr. Wu Xing, who was also Gu Ming. However, this matter couldn't be revealed to anyone other than Gu Hai. Otherwise, Gu Ming would be doomed. Gu Hai looked at Guqin. There's news that Empress Ji has a subordinate called Song Jie. When Father left the infinite celestial capital, he created 2 treasures that could be used to track Father's whereabouts. He gave one to Minister De Hong and the other to the heavenly demon Holy Land. During this period of time, Mother and I have been very anxious. However, we can't do anything about it. Guqin said bitterly. Song Jie. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Song Jie has a method that can find the location of anyone in the world. During the plan to destroy the luck, he was the one who leaked my location to Jiang Rulai. Later on, he was the one who found the location of Tang Bingyao's soul. This time, he was the one who found Father's location. I want to say that Song Jie is definitely watching our dynasty's every move, especially Father's location. Guqin said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Right now, Empress Ji is using Chiyo's corpse to set a trap to lure Father out of the infinite celestial capital. As long as Father leaves the infinite celestial capital, Song Jie will definitely know. At that time, Empress Ji will use all her strength to ambush him. Guqin said anxiously. The expressions of all the Legion commanders changed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's words are not without reason. Empress Ji is eyeing us covetously now. Chiyu Heavenly Emperor is already dead. If he is still alive, he definitely won't want to see your Majesty risk your life for him. Mo Yike immediately said. Gu Hai knocked on the table with his finger. In the end, he shook his head and said, When I was in danger, Chiyu came to save me without hesitation. He didn't even hesitate to become enemies with the heavenly demon Holy Land. Now, Big Brother Chiyo's head is separated from his body. Should I just watch? I can't do that. I can't just leave him be. Your Majesty, please reconsider. All the Legion commanders immediately said. I understand your considerations, but everything has a solution. Since I know that it's a trap, I naturally won't let Empress Ji succeed. However, I must retrieve Chiyo's corpse. As for how to retrieve it, it's not something you should be concerned about. Settle the matters at hand and don't be scared by Empress Ji. In these years, I might not have met opponents as strong as Empress Ji, but facing the Great Yellow Dynasty isn't the most dangerous thing. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty is no longer the Imperial Dynasty it used to be. Didn't the spiritual mountain holy ground perish? So what if it's the Great Yellow Dynasty? Those who offend my Dahan must pay the price. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Where is Chiyo's corpse? Gu Hai looked at Guqin. Chapter 1066. Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, Primitive City, in a large hall. Zhao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Xing Tian and Ho Yi, who were resting with their eyes closed. There was a purple aura above their heads, and their faces were flushed. There were some cracks on their bodies, but they had all recovered. Zhao waved his hand. 1. 2 rays of red light shot into their bodies, and in an instant, their bodies shone with red light. Soon, the scars on their faces disappeared completely. Phew! The two of them let out a long breath and opened their eyes. Thank you for His Holiness's treatment. I have recovered 80% of my injuries. Hui exclaimed. I have also recovered 80%. I can take care of the rest of my injuries. Xing Tian said gratefully. It's good that you have recovered. Zhao nodded. I am useless. Please forgive me for my incompetence. Hui stood up and immediately bowed in shame. I am useless. I couldn't help Chiyu, causing Chiyu to. Xing Tian also had a guilty look. Forget it. Everything happened too quickly. Empress Ji set up a trap and covered it with thick fog. I didn't expect everything to change so quickly. Zhao said. Yes, but I wonder how Chiyu's corpse is now? Hui said bitterly. Chiyu's corpse was split into 4 parts. His hands, legs, head, and body were split into 4 parts to intimidate the world. He set up 4 traps and waited for me to jump into them. Zhao squinted his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His Holiness cannot take the risk. Empress Ji is sinister and cunning. Furthermore, she is much more powerful than before. She obtained the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book and learned the Divine Path Deprivation. She is vicious, Hui said anxiously. Yu lightly shook his head. Although I don't recognize that old man Jiang Lianshan, I still recognize Jingwei because she is my younger sister. Jiang Rulai? He is just a speculator. I don't care about his life. However, Qi Yu He, although I didn't treat him well in the past, he is of the same blood as me. I can't ignore his corpse. But Xing Tian was worried and wanted to say something. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall, reporting to His Holiness, the Han Imperial Dynasty's 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian, requests an audience. Yu raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai is finally back? Xing Tian's expression changed. Although Gu Hai had announced that he was in closed-door cultivation, many discerning people could tell that he was not in the limitless celestial capital at all, as the limitless celestial capital's sea of providence clouds had disappeared. Kong Xian and the others disappeared together, obviously following Gu Hai. "Bring him here," Bai said in a deep voice. "Yes." A response came from outside the hall. Bai also slowly stepped out of the hall. Xing Tian and Ho Yi followed closely behind. Soon, Kong Xian was brought in front of Zhuo. The Han Imperial Dynasty's Kong Xian greets Dian His Holiness. Kong Xian bowed slightly. Kong Xian, you've reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? Bai's expression changed and he was quite surprised. Kong Xian didn't hide it. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, for helping me break through the shackles. Oh? War God Marquis and Arrow God Marquis have recovered from their injuries too? Kong Xian looked at the two in surprise. After all, Kong Xian knew that the two's injuries were the same as Shangguan Hen's and the others, extremely miserable. Yet they already recovered. Too? It seems that Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, and Ao Xing's injuries have also recovered? Bai said in a deep voice. Thank you for Dian's concern for His Holiness. Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan, Supreme Martial Artist Ao, and Crown Prince Gu Han have already awakened and are recovering quickly. Kong Xian nodded. Gu Hai's healing skills are also quite impressive. Bai said lightly. Yes. Kong Xian wasn't modest. After all, he was praising Gu Hai. Kong Xian accepted it all. When did Gu Hai return? Bai asked in a deep voice. Just yesterday Your Majesty returned. Today, I'm here to deliver a message on Your Majesty's behalf. I didn't expect Dian's His Holiness to not know about it. Kong Xian smiled lightly. Not know? The embroidered uniform guards of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty are indeed worthy of their reputation. A while ago, they thoroughly investigated the infinite celestial capital and actually removed all the scouts from the world. Bai said lightly. I had no choice. Kong Xian nodded. Tell me, what message did Gu Hai want you to deliver? Bai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty wants to ask why Dian's His Holiness hasn't fulfilled his promise to return Your Majesty Lin Wan heir to a whole body when the time is up. Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. I've already helped Jingwei form a new body. I'm only waiting for the day when I'll separate the two of them. Only then can they be separated without suffering any losses. Bai said lightly. Kong Xian looked at Bai and finally nodded. Thank you for Dian's His Holiness integrity. Before we left, Your Majesty told us that Dian's His Holiness would keep his promise. Naturally, we have to return the favor and provide a piece of information to Dian's His Holiness. Bai was puzzled. Just yesterday, before we returned, we saw Jingwei's corpse in the netherworld. Kong Xian said solemnly. Jingwei's corpse? Bai's expression froze. Impossible, the little princess's corpse has been eaten by the fishes and shrimp. How can there still be one? Kong Xian, don't talk nonsense. Xing Tian glared at him. Kong Xian shook his head. He did not hide anything and told them about his encounter with Ingo in the netherworld. Ingo? How could this be? Xing Tian was shocked. The new commander of the witch tribe, this is His Holiness's plan? Using his own daughter as an experiment? Hou-yi was also in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, this is Jiang Lianshan's style. Bai's eyes turned cold. Obviously, his anger towards Jiang Lianshan had not subsided. Using his own family as an experiment, if it failed, it would be gone. If it succeeded, it would be used by him? He did not care about his family and only cared about himself, causing his children to be neither human nor ghosts. No wonder Bai hated Jiang Lianshan so much. However, speaking of which, Ingo's aura is indeed strong. I feel that she is not weaker than you. Moreover, she only has the same bloodline as you, she does not have the memory of Jingwei. Solemnly Kong Xian said. I understand, thank Gu Hai for telling me. Bai said solemnly. All right, I will report to His Majesty. Before we leave, His Majesty has one more thing to say, about taking back Qi Yu's corpse. Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai knows about Empress Ji's current strength, and he wants to interfere? Now, the Great Yellow Dynasty is targeting him. Does he dare to leave the limitless celestial capital? Bai said solemnly. Yes, His Majesty wants me to say that Qi Yu's corpse will be divided into 4 parts. His Majesty will be in charge of Qi Yu's head and body. Solemnly Kong Xian said. He will be in charge of taking back Qi Yu's head and body? If he has the guts, I will be in charge of Qi Yu's arms and legs. Bai said solemnly. That is His Majesty's intention. Soon, His Majesty will make a move. I also wish Great Yen His Holiness a victory. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Bai looked coldly at Kong Xian and did not say anything. Farewell. Kong Xian stood up and flew into the distance. Swish. In an instant, Kong Xian disappeared into the horizon. Xing Tian and Hou-yi looked at each other. Is Gu Hai really going to take the risk and take back Qi Yu's head and body? Xing Tian said in shock. Qi Yu became sworn brothers with this Gu Hai. It was worth it. Gu Hai is indeed not a heartless person. Hou-yi praised. Bai looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance and sneered. Empress Ji is a sly old fox. Gu Hai. It's hard to say if he can handle it. Before Kong Xian came to deliver the letter, the Dahan imperial dynasty's threatening edict had begun to spread to all the major forces in the world. In the study of an imperial dynasty's emperor, the emperor was looking at the edict from the Dahan imperial dynasty. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan imperial dynasty will not rest until one of them is dead. All the forces in the world who help the Dahan imperial dynasty will be regarded as the enemy of the Dahan imperial dynasty. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Ha 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 ha, this Gu Hai is so arrogant. Help the Great Yellow Dynasty? Is he learning from Empress Ji and threatening the world? That emperor sneered. Your Majesty, this Gu Hai is very strange. We must guard against him. No matter how strange he is still an imperial dynasty. What can he do? The Great Yellow Dynasty is about to arrive, and the Dahan imperial dynasty is about to be destroyed. What is there to worry about? Let's see how he dies. That emperor sneered. From the center to the north of the divine continent, the various major forces had different attitudes. Some were disdainful, while others were fearful. After all, Gu Hai's battle record was extremely terrifying. Once this threatening edict was released, it did not affect the decisions of the various major forces. At the very least, the various major forces started to feel a heavy weight in their hearts. The edict was ultimately from the Dahan imperial dynasty. Outside of the Dahan imperial dynasty, it naturally had no effect. After the initial nervousness, the various major forces quickly returned to normal. At the same time, some of the forces that were threatened by Empress Ji also gave up a few cities to allow the Great Yellow Dynasty to extend its territory to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Until half a month later, an earth-shattering piece of news came. It was still in the emperor's study. A group of important officials were listening to orders. Along with the emperor, they looked at an official in front of them in shock. "What did you say? Say it again." The emperor said coldly. "Yes, the Nanyang Imperial Dynasty, Cloud Pavilion Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Tsang Imperial Dynasty, Lulan Sect, War Mulberry Sect, and Howling Sky Sect have all submitted the proclamation of accession to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty today. The 3 emperors and 3 sect masters seem to have agreed to hand over their imperial dynasties and sects at the same time. Their 600 cities will be renamed to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In other words, the 6 major forces have been recruited," the official said with a bitter smile. "What? Impossible. They did not resist at all. Didn't the 6 major forces want to destroy Gu Hai? Had he been recruited? Did they not resist at all?" "Not at all?" the emperor said coldly. "No. Although there was some chaos, there was no rebellion. The 6 major forces worked together with the Dahan officials to take over the 600 cities. At the same time, the imperial family will enter the limitless celestial capital," the official said. "How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? They gave up everything and became prisoners?" the emperor said in disbelief. "They were not prisoners. They were all conferred the title of Marquis, Nanyang Marquis, Cloud Pavilion Marquis, Deetsong Marquis, Lulan Marquis, War Mulberry Marquis, War Mulberry Marquis, and Howling Sky Marquis," the official said. There was a brief moment of dead silence in the study. After a while, an important official said, "Your Majesty, this official said before that we have to be wary of Gu Hai. Although he is the ruler of the imperial dynasty, he is even more ruthless than the ruler of the heavenly dynasty, Matriarch Ji." "What do you mean?" the emperor said with a frown. In Matriarch Ji's threatening edict, the various factions would at most hand over a few cities. However, Gu Hai's threatening edict is an edict to exterminate sects and nations. That official exclaimed in shock. "Annihilation of sects and countries?" The emperor's eyes narrowed. "I feel that this is just the beginning. According to my research on Gu Hai, this is the mildest. It will become more and more ruthless. Sai, our dynasty is also helpless to be sandwiched between De Huang and the Dahan," the official said bitterly. Chapter 1067. The Infinite Celestial Capital. Although the national army wasn't announced publicly, Mo Yike had already started to mobilize the elite troops of Dahan under Gu Hai's command. The various movements were quickly transmitted to the other factions. The other factions all received the news, but they only guessed that Gu Hai was preparing a counterattack. They didn't expect Gu Hai to dare to attack the south. After all, Gu Hai had to face too many factions, and the Great Yellow Dynasty was also eyeing him covetously. The other factions were prepared to watch the fierce battle between the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. That was until the 6 great powers suddenly submitted to the Great Han Dynasty. This scene was like a wake-up call to everyone. The 3 medium sects and 3 imperial dynasties were on the same level as the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, they were taken down without shedding a drop of blood. How many preparations did the Dahan Imperial Dynasty have? As a result, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's army instantly increased. They had more than 1 heavenly palace in the peak Great Perfection stage and 2,000 cities. This was comparable to the Celestial Dynasty. The factions sandwiched between Great Yellow Dynasty and Dahan suddenly became anxious. Sima Chongkong's envoys began to make their way to the various imperial empires. They were extremely fast. They weren't flying boats, but were led by a group of medium and high celestial palace cultivators. In just a few days, they arrived at the various imperial dynasties and sects and started to interact with each other. The Great Yellow Dynasty and Dahan Imperial Dynasty hadn't started the war yet, but the situation in the world had already started to boil. The Infinite Celestial Capital. After half a month of recuperation, Ho Ching's injuries were more or less healed. Standing at the entrance of a large hall and looking in the direction of Gu Hai's upper study, Ho Qing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Ho Qing, your injuries have healed? Goddess Hudu asked. Sister, my injuries are more or less healed. Also, I can't stay in the infinite celestial capital anymore. Sister, come with me. Ho Qing looked at Goddess Hutu. What did you say? Goddess Hutu frowned. Sis, can't you tell? That Gu Hai was obviously courting death. Not only did he have the Great Yellow Dynasty as his mortal enemy, but now, he even issued a threatening edict. Wasn't this going against the entire world? The 6 major powers are pledging their loyalty not to intimidate the other powers, but to infuriate them. This Gu Hai has gone mad. Ho Qing said anxiously. What do you mean by crazy? Gu Hai established the Dahan imperial dynasty, taking one step at a time to reach the state it is today. Is it not as good as your judgment? Ho Qing, are you still holding a grudge against Gu Hai and unable to let go of your resentment? Don't forget that when you were trapped in the Yellow Springs weak water array, it was Gu Hai who saved you, Goddess Huda said solemnly. Sister, all right. I still have some resentment in my heart, but when I was saved, it wasn't all because of Gu Hai. Sister was there too. Sister would have saved me too. I'm not grateful to Gu Hai. I'm grateful to Sister. Sister, you heard it that day. Matriarch Ji has grasped the divine Tao deprivation and the mind manipulation. How can Gu Hai fight her? Matriarch Ji even has the help of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Didn't Chi Yu lose too? Gu Hai can't compare to Chi Yu. No, Chi Yu's devour the heavens and earth was also taken away by Matriarch Ji. This means that Matriarch Ji has Chi Yu's help. In this world, no one can suppress Matriarch Ji, Ho Qing said anxiously. Meow, so you're running away? Becoming a deserter? Suddenly, Mao Tianyun walked out from nearby. I'm talking to my sister. Why are you interrupting? Ho Qing glared at him. Humph, so what if I interrupt? Ho Qing, you can't be thinking of joining Matriarch Ji, right? Mao Tianyun sneered. How can I join Matriarch Ji? Sister, I want to go to the Great Yen Sky Dynasty to find Jiang Yen. Sister, come with me. If you stay here, you'll only be waiting for death. That Gu Hai is playing with fire. He won't have a good ending. Ho Qing advised. Enough, Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Sister. Ho Qing, I won't stop you if you want to leave. I know that I can't stop you. You have your own thoughts, and no one can change them. No, maybe Jiang Yen can change your mind. However, I'll make it clear to you. You're not allowed to leak anything about the Long Wanyu. Even if it's Jiang Yen, you can't tell anyone. If I find out that you leaked the information, we'll cut off all ties. I'll hunt you down no matter what. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Sister, you can't. Ho Qing said anxiously. Goddess Huda looked at Ho Qing with a cold expression, forcing Ho Qing to swallow the words he was about to say. Sister, are you really not leaving? Even if you take the Long Wanyu with you, Ho Qing still wanted to persuade her. Goddess Ho Tu's gaze was still cold. All right, sister. Take care of yourself. Ho Qing sighed. Mao Tianyun looked at the pair of siblings and frowned, but he didn't say anything. Goodbye, Ho Qing said in a low voice. Whoosh. Ho Qing didn't care about the others and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed softly. Ho Tu, Ho Qing's words aren't unreasonable. Should we all stay? Gu Hai seems to be in the center of the storm. His position is very dangerous, Mao Tianyun said with a frown. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head. Our mission is to protect the Long Wanyu. Isn't that right? But Gu Hai, Mao Tianyun said with a frown. Speaking of which, Gu Hai is surrounded by danger. But because of the danger, aren't there also many opportunities around him? Staying here may not be a bad thing. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head. Are you talking about Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, and Qin Xian reaching the complete level of the heavenly palace? Mao Tianyun asked in confusion. Not only them. Didn't Mosquito Daoren and Ao Xing also reach a certain level? Goddess Ho Tu said. But we are all at the complete level of the heavenly palace. What's the point of staying? Besides, if we accidentally hurt the Long Wanyu, wouldn't it be? Mao Tianyun said with a frown. No, it won't. Gu Hai is a person who values friendship. He will protect the Long Wanyu with all his might. Long Wanyu won't be in danger here. On the other hand, once we leave the infinite celestial capital, can the two of us protect the Long Wanyu? Things are no longer the same as they were in the past. Goddess Earth Mother sighed. You mean to say that being with Gu Hai is the safest place? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. Goddess Ho Tu nodded. Alright, if you say so, then so be it. You guys are much smarter than me when it comes to scheming. But it's a pity that Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chong Xing are useless. Their memories of their past lives are useless. Their intelligence is also worrying. Plus, their cultivation is only at the middle level of the heavenly palace. It's a pity that… Mao Tianyun sighed. You're wrong. Their current achievements are already higher than ours. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head. What? Are you kidding me, Goddess Ho Tu? The three of them are weirdos? They just mastered the source of Guqin Dao, calligraphy Dao, and painting Dao. They can only use some of them passively. They are far worse than us. Mao Tianyun said in disbelief. The 5 divine messengers mastered the 5 great Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were metal, wood, and earth. But in this life, they are Guqin, calligraphy, and painting. Do you think that Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are just 4 simple great Daos? Goddess Ho Tu sneered. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting belong to the cultivation of literature. Life, fortune, divine literature, and spirit. Every cultivation covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. Do you understand? Cultivation of literature, you underestimate it. It doesn't just consist of 4 heavenly Daos. It uses these 4 great Daos as its foundation and covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting can use some kind of power from 750 great Daos. Goddess Ho Tu said. Are you kidding? That's impossible. Mao Tianyun said with a glare. That is the truth. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all cultivation of literature. They are different from the other great Daos. They can use some of the power from 749 great Daos. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi relied on comprehension and hard work to master most of chess. Gaochen, longevity, and purple micro were born with it. Although they only grasped the source of laws, do you think they are useless? In fact, they have already washed away all the glamour and reached another level. They don't scheme against each other because their temperaments have changed. Goddess Ho Tu said. Why can these 4 great Daos command the 3,000 great Daos? Mao Tianyun asked in confusion. It's because of the person who created the cultivation of literature. With the 4 great Daos as the foundation, they can use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. It's like how heaven used the golden dragon of luck to use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. Gaochen and the others have just started to transform, but they are already ahead of us. Don't underestimate them or be arrogant. The 3 of them, together with Gu Hai's chess Dao, are a complete cultivation of literature. So, do you still think that Gu Hai is dangerous here? Goddess Ho Tu asked. Mao Tianyun was slightly stunned. In the end, he nodded and said, It's really strange. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head and looked in the direction of the upper study. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Guqin and the Legion commanders stood on his left. 6 people stood on his right. They were the leaders of the 6 factions that had just joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. They had all been conferred the title of Marquis. They were now part of the Dahan imperial dynasty's imperial court. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 factions looked at Gu Hai with a trace of confusion. I have already said in the imperial court that it is thanks to the 6 of you that the Dahan imperial dynasty can grow stronger in peace, Gu Hai said to the 6. The 6 of them smiled bitterly. In the past, they had indeed promised Sima Chongkong, but when the Great Yellow Celestial Empire attacked, the 6 great forces hesitated for a while. However, at that time, Sima Chongkong had spread the news everywhere in their imperial court, using public opinion to force the 6 of them to take side. In the end, they reluctantly joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, at this time, no one would say it out loud. The title of Marquis is naturally not as honorable as the former emperors and sect leaders. However, the Dahan imperial dynasty is fair in its rewards and punishments. I wonder if you are willing to contribute to the Dahan imperial dynasty and expand its territory? Gu Hai looked at the 6 of them. The 6 of them were slightly stunned and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Logically speaking, these emperors and sect leaders who submitted would at most be raised in the imperial court. They would not be given any power. After all, this was necessary for the country's long-term stability. However, what did Gu Hai mean by this? I am a person who appreciates talents. I am not worried about you rebelling, Gu Hai said calmly. We dare not. The 6 of them bowed at almost the same time. There's no need to worry. I already said that I am not worried about you rebelling. However, you just need to think about the price of rebelling. Most of the commanders to your right were my opponents in the past, my enemies. Now they are also nobles and princes. Why would I worry about people who submit to me? Gu Hai smiled. That's right. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Gao Xianji, Dragon God Ing, Mo Yike, and Sima Chongkong all laughed. In the past, they were indeed Gu Hai's opponents. The 6 of them were slightly stunned. Then, their eyes lit up. Solemnly, one of them said, Your Majesty's breadth of mind is admirable. The Dahan imperial dynasty will soon be promoted to the Celestial dynasty. The nobles of the Celestial dynasty are comparable to the emperors of the imperial dynasties. They are also comparable to the sect leaders of the middle sect. The 6 of you were able to establish the imperial dynasties and middle sect. You are not ordinary people, and have your own method. How can I waste your talents and let you achieve nothing? Gu Hai said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The 6 of them said with a trace of gratitude. This is a critical moment for the Dahan. I have a share of the merit of opening up the country and establishing a new empire. I want to share it with you. You can show your talents. When the matter is settled and the Dahan ascends to the Celestial dynasty, it is not impossible for you to obtain nobility. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, please arrange it. The 6 of them immediately took a deep breath and said with a trace of excitement. It was definitely a blessing for them to meet such an open-minded emperor. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and nodded. Mo Yike, who was on the side, understood that these 6 people were going to be included in the list of the national army. Chapter 1068. The Dahan imperial dynasty was an all-encompassing force. Gu Hai did not feel that he could use anyone. As long as it was beneficial to the Dahan and he could suppress them, they were all useful talents. To outsiders, the leaders of the 6 factions were very dangerous. After all, the 6 had deep roots and involved too many things. However, to Gu Hai, this was not a big deal. As long as there were enough defenses, the Dahan needed to make the best use of their talent. Although the legion commanders were strong, they had to face a group of powerful experts. Naturally, they would need help. Gu Hai did not hide much about the national army. He had Mo Yike explain it to the 6. After the 6 heard it, their eyes widened. At the same time, they were shocked. This Gu Hai's appetite was even greater than that of the war dragon warring state back then. 2,000 cities were not enough. Was he trying to unify the northern part of the divine continent? Half the world? However, shock was shock. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the sixth. After careful comparison, the Dahan imperial dynasty did indeed have a huge capital. They had many capable people and many experts. They had a tight organization and good management. Perhaps they could succeed. From Matriarch Ji's actions, they could see the great Yellow Dynasty's ambition. Now, the Dahan imperial dynasty wanted to clash head-on with them? What do the six of you think? Gu Hai looked at the six. We are willing to listen to your Majesty's orders, the six said at the same time. At this moment, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they let it go? With such a contribution, once the Dahan imperial dynasty ascended to the heavenly dynasty, their authority might not be any less than before. Good. Then, the six of you will enter the national army and listen to the orders of Commander Mo Yike. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at the six. Yes. Greetings, Commander Mo. The six said. Mo Yike nodded in satisfaction. At the side, Sima Chongkong also revealed a slight smile. Everyone trusted the six of them, not only because of their bearing, but also because of their control. All of the families of the six leaders were moved to the limitless celestial capital as a form of restraint. In order to show their loyalty to the Dahan imperial dynasty would naturally protect their families with all its might. However, if he were to be two-faced, it would also cause them to hesitate in taking action. Furthermore, with the identities of the six of them, they could bewitch the leaders of the other forces, making the other forces unable to see through them. After assigning the tasks to everyone, Gu Hai also dismissed his ministers, leaving only Gu Qin to accompany him. Have you investigated everything about Chio's corpse? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Yes, Chio's corpse is in 4 places. Master Kong has already received Kuei's confirmation. Kuei is in charge of Chi Yu's arms and legs, while Father is in charge of Chi Yu's head and body. Chi Yu's head is suppressed in Blood Maple Forest, while Chi Yu's body is suppressed in 8 trigrams mountain. Gu Qin said. As he spoke, Gu Qin took out a huge map. On the map, there was Blood Maple Forest and 8 trigrams mountain. These 2 places are not far from the former Chiyu city, one in the west and one in the north. Now, they are both shrouded in fog, clearly a huge trap. Father, be careful, Gu Qin said worriedly. Yes, you can leave. I will take a look, Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Qin nodded and left. After Gu Qin left, Gu Hai frowned slightly and carefully looked at the locations of Blood Maple Forest and 8 trigrams mountain. After a while, Gu Hai sighed. This was because Gu Hai understood that if Matriarch Ji was setting up an ambush, the terrain was only secondary. The most important thing was the people, formations, and troop. Gu Hai had some understanding of the 2 ambushes, but he still had many doubts. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai waved his hand and the door to the study opened. The life entrapment saber flew over from afar. Holding the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai turned it gently. Whoosh! The void in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and a black hole slowly appeared. Gu Hai had set up countless chess formations in the infinite celestial capital. At this moment, he used the life entrapment saber to adjust them slightly and instantly opened a passage to Earth's immortal realm. At the same time, the outside of the study was covered by the chess formation, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Although the people outside were confused, no one dared to barge in. Gu Hai stood at the entrance of the black hole and looked at the other side. I am Gu Hai, and I have something to ask. Please see the Yellow Emperor of the Human Imperial Palace. His voice traveled to the depths of the black hole. The black hole trembled slightly. There was a moment of silence inside. After a while, a yellow figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The man had a dignified appearance, and when he stepped out, there was an extremely unusual calmness. When the man saw Gu Hai, he was neither happy nor sad. He only bowed slightly. Greetings, Mr. Good. Greetings, Senior Yellow Emperor. Gu Hai bowed solemnly. Whoosh! The black hole disappeared in an instant. This is your 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Mr. Good actually invited me here? The Yellow Emperor said with a smile. Senior Yellow Emperor, you must be joking. It is Gu Hai's honor to have you here. Also, this time, I have something to ask of you. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance. Gu Hai said with a smile. The Yellow Emperor nodded. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. However, may I take a look at the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Senior, please. Gu Hai invited. Whoosh. Outside, the formation of the upper study was suddenly removed. Gu Qin and the others, who had not gone far, revealed curious expressions. The next moment they saw Gu Hai step out of the upper study, and at the same time, an extraordinary man stepped out of the study. Who is that? Gu Qin was shocked. There was no one else in the upper study just now. Moreover, from the looks of it, Father was extremely polite to him. Mo Yike and the others were slightly taken aback. Although they were curious, they did not say anything. In the Hall of Great Strength, Mahavairakana was originally helping Shangguan Hen and the others to recover from their injuries. Suddenly, Mahavairakana raised an eyebrow. He immediately left the group behind and stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. From afar, he saw a man in a yellow robe at the entrance of the upper study. He followed Gu Hai and gazed into the distance. Yellow? Mahavairakana was shocked. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He stepped forward and arrived at the entrance of the upper study in an instant. Mr. Good, you invited someone here again? Mahavairakana asked with a smile. The Yellow Emperor looked at Mahavairakana. His expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and nodded lightly. Mahavairakana put his palms together and returned the greeting. Mahavairakana, I remember that your Buddhism has the thought steal technique? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. That's right. It's a small technique. Mahavairakana nodded. A small technique has its benefits. Senior is very curious about the situation in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Can you use the thought steal technique and pass on what you know to him? Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana nodded. Of course. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. A spot of light appeared on his fingertip. Then, what seemed like a large number of words and pictures appeared around him and surged into the spot of light. It was all the information that Mahavairakana knew gathered in this spot. He extended his hand and placed it in front of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor seemed to know about the thought steal technique. He did not reject it and allowed the spot of light to enter between his eyebrows. It was as if countless pieces of information had exploded in the Yellow Emperor's mind. The Yellow Emperor immediately closed his eyes and accepted this huge database of information. After a while, the Yellow Emperor opened his eyes. What a 6 Paths Immortal Dome! The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Everyone has their own strengths. Gu Hai smiled. Matriarch Jihong? The Great Yellow Dynasty? He did everything that I couldn't do. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Senior, please don't blame me. I know that there's something between the two of you. Gu Hai said embarrassedly. Mr. Good, you don't have to be like this. He is him, and I am me. We're not the same person. Besides, didn't Mahavairakana help you against Jiang Rulai, Tathagata Rin, and Tathagata Tian? The Tongtian sect master also fought against the Tongtian sect master. Matriarch Ji and I have some connections. If he is of the same mind as me, I can be friends with him. However, if he is disloyal, he will be my enemy. Mr. Good is on the same side as us. I will naturally stand on your side. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Thank you, Senior. Gu Hai said gratefully. However, he's stronger than me. He's really stronger than me. I'm only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. I won't be able to break through to the peak of the Heavenly Palace. However, he's different. Not only is he at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, but he's also at the peak of the God Legion. Furthermore, your shaman race's secret arts are hard to defend against. Moreover, his political skills are superb and his character is tenacious. I can't compare to him. Why are you looking for me? The Yellow Emperor asked. Senior, don't worry. I'm not asking you to help me. I've invited you here to ask you about something. It's about Matriarch Ji Hong, Gu Hai said with a smile. Hee, Mr. Good, we're not the same person. Are you asking the wrong person about him? I don't know much about him. Why are you asking me about him? The Yellow Emperor asked with a smile. Not necessarily. Some things have similarities. For example, the immortal vanquishing sword. For example, the Buddha's palm and the Buddha's kingdom in a palm, Gu Hai said solemnly. The two Tongtian sect masters' immortal vanquishing sword existed even though they were separated by two immortal skies. It was the same for Mahavairokkana's Buddha's palm and Jiang Rulai's Buddha's palm. Oh? What do you want to ask? The Yellow Emperor asked curiously. The Xianyuan sword, Gu Hai said solemnly. The Yellow Emperor was surprised. Matriarch Ji Hong's Xianyuan sword was able to kill Qi Yu. Regardless of whether Qi Yu had the shaman race's secret arts, the Xianyuan sword was the key. There's very little information about the Xianyuan sword, and it's very difficult for me to find any information about it. There are only 2 records of the Xianyuan sword being used, and both of them were extremely shocking. The first time was 800,000 years ago, when the Xianyuan sword killed Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body. At that time, the golden god body wielded the sage sword and was the best swordsman in the world. However, the Xianyuan sword won. The second time was when it killed Qi Yu. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword is ranked 5th among the 16 great Dharma treasures. One has to know that the 7 immortal slaying swords is only ranked 7th. Both are swords, but to be ranked above the 7 immortal slaying swords means that the essence of the sword is superior to the 7 immortal slaying swords. I have never been confident about the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword is known as the Sword of the King, and it has the protection of righteousness. I remember that your Xianyuan sword is the same, right? Although I don't know the strength of your Xianyuan sword and Matriarch Ji Hong's Xianyuan sword, they should have something in common. I want to know the secret of the Xianyuan sword, Gu Hai said solemnly. At the side, Mahavairokkana revealed a curious expression. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. He then sighed slightly. Mr. Good is really sharp. The Xianyuan sword is indeed different from other swords. My Xianyuan sword is definitely not as good as his because the Xianyuan sword is related to the fate of a nation. His great yellow dynasty is much stronger than mine. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You want to know about the Xianyuan sword? Sure. I will tell you everything I know. I only hope that it will be useful to you. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Chapter 1069. The Yellow Emperor flipped his hand and took out a golden longsword. The Xianyuan sword? Gu Hai was surprised. Mr. Good, take a look. The Yellow Emperor handed him the Xianyuan sword. Gu Hai reached out and received it. Then, he read it carefully. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength, previously, Mahavairokkana had helped Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Xing treat their injuries. The 3 of them had already recovered by 80%. However, Mahavairokkana had suddenly left in a hurry, causing the 3 of them to feel suspicious. They stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them saw Gu Hai and the other 2 standing at the entrance of the study. The Xianyuan sword? Shangguan Hen's eyes widened in shock. Gu Han and Ao Xing were also shocked. The others might not have seen it, but the 3 of them had. Back in Qiyu City, it was the Xianyuan sword that beheaded Qiyu. The 3 of them had seen it with their own eyes before they left. But now, how did the Xianyuan sword end up in the hands of the yellow-robed man? How did he pass it to the emperor? The 3 of them were confused. They wanted to take a look, but when they saw Gu Qin and the others standing in the distance, They knew that Gu Hai did not want to be disturbed. Let's go. Gu Han flew toward Guqin. Shangguan Hen and Ao Xing followed closely behind. Big brother! Gu Han shouted. How are your injuries? Guqin asked. Much better. Who's that person? Why does he have the Xianyuan sword? Gu Han asked curiously. Guqin shook his head. I don't know him either, but Vairocana seems to be familiar with him. Everyone was stunned. Vairocana seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew him. How could he be familiar with someone? Why don't we go over? Ao Xing asked curiously. Wouldn't it be fine to go over and ask clearly? Guqin shook his head and said, This is my father's secret. Starting from the Tongtian sect master, no, there was also Sun Wukong, Mahavairocana, and now this yellow-robed man. My father has never told us because he didn't want to. If Imperial Father doesn't want to say it, why are you asking? Everyone nodded. Thinking of the Tongtian sect master's fairy-slaying sword, everyone felt strange. In the distance, Gu Hai took the Xianyuan sword. Who? The Xianyuan sword vibrated slightly. Vaguely, it seemed to be rejecting Gu Hai. Furthermore, it was pulsating slightly as if it was alive. This is alive? Gu Hai said in surprise. Was the sword alive? What a strange feeling. Mr. Good is very sharp. This is indeed a living sword. The Yellow Emperor laughed. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. He then extended his hand and sent a stream of energy into the Xianyuan sword. Roar. The Xianyuan sword actually let out a dragon's roar, forcing back all of Gu Hai's energy. It also emitted a dragon's aura. This aura is so familiar. Let me think. It's similar to the Earth Dragon vein? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the Yellow Emperor. Earth Dragon vein? Mahavairocana revealed a look of surprise. The Earth Dragon vein. The Dahan Empire also had a Earth Dragon vein. It was the Earth Dragon vein that the Dahan used to establish the empire. Later on, Gu Hai raised it under the Dahan Empire to guard the earth and nourish all living things. It also prevented natural disasters such as earthquakes and other natural disasters to bring peace to the people. The aura on the Xianyuan sword was the aura of the Earth Dragon vein? Mr. Good is wise. This Xianyuan sword is my Earth Dragon vein. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Gu Hai was surprised. That's why I said that the strength of the Xianyuan sword lies in the fate of the empire. The stronger the empire, the larger the territory. The stronger the Earth Dragon vein, the stronger the Xianyuan sword. My empire naturally couldn't compare to Empress Ji's great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, his Xianyuan sword is definitely much stronger than mine. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Then what about the righteous aura? Gu Hai asked curiously. Righteous aura? That's the righteous aura of the empire. The Xianyuan sword is used to slay demons and eliminate evil. It sweeps away all evil aura and destroys evil aura to obtain righteous aura. With righteous aura in one's heart, it will continuously increase. The Yellow Emperor explained. I don't understand. Evil aura? Where did so much evil aura come from? Why don't I know about evil aura? Where does the evil aura on demons come from? Mahavairocana asked curiously. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Mr. Good, do you understand? Evil aura is ethereal. Whether a person has evil aura or not depends on the perspective of others. Only people with different perspectives can differentiate between good and evil. Evil demons? If you look at yourself from the perspective of an evil demon, you don't have evil aura. It's just that your cultivation technique is different, or your way of doing things is different. Gu Hai frowned. Mr. Good is right. In this world, there is no such thing as good or evil. It's only in the human heart. Moreover, it's subjective. If you think he's good, he's good. If you think he's evil, he's evil. Evil aura is only the subjective view of others. The Yellow Emperor explained. Similarly, righteous aura is the same. As long as you think that everything you do is righteous, fighting against evil forces, slaying demons and killing evil, then righteous aura will naturally be born? Gu Hai said in shock. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. He seemed to have some doubts. So, the righteous aura on the Xianyuan sword comes from Empress Ji's heart? He has a strong and narcissistic heart? Gu Hai said in surprise. Narcissistic? The Yellow Emperor smiled bitterly. Senior, I'm not talking about you. I'm just surprised by the way he worshipped the sword. Gu Hai immediately corrected himself. After all, the Yellow Emperor also had a Xianyuan sword. It's definitely not enough for him to do it alone. He used the dragon vein to forge the Xianyuan sword. Not only did he think that he was slaying evil, but the people of the country also thought so. The people think that the Xianyuan sword is the sword of the right. Every time the Xianyuan sword appears, it slays evil. In the hearts of the people, it is righteous and righteous. Mr. Good, you should know that although the dragon vein doesn't mobilize the power of the people like the golden dragon of luck, it can still gather the minds of the people. The Yellow Emperor explained. That righteous aura is the accumulation of all the righteous aura in the hearts of the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Hundreds of billions of righteous auras gathered in one country? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he gasped. The Yellow Emperor nodded. What if the Xianyuan sword doesn't support righteousness? What if it's used to do something against its will? Mahavairakana frowned. Before the Yellow Emperor spoke, Gu Hai could already explain. Against its will? What is against its will? As long as Matriarch Ji strongly believes that it's righteous, then it's still righteous. As for going against its will, that's what others think. So what if others think? The Xianyuan sword is only connected to Matriarch Ji. Even if it does something against reason and nature, as long as Matriarch Ji believes that it's righteous, then it's righteous. The righteousness in the hearts of the people will also enter the sword. What a righteous aura! Mahavairakana was slightly shocked. Justice is the most important thing in a country. It's the sharpest weapon. Justice is the heavenly Tao. Once a divine weapon has justice attached to it, it will be successful. Not only does it have the divine weapon itself, but it also has the faith of the people. This faith can pierce through all obstacles in the world. This is the sword of the right, the sword of the heavenly Tao, and the sword of righteousness. The Yellow Emperor explained. No wonder Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword can suppress the 7 immortal slaying swords. Gu Hai frowned. The 7 immortal slaying swords were extremely sharp, but could the sharpest sword be compared to the heart of the people? Could it be compared to the heavenly Tao? Weapons? The righteousness of the Xianyuan sword specialized in breaking weapons and evil weapons. Then, is there a way to break the Xianyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked. The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Yellow Emperor smiled again. You know the theory behind the Xianyuan sword. I can't say how to break it because in my heart, the Xianyuan sword is the sword of righteousness. I can't do anything about it. However, I believe Mr. Good already has a way to break it, right? Gu Hai looked at the Yellow Emperor and gently returned the Xianyuan sword. Solemnly, he bowed to the Yellow Emperor. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Mr. Good, you can break the Xianyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Senior Yellow Emperor has already given me away. Whether I succeed or not will depend on my luck. Gu Hai smiled. The Yellow Emperor nodded. All right, I've said what I need to say. Mr. Good, send me back. Go back? Senior, don't you want to stay a little longer and see everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? And what about Matriarch Ji's achievements? Gu Hai was confused. No, Matriarch Ji is Matriarch Ji, and I am me. Let's see what he can do. Moreover, it doesn't feel good to see him as an enemy. As for everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Mahavairakana has already used his heart to describe it to me. I understand almost everything. Moreover, the master of the immortal dome is very important. I have to tell Laozi and the others as soon as possible, the Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Obviously, Mahavairakana had just told the Yellow Emperor about the origin of 30. 30 was still in the 30 immortal dome. It would be easier for Laozi and the others to deal with him in the future. Alright. Gu Hai's expression turned serious. He invited the Yellow Emperor to the study. Mahavairakana stood guard outside. Bang! The door to the study slammed shut. Gu Hai used the life entrapment blade to open the entrance to the 30 immortal dome again. Mr. Good, farewell, the Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Thank you, Senior. Gu Hai bowed slightly again. The Yellow Emperor smiled and stepped into the passageway. He returned to the 30 immortal dome. 1. The entrance closed and disappeared. Looking at the place where the entrance disappeared, Gu Hai already understood the principle of the Xianyuan sword. However, his heart was heavy now. Xianyuan sword? He had to be more careful. Great Yen's celestial court. Ho Qing left limitless celestial capital and went to Antiquity City. Ho Qing had always liked Qi. Now that he was free, he naturally went to find Qi inside a large hall. Qi looked coldly at Ho Qing opposite him. Jiang Yan, I have a lot to tell you. I'll stay with you from now on. I know a lot about Gu Hai's secrets. I can tell you all about them. Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhao looked at Ho Qing for a while and said in a low voice, Ho Qing, I welcome you if you want to stay in Great Yen. It's up to you whether you want to tell me about Gu Hai. However, if you stay in Great Yen, you have to do your duty as a subject. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. I don't want you to have any improper thoughts and mess up my court. Ho Qing's expression froze. Jiang Yan, can't you see my feelings for you? Remember, my name is Qi, not Jiang Yan. Also, your feelings? It's all your wishful thinking. I never promised you anything. I met you alone to save you some face. Don't think that you're not worthy to meet with me in private, Qi said coldly. Qi's cold words chilled Ho Qing's heart. Chapter 1070. Ho Qing was filled with passion for Zhua, but Zhua gave him a bucket of cold water instead. No, Zhua, have you forgotten? Back then, when Matriarch Ji attacked Qiyu, you were sent by Jiang Lianshan to join Matriarch Ji's army. Qiyu looked for my elder sister and borrowed me to fight on the battlefield. At that time, when I saw how valiant you were, I was mesmerized by you. You also fell for me, right? We fought a few times together, and you won the last time. Not only did you not kill me, you even gave me the wind zombie progenitor's seed and let me leave. Don't you have me in your heart? If you don't, why did you let me go and give me the seed? Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhua looked at Ho Qing with narrowed eyes. I didn't kill you not because I was mesmerized by you, but because I wanted to leave some people for Qiyu. Apart from the heinous ones who harmed the people, I let go of all of Chiyou's subordinates. Get through it with you? Heh, that's because I saved you. I saved you every time. Your cowardice and incompetence almost dragged me down. Why would I like you? The reason I gave you the zombie ancestor's seed was because I didn't want Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji to obtain it. They were already plotting against me, preparing to turn me into a fire element zombie. I won't let them off so easily. At that time, you were coincidentally beside me, so I gave you the chance to take it away. Impossible, you must have me in your heart, Ho Qing said anxiously. Ho Qing, you only reached peak Heavenly Palace because you turned into a wind zombie progenitor. If it wasn't for the seed, what are you? You're too weak and stubborn. Do you think I would like you? You're not strong enough, be it in terms of strength or personality. You're not even qualified to be my gigolo, Zhua said coldly. Not even qualified to be your gigolo? Ha! Do you know? When I heard what happened to you, I was willing to turn into a zombie for you. I didn't hesitate. When you turned into a fire zombie, The zombie fire burned the sky and angered the immortal of the Six Paths. I apologized to the immortal of the Six Paths on your behalf. I was even willing to guard the door for the immortal of the Six Paths for 3,000 years in hopes of the immortal of the Six Paths' forgiveness. Everything I did was for you, and you're telling me that I'm not even qualified to be your gigolo? Zhuo's expression was calm. He looked at Ho Qing and said with certainty, "That's right, you're not qualified." Roar. Ho Qing roared at the sky. With a loud roar, a strong gust of wind swept up from the ground in the hall and blew the door open. Boom! The wind blew the door opened, and many guards rushed in. His Holiness, what happened? Who dares? How dare you? When the guards saw Ho Qing's explosive aura, they immediately raised their weapons. Get out! Out! The group of aggressive guards immediately paused and replied, "Yes, sir." They all retreated. Zhuo looked at Ho Qing coldly. "Ho Qing, don't say that I'm belittling you. We both got the zombie ancestor seed, but you're only at peak Celestial Palace now. You're only at peak Celestial Palace because of the seed. To be more precise, I gave you your current cultivation. If you enter the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, I will welcome you. However, if you wish to have such unrealistic dreams, then you are courting death. I'm not afraid of being slandered, but you're not qualified." Ha 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 ha, I'm not qualified. Okay, Zhuo, I'll remember. I'll remember what you said today. You should also remember what you said to me right here and right now. One day, I'll make you look at me in a different light. Ho Qing said resentfully. With a hateful expression, Ho Qing charged into the sky. He wanted to help his lover, but he was humiliated like this. Ho Qing couldn't accept it. He couldn't take it lying down, and he went crazy. Ho Qing flew away. Zhuo watched coldly as Ho Qing left. He sneered. "Ho Qing? What the hell?" He flung his sleeves and left. Zhuo didn't feel sorry for scolding Ho Qing away. First of all, Zhuo looked down on Ho Qing. Even though his cultivation had reached such a level, it was still the same. Second, love? This kind of person said he loved her all day, but it was disgusting. He wanted to marry her? In this world, no one had the right to marry her. Only she could marry others. No one could marry her. Ho Qing flew away from Primitive City as fast as he could. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. The resentment was the most terrifying thing when the woman he loved said that he was so unbearable. He was very far away from Primitive City. Only then did Ho Qing stop. Looking at the distant primeval desolation city, Ho Qing's eyes were filled with resentment. "Zhuo, you look down on me? You think I'm useless? I'll make a name for myself. I want you to look at me differently. I want you to regret what you said today." Ho Qing clenched his fists and said hatefully. Turning his head, Ho Qing looked to the north. "You say I'm useless? I can see the situation clearly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is like the sun in the sky. In the past, the Great Yen, Dahan, and Ninely dynasties couldn't suppress Matriarch Ji. Now Qiyu is dead, and all his secret techniques are in Matriarch Ji's hands. What can Gu Hai and Zhuo use to fight Matriarch Ji? Ho Qing's face darkened. You look down on me? Then I'll destroy you. Zhuo, I'll make you regret it. One day, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg me. Ho Qing's face was twisted. After that, Ho Qing looked to the southwest of the Divine Continent, where Xianyuan City was. Whoosh! Ho Qing flew in the direction of Xianyuan City. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xianyuan City, Upper Study. Matriarch Ji was dealing with a pile of memorials. His Holiness has finally come out of seclusion. During this period, Gu Hai has been up to no good. We don't know what to do. Luckily, His Holiness has come out of seclusion. Emperor Kong said, "My seclusion is not over yet. I just came out halfway." Matriarch Ji said, "Yes, His Holiness. These are Gu Hai's actions." Emperor Kong said solemnly. Matriarch Ji finished reading the memorials and frowned. Gu Hai? 3 imperial empires and 3 medial sects? He's mobilizing troops everywhere. Is he going to go all out against my great yellow dynasty? Yes, Sai, that Gu Hai is also lucky. Originally, the divine scorpion heavenly demon was about to break into the infinite celestial capital, but that Gu Hai actually returned. The divine scorpion heavenly demon is also a coward, actually hiding at this time. Emperor Kong had a resentful expression. Scorpio? That's his true nature. He's just hiding. Soon, he will come out. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes. Emperor Kong nodded. His Holiness, the sorcerer tribe's secret technique, mind control, has made some progress. Emperor Kong suddenly said with a smile. The group of Great Yellow Dynasty's ministers behind immediately pricked up their ears. Especially Mr. Wu Xing, who was in the last row, raised his eyebrows. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. She looked at the ministers and said indifferently, "Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about Gu Hai first." Yes, Emperor Kong replied. Clearly, although this group of people were her trusted aides, Matriarch Ji was still very cautious. She did not reveal what she should not reveal. His Holiness, this Gu Hai has left the infinite celestial capital for almost a year. I wonder if his cultivation has improved. I wonder if he has reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. Emperor Kong said with a frown. Peak of Heavenly Palace? It's not that easy. Matriarch Ji shook her head lightly. Yes, but every time Gu Hai disappears and reappears, he has improved. We have to be careful. Emperor Kong said with a frown. It's all right. I have already made arrangements for Mr. Tsang Jie. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong looked at Tsang Jie. Tsang Jie nodded. Rest assured, Lord Kong. I have already done my best to monitor Gu Hai's whereabouts. This time, as long as Gu Hai leaves the infinite celestial capital, I will be the first to know. I will not make the same mistake again. With Mr.'s prediction, I am naturally assured. As long as Gu Hai leaves the infinite celestial capital again, I will kill him at all costs. Emperor Kong said with a cold expression. All right, we have said so much. Is there any news about Gu Hai's whereabouts and the situation in the infinite celestial capital? Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. When the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate energy dissipated, the infinite celestial capital's embroidered uniform guards were too ruthless. They eliminated all the spies. Therefore, we do not know anything about Gu Hai. Do not know? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. Emperor Kong said bitterly. I do not wish to hear this. No matter what method you use, you must find out for me. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. Emperor Kong nodded helplessly. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Hai, a guard's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to His Holiness, a person called Ho Qing said that he brought news about Gu Hai and wants to see His Holiness. The guard shouted outside the hall. Ho Qing? Everyone was stunned. Even Matriarch Ji was surprised. Ho Qing? All of you are dismissed. Mr. Tsang Jie, Emperor Kong, stay behind. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. However, Ho Qing was invited to the study. Ho Qing? You said that you brought news about Gu Hai? How did you know? Why are you here? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Tsang Jie and Emperor Kong stood at the side. They seemed to be very suspicious of Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing. I am here to seek refuge with His Holiness. I wonder if His Holiness will accept me? Ho Qing solemnly said. Seek refuge? Emperor Kong and Tsang Jie looked at each other in dismay, showing astonishment. They turned to look at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji's eyes were also uncertain. She did not know if Ho Qing was sincere. However, on the surface, Matriarch Ji immediately responded. I am naturally happy that Mr. Ho Qing is here. However, I do not understand why Mr. Ho Qing suddenly came. This surprise came too suddenly. I can't believe it, Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Ho Ching sighed softly. He finally felt relieved after being humiliated in the infinite celestial capital and in the antiquity city. In the end, there was someone who recognized talent. And this person was a wise ruler, the most respected person in the world. You don't need to know why I am here. You only need to know that I am here to seek refuge with you. At the same time, don't you want to deal with Gu Hai? I brought Gu Hai's secret, Ho Ching solemnly said. Oh? Gu Hai's secret? Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. That's right. With Gu Hai's current strength, how many perfection stage heavenly palaces Gu Hai has, and how they are related to Gu Hai, I know all about it. However, I don't know what kind of position I can get with this information in the Great Yellow Dynasty, Ho Ching solemnly said. Chapter 1071. Limitless Celestial Capital. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk, reading a memorial. Gu Qin stood before him. Clap. Gu Hai closed the memorial and frowned. Is this news from Gu Ming? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded gravely. Father, Ho Ching went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Tell Gu Ming to be careful. In the future, if it's not a matter of life and death, don't send any letters. This is to avoid being discovered. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Father, you saw the news. Chio's corpse was indeed a trap. It was to trick Father into leaving the limitless celestial capital. That Song Jie has already locked on to Father. As long as Father leaves the limitless celestial capital, they will know immediately. Furthermore, they will attack with all their might. So, Gu Qin said worriedly. Don't worry. I know the situation. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. However, Ho Ching went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. What should we do? He knows many of our secrets. Furthermore, Gu Ming said that Ho Ching sold out our information in exchange for a high position. Gu Qin said worriedly. Secrets? So be it. I'm worried about the manipulation of people's hearts. Did Emperor Kong find a replacement for De Hong? Then, De Huang's expert is extremely dangerous. Gu Hai said with a frown. The manipulation of people's hearts is powerful. However, as long as our people are careful, we should be able to avoid it, right? Gu Qin said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. If you were Matriarch Ji and had the ability to manipulate people's hearts, what would you do? Huh. Gu Qin frowned slightly. In the past, he had to hide his abilities. Now, he doesn't need to. What would happen if he chose to manipulate the emperors of the various dynasties? Gu Hai said. Gu Qin's expression changed. Now, announce Matriarch Ji's mind manipulation to the world. Let the various great imperial empires be on guard. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Qin replied. Father, what about Ho Ching? Gu Qin asked anxiously. Actually, he does not know many secrets. Although these secrets cost us some losses, they did not injure us severely, Gu Hai said after recalling what happened. But, Gu Qin was still frustrated. Forget it, I'll let the Lady of Earth know about this. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Xianyuan City, in the upper study. Matriarch Ji stared at Ho Ching and frowned slightly. You said earlier that Gu Hai has another clone? Yeah, that doppelganger is weird. Even though we haven't fought, I feel like he's at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. Ho Ching recalled. You haven't fought before? Where did you see it? Matriarch Ji frowned and asked. The first time was in the flawed Immortal Dome. At that time, he was with Kong Xian. I don't know how he came out, but he didn't make a move. Then, outside the Yellow Spring Sea, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder was just a straw bag. He was just scared off and he ran away. Skeleton doppelganger? Ancestor bone? Matriarch Ji frowned. It should be. I was heavily injured, so I didn't see it clearly. However, his cultivation is really weak. I can beat him up with one hand, Ho Ching said confidently. Matriarch Ji, Songjie, and Emperor Kong looked at each other with a serious expression. At the same time, they frowned at Ho Qing's words. You can beat Gu Hai's doppelganger with one hand? What a joke! Mr. Ho Qing, who do you think is the strongest in the boundless celestial capital? Songjie asked solemnly. It should be the unborn man. Ho Qing frowned. At that time, in the flawed immortal dome, the unborn man fought against 3 great perfection celestial palace experts at the same time. However, he was only in the 9th level of the heavenly palace. Ho Qing recalled. Impossible, Emperor Kong said in disbelief. Songjie shook his head and said, No, not necessarily. He is Master Shou. You don't know what Master Shou is capable of, but don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Oh! Ho Qing was stunned. Then, Ho Qing let out a sigh of relief. The stronger the Great Yellow Dynasty was, the wiser it was for him to join them. Do you know the origin of Vairocana? Matriarch Ji asked again. Vairocana? I don't know about that. Ho Qing shook his head. Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, Vairocana, Kong Xian, Chen Xian Long Wanqing, Goddess Ho Tu Mao Tianyun? I didn't expect that in such a short time, Gu Hai had already recruited 8 great perfection celestial palace experts. 8? Matriarch Ji's face darkened. 8 great perfection celestial palace experts, what kind of scene was that? His Holiness, even if the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has 8 great perfection celestial palace experts, it is still too many. Just like the heavenly demon sacred ground, although they have more than 10 great perfection celestial palace experts, most of them are not worth mentioning, Emperor Kong said immediately. Matriarch Ji nodded. Matriarch Ji, I have said what I should say. What did I say before? Ho Qing frowned and said, It is my honor to have Mr. come to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If you don't mind, please stay in the Great Yellow Dynasty. Just today's news is of great help to us. How about I give you the title of Fengjiang Duke? Matriarch Ji looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's eyes lit up. Fengjiang Duke? Dukes? Dukes? Dukes of the Heavenly Empire? Fengjiang Gong, Ho Qing, greets your Majesty. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Ho Qing immediately bowed in excitement. Matriarch Ji immediately stood up and helped Ho Qing up personally. Mister's help is like having an arm. Ho Qing's heart immediately felt warm. Right, Ho Qing, you said that Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun stayed in the limitless celestial capital. Why? Do they have a good relationship with Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. Ho Qing frowned slightly. He thought about what his sister said before he left, but he did not mention Long Wanyu in the end. Yes, it is because of Gaochen, Chongsheng, and Ziwei. You know that the 5 divine envoys have a good relationship. Now that Gaochen and the other 2 are staying in the limitless celestial capital, they are also staying. But don't worry, my sister, Mao Tianyun, and Gu Hai are not close. They are not loyal to Gu Hai. Ho Qing immediately said. They are not loyal to Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji's expression changed slightly. That's right. So, if you want to deal with Gu Hai in the future, His Holiness, please be merciful to my sister. Ho Qing immediately said. Mister, don't worry. Since Ho Tu is your sister, I will naturally treat her differently. Matriarch Ji nodded. Thank you for His Holiness. Ho Qing immediately said happily. Mister, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first and I will personally welcome you tomorrow? Matriarch Ji said with a smile. His Holiness, you don't have to be so polite. Of course. Ha ha ha, with Mister's help, what can't I do? Emperor Kong, bring Ho Qing to the traversing Jade Water Palace. That will be Ho Qing's residence in the future. Matriarch Ji instructed. Traversing Jade Water Palace? His Holiness, that is the palace you are going to live in, Emperor Kong said in surprise. Ho Qing was also stunned. His Holiness's palace? Only by letting Mr. Ho-Ching live in it can we live in the traversing Jade Water Palace. This is my first gift to Mr. Don't say too much, Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes, Emperor Kong said solemnly. Thank you for His Holiness, Ho-Ching said happily. Ho-Ching felt that coming to the Great Yellow Dynasty was too worth it. Mr. Ho-Ching, please, Emperor Kong said with a smile. I will take my leave. Ho-Ching looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled as she watched Ho-Ching leave. After Ho-Ching left the study room, Matriarch Ji's smile suddenly disappeared and her face became gloomy. Mr. Tsang-Jia, what do you think? Matriarch Ji said in a deep voice. His Holiness is suspecting that Ho-Ching was purposely sent by Gu Hai? Tsang-Jia said with a smile. Matriarch Ji nodded. If what Ho-Ching said is true, then he is exaggerating too much. If what he said is false, then Gu Hai is really scheming. This scheme is too superficial and doesn't seem like Gu Hai's style. Didn't His Holiness already confer him the title of Duke? Tsang-Jia said with a smile. Duke? Heh, he is just a duke with a title but no power. I can confer as many perfect sovereigns as Gu Hai sends over. Matriarch Ji sneered. Actually, if His Holiness wants to check on Ho-Ching, it is not impossible, Tsang-Jia said with a smile. Matriarch Ji was confused. Goddess Ho-Tu. Starting from there, we can. Tsang-Jia stopped halfway through his words. Because Matriarch Ji already understood. Boundless celestial capital, Goddess Ho-Tu's palace entrance. Goddess Ho-Tu sent away Gu Hai. Seeing Gu Hai leave, the Lady of Earth felt vexed. Meow, Ho-Ching really joined Matriarch Ji? Mao Tianyun walked out from the side. Gu Hai said it himself, so it should be true. This troublemaker, he knows that Dahan and Dahuang are at odds, but he still went to Dahuang at this time? These days, I have investigated Gu Hai's growth. This Gu Hai is such a ruthless person. Is Ho-Ching crazy? What if? Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. Didn't Gu Hai just tell you? He will do his best to take care of Ho-Ching. As long as he doesn't cross the line. Mao Tianyun said. Cross the line? What do you mean by going overboard? It's not like you don't know my little brother. Back then, when he went to help Chi-Yu, he was also hot-headed and didn't remember north, south, east, west, and west. I would rather his cultivation base be lower than him causing trouble with his current cultivation base. If he were to cause trouble with his current cultivation base, it would be fatal. Moreover, he is under the control of the cunning Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. Everyone has their own fortune. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe Dahan will be defeated by Dahuang? Mao Tianyun persuaded. Sigh. Goddess Ho-Tu sighed slightly. 2 days later. Goddess Ho-Tu held a letter in her hand and frowned deeply. Who sent the letter? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. Ho-Ching. Goddess Ho-Tu said with a frown. Ho-Ching? He dares to send a letter? What did he say? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. He asked me to meet him. Goddess Ho-Tu said with a frown. Meeting? Is he trying to persuade you to side with the Great Yellow Dynasty? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. Although he didn't mention it in the letter, I am very clear about his style of writing. He is already being praised by Matriarch Ji. He must be trying to get me to join Big Yellow. Sigh. Goddess Ho-Tu sighed. Then what should we do? No, I have to persuade him. Can you persuade him? I don't know. I couldn't persuade him when he participated in the battle for supremacy between Chi-Yu and Yellow Emperor. However, I have to persuade him this time. Shall I go with you? No need. Ho-Ching said that this time, he is the only one who wants to talk to me in private. You don't have to interfere in the matter between us. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. Are you sure this is Ho-Ching's letter? Don't worry. I can tell if he wrote it or not. I want to help him again. Don't tell anyone. Goddess Ho-Tu said. All right. Be careful. Mao Tianyun nodded. Goddess Ho-Tu put away the letter, sighed, and quietly left the infinite celestial capital. Not long after Goddess Ho-Tu left, Gao-Chen hurried to Gu Hai's study. Master, you asked me to keep an eye on Ho-Ching. He really did write a letter to invite Goddess Ho-Tu to leave. My ears are good. I heard everything, Gao-Chen reported. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1072. Divine Continent, West Ocean. Ho-Tu stealthily arrived at an island. This was the place she had agreed to meet Ho-Ching. From afar, she could see Ho-Ching standing on the peak of a mountain. Ho-Tu landed on the cloud. Ho-Ching also sensed Ho-Tu's arrival, and his eyes brightened. Sister! Ho-Ching immediately smiled. Ho-Tu landed on the cloud and said coldly, You still remember me? Sister, why are you talking about me? Ho-Ching said gloomily. Let me ask you, did you join the Great Yellow Dynasty? Ho-Tu glared at him. Sister, how did you know? Ho-Ching said in surprise. It was so obvious in your letter. How could I not know? Ho-Tu said angrily. I only said I joined a faction in the letter. I didn't say the Great Yellow Dynasty. Ho-Ching frowned. You still dare to say that? Didn't you say you were going to the Great Yen Dynasty? Why did you go to the Great Yellow Dynasty? Ho-Tu said in a low voice. Great Yen Dynasty? Ho-Ching was annoyed. The humiliation at the primordial city was still fresh in his mind. Every time Ho-Ching thought about it, he would feel a stab of pain. Sister, the Great Yen Dynasty? Ha ha, I'll make her look at me in a different light one day. Ho-Ching said gloomily. Ho-Tu immediately sensed Ho-Ching's emotions and guessed that he was rejected. She couldn't bear to scold him, so she sighed and said, I told you before. Ha ha, you can't suppress her. Sigh. Sister, I'll surpass her one day. Ho-Ching clenched his fists and said. All right, let's not talk about her. Come back with me. If you really don't want to, then leave the Great Yellow Dynasty first. De Huang and De Han are about to go to war. What are you doing now? Ho-Tu said in a low voice. No, I think the Great Yellow Dynasty is great. His Holiness gave me a place to show off my talent. He's fair in his rewards and punishments, Ho-Ching said immediately. Ho-Tu's face darkened. Are you blind? He's fair in his rewards and punishment. Empress Ji is such a gloomy person. Have you forgotten the Battle of Zhuolu that year? You will be eaten by him until not even your bones are left. Sis, that's because you misunderstood His Holiness. I'm already the Feng Jianggong. Once we destroy the Dahan Empire with my help, I might even be crowned as a king. Sis, come with me to Xianyuan City. You're my only family in this world. Ho-Ching immediately persuaded. Ho-Tu glared at Ho-Ching. What did Matriarch Ji feed you? You want to be crowned king? Ha, you really dare to dream. Sis, it's true. You've misunderstood His Holiness. Ho-Ching tried to persuade her again. Ho-Tu looked at Ho-Ching gloomily. There was no turning back. Fine, I know I can't stop you. I'll ask Gu Hai to show you mercy in the future. Sigh. Ho-Tu sighed. Plead for mercy? Sis, you don't have to beg Gu Hai for mercy. He's nothing, Ho-Ching said disdainfully. Ho-Tu looked at Ho-Ching with a complicated expression. How did her brother become like this? Alright, take care of yourself. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Ho-Tu smiled bitterly. Sis, it took me a lot of effort to convince His Holiness. This is your chance. Don't make any more mistakes with Gu Hai. Ho-Ching said again. Wait, what did you say? It took you a lot of effort to convince Matriarch Ji? What did you convince him for? Ho-Tu narrowed her eyes and looked at Ho-Ching. Convince His Holiness to accept you. His Holiness already said that as long as you go, he'll make you a duke. Mao Tianyun can do it too. You 5 emissaries can also become duke. At most, you can bring her over too. Ho-Ching said. This her was naturally referring to Long Wanyu. Ho-Tu's eyes widened. You said that? No, I didn't mention anything about her. I only said that you 5 emissaries have a good relationship. His Holiness asked me to persuade you, sis. Otherwise, if you fight, it'll be hard to avoid hurting you, Ho Ching said. Hodu stared at Ho Ching in disbelief. Do you need to worry about my safety? Sis. Ho Ching said anxiously. Matriarch Ji sent you to persuade me? Persuade me to surrender? Did you suggest it or did he suggest it? Hotu glared at him. His Holiness arranged a banquet for me and mentioned you. At that time, His Holiness kept sighing. What if he hurt you in a fight with the Dahan? He even asked me many times if I should intervene if I had to face you. Of course, I begged His Holiness. His Holiness was also in a difficult position. He was stuck between you and me and didn't know what to do. At that time, Kong Di suggested that it would be great if he could bring you over so that they wouldn't have to worry about fighting. Even if you didn't do anything, His Holiness would still make you a duke. Of course, I volunteered. Sis, listen to me. His Holiness is definitely a wise ruler, Ho Ching said again. Hodu stared at Ho Ching in a daze for a long time before she revealed a wry smile. What's wrong? Ho Ching asked. Why do I have such an unlucky brother like you? You're hopelessly stupid. Can't you see that this is a trap set by Matriarch Ji? Why did you volunteer? Hodu had a bitter expression. Ho Ching, on the other hand, was depressed. I saved you out of kindness. Why am I an idiot? Sis? I remember that you weren't this stupid in the past. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Hodu said gloomily. Sis. Ho Ching was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Sigh, I told you before that you can't have a high cultivation. You should just be normal. At least, when others scheme against you, you won't be so arrogant as to think that you're so strong. Hodu sighed. Sis, what did I do wrong? You're the one who did wrong. Who is that Gu Hai? He's the emperor of Imperial Dynasty, someone who hasn't even reached peak Heavenly Palace. Why do you think so highly of him? It's because of the dragon, Ho Ching yelled. But just as he was about to mention the Long Wanyu, Hotu suddenly glared at him. Shut up. Ho Ching stopped talking. Ho Ching, I don't care about your business anymore. I can't care about whether I live or die in Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Just as you were about to say, if you dare to say anything, then don't call me your sister. I'll hunt you down in heaven and earth, in the mortal world and in the netherworld. I won't rest until I'm dead. Hodu said with a chilling expression. Ho Ching shivered when he saw his sister's cold eyes. Fine, I won't say anything, Ho Ching said gloomily. All right, that's all I have to say. I wish you good luck in your career. Take care of yourself. Sigh. Hodu sighed. Sis. Ho Ching said gloomily. Hodu waved her sleeves and ignored Ho Ching. She was about to leave. Just as Ho Ching was about to leave. Boom. A huge wave suddenly surged above the West Sea. Following that, a gigantic barrier enveloped the entire West Sea. What? Ho Ching, you want to use force against me? Hodu suddenly glared at Ho Ching. I didn't know. Ho Ching's expression also changed. It wasn't prepared by Ho Ching? Hodu's expression suddenly sank. However, at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from afar. Ha 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 ha, Goddess Hodu, long time no see. How are you? A deep voice sounded. East Ocean Dragon King, Aoing? Hodu's expression sank. At this moment, 3 figures slowly flew out from the sea. Aoing, Xiongyu, and Fengbua. The great yellow celestial dynasty had 3 peerless experts at the peak of the heavenly palace. The 3 of them appeared and blocked Hodu's path of escape. You! Ho Ching's expression changed as he said angrily. Greetings, Lord Fengjiang. The 3 of them bowed at the same time. This greeting made Ho Ching feel a sense of relief, and his anger dissipated by a large amount. Why are the 3 of you following me? Ho Ching asked with a glare. Lord Fengjiang, please forgive us. His Holiness understands your relationship with your brother and doesn't want to hurt Goddess Hutu. However, the battle between Da Huang and Da Han is about to start. It's a battle of life and death, so it's inevitable that someone will get hurt. That's why I sent Duke Fengjiang to persuade Goddess Hutu. It would be best if he could persuade her, but unfortunately, Goddess Hutu doesn't seem to be able to see the situation clearly. You tried to persuade her out of goodwill, but she doesn't seem to appreciate it. That's why I was sent here to ask for Duke Fengjiang's forgiveness. His Majesty has already prepared a banquet. When we return, we will apologize to Duke Fengjiang. Ho Qing's anger had completely dissipated. He could only smile bitterly and said, "I'm useless. I've disappointed His Holiness." No, Lord Fengjiang is only loyal and righteous. His Holiness values people who are loyal and righteous. He's worried that you won't be able to save Goddess Hutu because of your loyalty, so he sent the three of us to help you. Fengbo said. Ha ha, what a lousy excuse. Loyal and righteous? He sent the three of you to help? Help with what? Hutu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Even though he hated Ho Qing for not fighting back, he was even more furious that his younger brother was being played around by someone else. Fengbo looked at Ho Qing and said, "Lord Fengjiang, we've already set up a barrier to prevent unnecessary harm to Goddess Hutu in the future. Why don't we invite Goddess Hutu to Xianyuan City?" Ho Qing frowned slightly. Although it wasn't his sister's intention, she was already fooled by Gu Hai. He could only save his sister as the younger brother. In the end, Ho Qing nodded. "Ho Qing, I'm not going. You won't force me to go with them, right?" Hutu said angrily. "Sister, I don't want to do it. Don't make it difficult for me," Ho Qing said bitterly. Ho Qing's attitude was clear. He was really going to force Goddess Hutu to go to Xianyuan City. "Bastard! I've raised you for nothing all these years. You asked me to meet you alone just to trap me?" Hutu said gloomily. Right now, 4 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators were surrounding her? This was a remote place and was very far away from the continent. No one knew where she was. Moreover, she had the help of a formation. Was she going to die to Ho Qing's stupidity today? This bastard, this younger brother. Why did she have such an unlucky younger brother? "Sister, you're foolish now. You'll be grateful to me in the future." Ho Qing was still unrepentant. Hutu, Fengbo, Aoing, and Xiong Yu were celebrating when a voice came from behind the barrier. "Miao, Hutu, you're the most cunning of the 5 divine envoys, but you fell to your stupid younger brother. This is unbelievable. Ha 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 ha." Mao Tianyun's laughter came from outside the barrier. "Sister, you didn't come alone?" Ho Qing said in surprise. Xiong Yu, Aoing, and Fengbo's expressions darkened. Hutu's eyes lit up. However, he saw that there were 5 figures standing outside the barrier. Shangguan Hen, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, Mao Tianyun, and Kong Xian. They were all great perfection heavenly palace cultivators from the Dahan Empire. "Empress Hutu, my husband heard that you were meeting Ho Qing and was worried about your safety. That's why he asked us to follow you. Please forgive us for our rudeness." Long Wanqing bowed slightly. "Miao, I didn't tell on you. It was Gaochen. I scolded him, but it seems that I was wrong. Ho Qing is more annoying than Gaochen eavesdropping." Mao Tianyun shouted. "Thank you, ancient emperor. Why would I blame you?" Hutu smiled bitterly. Hutu didn't have to worry now. They had 6 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators. The other side had 4. The result was obvious. Chapter 1073. Bam! Kong Xian took a step forward, and the enchantment above the West Sea shattered. The barrier that trapped Hutu was broken from the outside, but it could not withstand a single blow. The arrival of Long Wanqing made Fengbo and the others' faces fall. However, they did not despair. Fengbo looked at the crowd and then looked around. "Oh? Gu Hai did not come with you?" Fengbo's eyes suddenly lit up. "So what if my husband is not here? Do you think you can stop Goddess Hutu?" Long Wanqing said coldly. Sister, don't be so stubborn. Ho Ching shouted. Hutu stared at Ho Ching and said, Ho Ching, you better behave yourself. Then, Hutu flew towards Long Wanqing. Stop right there. Xiongyu stared and stopped Hutu. Haha, Big Bear, shall I spar with you? Kong Xian stared and a six-colored divine light shot out. The void was torn apart and the six-colored divine light arrived in front of Xiongyu. Xiongyu's face fell and he struck with his palm. Bam! With a loud sound, the void was torn apart and huge waves surged in the West Sea. Ho Ching, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop Hutu! Fengbo yelled. But Ho Ching was anxious. Don't worry. His Holiness will be here soon. After a while, none of them will be able to escape. Fengbo shouted. Okay. Ho Ching's eyes lit up and he pounced towards Hutu. On the other hand, Shangguan Hen pounced towards Aoing. Bam! The two demonic beast supremes clashed and the black hole in the void became bigger. Ho Ching stopped Hutu and she was disappointed. Ho Ching, one day, you will be killed by your own stupidity. Hutu was disappointed. Meow. Mao Tianyun appeared in front of Fengbo in an instant. Not only Mao Tianyun, but Long Wanqing and Gu Han also surrounded Fengbo. Fengbo's expression changed. 1 versus 3? Did this group of people make an agreement? Meow, Fengbo, I've realized that you're the worst here. Mao Tianyun took a step forward, and the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mother, be careful. Leave Fengbo to me and Mao Tianyun, Gu Han said. Gu Han put his palms together, and a huge virtuous light will suddenly appeared behind him. Shao Chun extended his hand, and Buddhist chanting came from the Buddhist nation in his palm. No, this is not the time to care so much. Kill Fengbo as quickly as possible. Go all out and don't show any mercy. Long Wanqing said coldly. Matriarch Ji wanted to capture Hutu to wear down the Dahan Empress. Long Wanqing was one of the empresses of the Dahan Empire. She naturally understood that breaking one finger was better than injuring all 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Wanqing extended her hand and threw 18 underworld rivers at Feng Bo Wush. Tornadoes appeared around Fengbo. However, how could he compare to the power of 3 consummation heavenly palaces? Underworld rivers, fire dragons, Buddhist nation in palm. They instantly clashed with the tornadoes around Fengbo. Hong! At the center of the tornadoes, Fengbo's face flushed red. Clearly, he was injured. The battle between 10 consummation heavenly palaces was huge. In almost an instant, it caused the world to explode, shattering the void. All the powerful experts of the divine continent were shocked. Why isn't His Holiness here? Aoing asked anxiously. Aoing could not do anything to Shangguan Hen at the moment. Xiongyu could not do anything to Kong Xian either. Kong Xian's combat power was shocking. Although he had just reached the consummation heavenly palaces, he had already attacked more than 100 times in a short time. He even opened his mouth and inhaled. A black wind swirled around Xiongyu. Roar! Xiongyu roared, and a huge force blocked Kong Xian's devouring. However, a 5-colored divine light cut off a large amount of flesh on his back. On the other side, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive attacks landed on Fengbo's body. Puff! Fengbo spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he could not hold on for much longer under the combined attacks of the 3. The battle lasted only 20 breaths of time. However, 20 breaths of time was enough for a consummation heavenly palace's cultivator to cross the divine continent. Let's go, let's go. Fengbo did not dare to force himself. After being hit 3 times, Fengbo finally broke out of the encirclement. However, the price he had to pay was extremely high. All the bones in Fengbo's body were about to shatter. Boom! Boom! Aoing and Xiongyu also took the risk of being hit, and immediately fled with Feng Bo. Big sister, you'll regret this. Ho Ching cried out before he fled. What I regret the most is having a brother like you. Hutu replied gloomily. Meow, where are you going? Mao Tianyun wanted to stop them. Stop chasing. This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Swish. Everyone turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Almost. Meow. If we had fought just now, we could have stopped Fengbua. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. It's too late. My husband only helped us to buy some time. Once Matriarch Ji comes, we will be in danger. Long Wanqing explained. Fengbua is really lucky. With 2 more attacks we could have killed him. However, Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Don't worry. He is not much better. Before we left, Sister Chern gave me something. When I attacked just now, I had already injected it into Fengbua's body. Long Wanqing said with a smile. Oh! Everyone was stunned. Xianyuan City. At the entrance of the Imperial Court. Bam! Xiongyu, Aoing, Fengbua, and Hoqing landed on the square. What's going on? Didn't His Holiness say that he would come to our aid? Why didn't His Holiness come? Aoing asked. Puff. Fengbua spat out another mouthful of blood. Fengbua, how are you? Xiongyu placed his palm on Fengbua's back and injected some energy into Fengbua's body. No, Fengbua's blood is blue. Is he poisoned? Ao Ying's expression changed. Puff. Xiongyu also spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned blue. I am poisoned too. Poison? This is contagious poison. Xiongyu exclaimed. Gu Hai? That despicable man. He poisoned us? Hoqing said angrily. At this moment, a large number of officials came over to help Fengbua and Xiongyu. Don't touch them. Mr. Tsang Jie, who came in a hurry, suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. Whoosh! At this moment, a yellow figure descended from the sky. It was Matriarch Ji. His Holiness! Everyone said respectfully. His Holiness, I am useless. Fengbua said bitterly. Inform Scorpio and ask him to detoxify us. Hurry up. Matriarch Ji said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Emperor Kong answered and left. Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. His Holiness, why didn't you come? Ao Ying's expression was ugly. Tsang Jie smiled bitterly and said, It's my fault. Ao Ying looked at Tsang Jie in confusion. It's also Gu Hai's fault. Gu Hai played a trick. Just now, he went to Qi Yu's corpse. I thought he wanted to take Qi Yu's corpse, so I reported it to His Holiness. I told His Holiness that killing Gu Hai was the most important thing. The 4 of you are in the perfection stage of the Heavenly Palace. Even if you couldn't stop him, you could escape. But who would have thought? Tsang Jie smiled bitterly. Mister, you don't have to blame yourself. This is also my intention. Matriarch Ji shook her head. Gu Hai? Did His Holiness kill Gu Hai? Aoing looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji shook her head and said, Gu Hai leaving the limitless celestial capital was just a pretense. When I arrived, he had already escaped to the netherworld. He should have returned to the limitless celestial capital by now. Gu Hai! How treacherous! Hoqing's face was filled with resentment. Matriarch Ji glanced at Hoqing and shook her head. This isn't treachery, this is strategy. Gu Hai seems to have seen through our abilities. Perhaps he has already found out about Mr. Tsang Jie's abilities. As she spoke, Matriarch Ji glanced at all of her trusted aides. Suspicion rose in her heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar. It was Scorpio. When Scorpio arrived, 2 scorpion tails flew out from his sleeves and pierced into Fengbua and Xiongyu's bodies. What a powerful poison! If I came a little later, they would be in trouble. Scorpio said in surprise. Scorpio, you came from the limitless celestial capital? Tsang Jie frowned and looked at Scorpio. That's right. During this time, I have been hiding outside the limitless celestial capital. What's wrong? Scorpio said indifferently. Then why didn't you make a move when I sent you a message and told you that the limitless celestial capital's defenses were empty? Songjia said coldly. Why should I make a move? Scorpio said indifferently. Songjia paused and didn't say anything else. At the side, Emperor Kong glared and said, This is such a good opportunity. If you destroy the limitless celestial capital, the fate of the Dahan Imperial Empire will collapse. If you want to kill Gu Hai, do it yourself. I'm not going to play with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Besides, do you think the limitless celestial capital isn't on guard? I saw the battle at the West Sea just now. Gu Hai didn't send all of his men out. Scorpio sneered. You. Emperor Kong was depressed. Matriarch Ji didn't blame him. Instead, she bowed slightly and said, Scorpio, I'll leave the poison in Fengbua and Xiong Yu's bodies to you. Don't worry, the Heavenly Demon Holy Land and the Great Yellow Dynasty are allies. I'll do my best to detoxify the poison. However, the poison this time is more powerful than before. I have to take a good look. Scorpio said indifferently. Thank you. Matriarch Ji nodded.